Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV and Open Forum political discussion show that seeks to bring you into the space where we look at the latest development on our political front, your views of the same, and how we need to respond to the same in order for us to be fully equipped to deal with matters according to information, required information, and not misinformation. We really appreciate all of you for your commitment and faithful support for this particular channel and your faithful followership. We'll look forward to enjoying our time together even as we discuss. Well, today there is a craft plan between Odm and DFP Kenya on how to handle Kenya Kwanza Alliance in Western Kenya. Well, they seem to have a working plan to see to it that they capture all the seats within that particular region. Whether it will work or not, I would love to hear your views on the same. And of course, the women of Kenya did not disappoint. They came out in solidarity to stand by the first lady of this great nation, Mama Ngina, on the abusive language used against her by one man. And due to the protest of mamas, the man has apologized. And with all due respect, we need to have some decorum as men and be men enough to respect our mothers, respect our sisters, respect our daughters. It is about time men grew up to be men enough to be secure in their own skin and not throw words around trying to intimidate women. It is important that we respect one another. That is how life ought to be. Well, congratulations to the mamas, and let the man behind whatever happened never surface again on the same issue. And PRISCILLA NYOKABI joins the NYERI race. There is something cooking over there. We would love to hear your take. All of you from NYERI would love to hear what you think about her coming into the race. Is she up to the job, or what is happening? Of course, Rachel RUTO today affirms that Billy is always generous. Well, we will need to hear that again from you. Welcome on board, even as we start out of discussion. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. Please make use of it. You click on it and then allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera as well as your audio, and then you will be in studio for us to discuss. Make sure that you follow the instructions so that you don't get stranded. I salute Salome Mbone. Thank you so much for being faithful and continuous support. Alum, thank you. We condemn it together. Thank you so much. Tatu Juma, karibu kwa show. Bacho Abdi, tunashukuru sana. Oyando Wycliffe, we salute you. Thank you. Kalkid Jr., we salute you. Eric Robert, we salute you. Maslin Musundi, thank you. Thank you. David Olo David Owor. Hey, this is different. Huh? Okay, thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you. Judith Richards, we salute you. Thank you. Those of you that are joining Fast and Furious, we are glad you're out there. Please, let's all gang up and make a difference today. Ben Musafu, we appreciate you. Jonas Kips, we welcome Victor Kitoto. Welcome Maxwell Ochieng, we salute you. Ya Yule Mkenya, karibu kwa show. Albert Nyangoya, we salute you. Hello to you. Nicholas Aurora, we thank God for you. King Loza, hey. Sami Baha, karibu kwa show. Kuna Patel Sebaka, thank you. Korir Ishmael, thank you. Kuna nani huyu? John Koitamate, thank you for joining. Diana Jayana, karibu kwa show. Jared Jora Mwangira, the link is right now in the comment section. You can make use of it. Fred Lucas, karibu kwa show. King Loza, we salute you. Jamal Pius, we thank God for you. Kitu kuruka. Karibu kwa show wapembejoni. Haya, karibu sana. Tunashukuru kila mmoja kwa kujiunga nasi. Naamini kwamba unatupata kwa njia iliyo safi. Nani huyu?
Nimechanganyikiwa Bernard na ule
Mute your mic, please. Thank you. Thank you. Well, today is that day. Jared, how are you today?
Bernard, I can be better if it was not for Cosmo.
Mawe ya jana imefanya kazi.
You want me to go?
Jared, your audio is not clear. It's quite low.
What about now?
Okay, better.
Okay, thank you, Bernard, for giving me this opportunity to start because I was waiting for this. First, I want, on behalf of the diaspora, to distance myself from what Cosmo Choy, who is RUTO's representative in the U.S., said. That was so pathetic, and it's not reflect that is what we stand for. I think as diasporians, we still abide by our culture, where we come from, with respect. Those of you who did not get the words he used is not the words which are uttered in the public. So on behalf of the diaspora, I distance myself from his utterances. And also, secondly, on behalf of the good Kisi men who you have come to know here, Alex and others, I also distance myself from Cosmo Choy's utterances. No wonder he doesn't use any Kisi name, he uses some funny names. That was way going below the belt. I'm not sure what bewitched him, whether it's by joining the other group, but that was very wrong. What he says, it reflects the people who represent the other side. But I don't want to put it on the other side. We want to leave it to him as a person. Even though he has apologized, but it was too late. There are things which you don't expect to come out of, the words of a man. I don't think he's a young man. He's a very aged man. So it's very, 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 very bad. But I want to thank the women for standing up for their fellow women on going to present their grievances to the deputy president and castigating Cosmo Choy. I saw maendeleo ya wanawake there, and also the governor of Nairobi. It's only that I could have free advice. Some of the things I could have not expected the governor of Nairobi to be there, because I've always seen her only where those matters are. This is the agitator, where she should be taking opportunity to provide leadership in Nairobi. I think if she could have given a statement, that could have sufficed, so that she can concentrate to show us that she's ready to take over from NMS. Maybe she don't have any other more functions to do in Nairobi. I wish she could have done much more. I've not seen her on terms of work, what she has done to make Nairobi better and to also prove that this is a work which women can do. Having said that, now let's go to what is for today. What is happening in ODM and DAP. I think I want to say this will be a year where we will not expect nomination to be done at all. I do not see anywhere nomination is going to be done, which would be a good thing because it would save some of the things we have seen before. I think it's a good thing because it was going to create some chaos in Western, where we know that Kakamega and the Vihiga is more ODM. So hopefully they can stand there. And now once they have done that, then they can go ahead and start negotiating on who is the better candidate to win. This is about winning. So there is a lot to wait as we go forward on to finish lastly on Lech RUTO. What else do you expect her to do for the husband other than to say that is only the generosity was not we don't know what the generosity is alleged that this is a man who has over 20 something kids out of the wedlock, so we don't know if that is where generosity is or is generosity in acquiring everything he finds on the way. So but it's good for the second lady to stand by the husband. Thank you, and let me leave the others to start also. Thank you.
Asante Jared, that's a good one. Romians.
Habari yenu?
Salama, namna gani?
Bena, tuko wazima.
Haya, karibu tuambie DAP ODM.
Leo Bernard, mambo leo tumekuja tukiwa tumekasirika sana. Mambo yenye mzee mzima kama Choy anaweza akaongea si mambo mazuri. So on behalf of men, acha niambie kina mama watusamee, kwa sababu hayo matamshi yake ambayo alitoa si matamshi ya mtu wa umri wake anafaa kuzungumza na mwenye akili timamu kama yeye. Kwa hivyo ametukasirisha sana na hatujafurahia. So we want to condemn him and we want to see the deputy president condemning him publicly. Kila wakati nimesema man of integrity will come publicly and set himself free. So akuja atuambie kama alisupport hayo matamshi, lakini akiendelea kunyamaza inamaanisha hiyo side yake inapenda vitu vibaya tu. When I come to politics, I'll start with Mama Rachel Ruto. Niliona akiwa anaongea kuhusu generosity. The way Jared has just said, what do you expect her to say? It's about generosity. But I thought that Mama could be, it could be better if she could condemn Cosmo Choy. Angeongea kwanza, aseme pia wamama waheshimiwe. Tungesikia mambo yake. So for us that is not news. Ni kama ile news ya kawaida ya kusema mbwa ameuma mtu. Unajua mtu akiuma mbwa ndio itakuwa news, lakini hiyo tuone kama ni news sababu hiyo ni kawaida. Then I want to go to ODM strategy in Western. Hapo naona kuna noma kidogo. But if they come together with the DAP and do what we call the mutual agreement, wakubaliane vile watafanya, and then it's going to be good. You know, the problem with our politician is personal interest and kila mtu anajitakia. So today you may agree, but after some few minutes or sometimes you get somebody ameruka anasema walimlazimisha into something. But I don't see if the strategy are bad. The strategies are good and it's good for the political environment as per now, or the political atmosphere. So the ODM should be very carefully what they do. And you saw what happened with Malala together with Boni Khalwale. They all went to they boycotted other campaign for UDA, and they went to Kakamega to present themselves. I want to say that the Azimio group should be very keen and should be very active and also aggressive to ensure that whatever plan that has been put in place by the UDA and the Kenya Kwanza does not actually come into giving the yield. Instead, they should use their strength, their weakness to strengthen themselves. So it is up to Azimio and the brigade to ensure that they secure the seat. I've been going through the news and I've heard that the Bungoma position are being left for DAP, and then Kakamega and Viga for ODM. I don't see if it is bad, but above all, the political outfit, they should see whichever candidate is best. They should go to the ground and carry out some analysis and see which candidate will do better. Even if it's the DAP candidate na yuko Kakamega, they just leave that one, the one for ODM akae kando. But history ya zoning inaweza kuwa ngumu kidogo, but I know they are strategists, they can do it better, so we want them to organize it well and to actually plan their things well. And when I come to UDA campaign in coastal region, they were today in Mwatate huko kule upande mwingine. I've always said, and if deputy president does not take care of the ships that he is leading, then he's going to actually to plunge this country into something bad. The way those people are talking with bitterness and they're not talking sense, they're only talking about, they're just presenting their grievances. They're not even campaigning, it's just grieving every time. I think those are people advising the deputy president are trying to mess him up. They should advise him well on how to carry out the campaign without grievances and without calling names. You know, campaign are not names. And maybe somebody here to ascertain to me, I also heard that Kirinyaga people were demonstrating. I don't know whether this is true. So I'm just asking if there's anybody with the first-hand information about the Kirinyaga people demonstrating about Mother Karua joining the Azimio. If you had information about it, then I would want to know it. I've just been reading through the social media, and these UDA people, they are always good in propaganda, so we are used to them. But I would want to know if this propaganda of theirs, maybe today, if it's gonna be true or not. I'll be happy to hear that. Another thing maybe to add lastly is I like the way President has kept quiet. As much as these people from UDA are abusing him, in fact using vulgar language, in fact they even exported their languages to a diaspora. You making the people of diaspora like Cosmo Choy to start talking things that are not even are not able to be pronounced in the media. You see, this abusive language of UDA and the other party, the Kenya Kwanza, actually is just making those people with a sober mind not to be okay. We are condemning it actually. So the deputy president should come out. I'm just requesting him to come out and condemn it loudly, so that we can know that he's a man of integrity, a man who knows how important a woman is in the society. These are our mothers, and those women who are protesting against whatever Cosmo Choy says, they are very right. In fact, protesting whatever apology that he is making. For me, those apologies are not enough, because we cannot swallow back whatever he cannot swallow back whatever he said. It is already in the public domain. Many of us have had it, and if Mama Ngina is our mother. We also have wives and we also have mothers-in-law. We should respect them. Cosmo Choy is behaving like he's not a father. He's like a person who has just lost it himself. So I condemn it very badly. And those people who can reach Cosmo Choy, they should tell him and they should teach him on how people talk. Thank you so much. Hey, Jared, unaweza endelea?
Thank you, Romians. Yeah, thank you, Romians. I wanted to let you know that, in fact, how they said, they reported that DAP and ODM, what they will do, those 8 DAP candidates who are in Kakamega and the Viga will close to ODM. And those ODM and who are in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia will close to DAP. So there will be no chance that a strong candidate of DAP in Kakamega will be left out. It's only that they will close to ODM and then they will square out in ODM. I just want to clarify that. I think next is Kinyua. You're next.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. I hope mnanisikia. Okay, habari yenu nyinyi wote. I'm so grateful to see that everyone in the debate is okay. But with a lot of disappointment about this, the guy called Cosmo, I think this guy, if he's in Kenya or wherever he is, anafaa kushikwa afinywe vizuri sana, because whatever he said to the first lady, I think it's something to be condemned, and I don't know why. Everyone who is in UDA brigade, they draw insult without even want to know the person they are insulting. They just take everybody is their age or is their size, and that is very bad. And that's why most of them, they live with curses. You can see whatever happened in Gatondo, whatever is happening in Mount Kenya, people, they are coming from far. They come at our place and start insulting our leaders. And it's just because of few leaders that we have there who are biased, who are after their stomach, who are corrupt. They want to come into Mount Kenya and insult our leaders, especially our mother, our parents. And that is very bad, actually. And sorry to say, in Mount Kenya, things will change. Things have changed as from that video was seen. And let me tell you, the guys, they will lose big time in Mount Kenya, because that thing will go deep down to all women in Mount Kenya. And in mountain, especially in Meru, we don't talk anything about the mothers. If you dare do that, you are supposed to be punished by the Quran. And it's a very serious thing, serious even than the law.
Bwana Kenywa, ni kama umekwama. Naomba tumlete Guru, huyu akirudi basi ataendelea. Bwana Guru, how are you?
So I think my network has had a little bit of issues. Sorry. So let me just hurry up so that I finish. About the whole DM and DAP in Western, I think that's a good deal, because there will be no drama there about nomination. They will do a concessions and it will be fine. And that's why I keep on saying, mzee uona mbali sana. Baba is a smooth operator. He does his own things very smooth, with no hurry, with no pressure, and things comes to work very well. So for that one, I'm sure in Western things will be fine. So I go to this about DP as a generous person. I think I should wonder how generous. Only on an election period is the time he is generous, but other time is not generous. This electioneering period is generous because he is paying for what he expects to earn. He is investing, he is putting capital so that he does the business later. Because even every single cent, and that's why these guys are insulting people everywhere they go, because they sense, I've invested a lot of money, then I lose. What am I going to do? That's why they are so annoyed everywhere they go. So about talking about generosity, it's far from what they are talking about. I don't see it appear anywhere because we are in electioneering period. And one day, I think Malala said very well, the only person who was a fanatical, it's only Baba. The rest they pay. And that's the generosity DP has. You pay people so that they come to listen to you. That's the only generosity I know. Another thing about generosity, let's bury that one and forget about that one. So I think I'm good for now because it's the first round. Maybe next time we are going to talk more. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Thank you, Kenya. We appreciate it. Guru, come in. Wana Guru, are you still there? Okay, it seems Guru is amenyakuliwa. Okay, Mr. Murunga, karibu tafadhali tusonge. The broadcast is allergic to silence.
Hello, good evening everyone.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm okay, Bernard.
Haya, karibu tafadhali kuokoa muda.
Haya, sawa. Leo tumekuwa na sisi watu wa Kajiado tumekuwa na mpangilio mpya na tulianza na uhamisho ambao tumeuona leo, where we saw the other day we saw our governor, the former governor, move to Jubilee Party. Today the current governor had to move from out of Jubilee to ODM. So those are the new developments in Kajiado County. But we wait to see because the ground is a bit, for the incumbent. Mambo si rahisi sana, lakini sisi tutapambana. We will support because of the party. We have to be loyal to the party. Party loyalty comes in first. Na hiyo lazima tuhakikisha kwamba tuna deliver hiyo kit regardless. So wale wako kwa hii studio, wale wanatusikiza wajue ya kwamba we only have one duty to vote for Ole Lenku na mambo yasonge mbele. Bana, to say today I saw another Mama Rachel talking about the deputy president, sema ya kwamba yeye ni mkarimu sana na watazidi kupeana mpaka hata kama ni kuishiwa waishiwe. Na nikaona ya kwamba kama tutaendelea na hiyo mwelekeo, angefanya mapema kabla hatujamaliza kura, kwa sababu baada ya kura hizo tapu zote zitafungwa. Sioni kama itafikia watu kama wale watu wanazihitaji sana. Tafadhali zifunguke kabisa wakati huu wa siasa, ifike kwa wale wanazihitaji kabisa, kwa sababu hiyo ni pesa yetu na itakuwa ni bora zitumike mapema kabla uchaguzi hujafika. Jambo lingine la muhimu kabisa na hiyo ni mambo ya DAP na ODM in Western Kenya. Bernard, you and I know that Busia County is ODM zone. Kakamega County is ODM zone. Bungoma County was Ford Kenya, and of course Jubilee was able to get a number of seats. Not forgetting the other parties, small parties that had also made inroads. And Trans Nzoia too, we only had one ODM MP, that is Caleb Hamisi. So let's admit the fact that it will be very difficult for us if we feel the candidate in Trans Nzoia and Bungoma win those seats. So for that, the best thing, let us use the already available party like DAP to be able to win those seats because they're already appealing on the ground. So that ODM fields candidates in the areas we have mentioned, including Vihiga. Tukifanya namna hiyo, we are going to have majority seats in parliament. If we don't do that, tutakuwa tunagawanya hiyo kura, DAP wanachukua kidogo, Wiper watakuja pia na candidate wao na ODM wachukue kidogo, then the enemy will sail through. So we don't want that. It's good that the ground is actually ready for ODM gubernatorial candidate, and Kakamega County tunaona na our able incoming governor Fernandes Barasa is already ahead of the game. So ile kitu tunafaa tufanye ni kuhakikisha kwamba the likes of Kutima, Philip Kutima is a good guy, but he's not a politician. Pale imekuwa ngumu, he cannot even win a seat in his own backyard. Akubali aunge mkono wale wako mbele ili yeye apate kitu kingine hapo mbele. Those are the people who are going to spoil the votes for the gubernatorial. Tuko na candidate kama Boni Halwale. Yes, Boni Halwale is somebody, is a name that people know. But Boni Halwale for governor, he knows very well hange win. Na ndio sababu ameona hakuwa na ugumu kwenda kusimama kama senator, because senator, he has been there before. I even hear the people of Kakamega talking about him, but we also have a young man called Dr. Brian Rishenga, who is also very popular in the region. So tutaona, we wait to see, but the outcome will be ODM governor, Senator Azimio, and the MPs must be Azimio in both regions, both counties. So finally, I want to talk about the American truck driver who abused the former first lady, sorry, the mother to our president. That was very wrong. Yes, leo nimeona akilia akisema anaomba msamaha. That is not enough. In fact, Cosmo Choy should face full force of the law. It's wrong, especially unprintable words that he used. Hiyo ni makosa. The only good thing is that anafanya akiwa huko nje, lakini akanyaga kwa hii nchi lazima akamatwe ashtakiwe. And is the same person, huyo mtu kama huyo tunafaa pia aende tu akae huko na Miguna, because they share the same character. Yeye afuate mkondo ya Miguna, so that he should not even be allowed to step in this land. It's very wrong. We cannot have people who are mannerless, hawaheshimu wa mama, kina mama, na watataka kuongozwa na nani, wamezaliwa na kina nani. That is very wrong. So on that note, I rest my case for this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murunga. We appreciate it. Let's hear from Guru first. Guru before Angira.
Habari yenu?
Salama, namna gani?
Mzuri sana.
Aya, kuja mbio mbio, network yako ilifail.
Odm DAP. I think this is what we were saying yesterday, that when parties come into a coalition and they are facing a common enemy, and there are areas that have obvious historical voting patterns, it is always good to have a collaboration. Right now in Nairobi, it would be tragic if Azimio did not have a strategy of coming up with how to approach the elections jointly, because you know very well that parties lost quite a number of seats that they should have won last time because of friendly fire. And one of the seats that was obviously lost by ODM was Rangata, parliamentary seat, simply because Wiper, decided that they had to have their candidate who took up about 6,000 votes, and yet the sitting MP right now won by only 1,000 votes. So you can imagine that seat would have gone with NASA. Now, that is the best way to go, especially in those so-called cosmopolitan areas. and even some that are not cosmopolitan. It all depends on how the voting patterns are, so that Azimio can win as many seats as possible. So I think that is a good approach, if that is what they have decided. And I think it is going to be of much help to Baba when you accumulate the number of seats, as many as you can, because this is about power. And the more support you get, the better. The better, because you'll be able to drive your agenda without much ado. Of course, we know that there is a problem right now. There are people like that man in America who thinks he is very important, and I think his trademark is insults. I think this is not the first time he is insulting people. That has been his culture. I don't listen to him anymore. Initially, I used to listen to him, but I don't. So I think for me, the kind of wordings and insults and even the so-called apology should not be taken at that level. There's a man who should come the moment he runs in this country is taken to court, because we cannot encourage this kind of culture where people just insult others like that. And you can only imagine that there's a person who has a wife and daughters, maybe, and then he goes uttering such words. Then you wonder how he visits his daughter or young sons or the wife at home. Where I come from, when you insult women, and particularly a woman of the age of the first lady, you actually have to undergo a certain ritual. You have lazima uchinje mbuzi ya wazee for cleansing, so that you can say sorry. And it is not that easy. You have to show that you are remorseful. I don't know. These are the kind of things that bring curses to people, and they start asking what happened, because you cannot go insulting people of the grandmother's age with that kind of vitriol. Anyway, we leave it to him and his conscience. I hope he will repent. God is there. I hope he will repent, and I hear that you'll be forgiven if he is remorseful. Now, the other thing is NYOKABI. NYOKABI is a known name in NYERI. I think she is going to put some energy and youth in Jubilee. I know she is a Azimio, and it's a good thing that to see that women are actually the ones who are pushing the agenda of Jubilee very much. If you see the kind of town hall meetings that are happening, most of those taking part are women, and women are unbankable vote. They are not like those young men you see jumping up and down whenever a convoy of politicians appear in an area, because they are just wanting money. Then there is this generosity thing. Actually, there is nothing wrong in being generous. It is what we are called upon to do. However, what this lady did not tell us is whether it is morally right to rob from the poor and then portray yourself to be generous to yet another set of people. I have not heard that this is the way it should be. Because now you can imagine the president made a very specific accusation that 3 billion shillings that should have gone to giving people of Elgeyo Marakwet water. People who have suffered for so many years because of regular droughts in that area today are still suffering the same problem because money was stolen, and that money was used to bribe people, particularly unfortunately in my area of central Kenya, through the clergy for purposes of harvesting votes. Now, if that is not actually a great sin, you'd rather not even be generous. You'd rather let people have what is rightfully theirs. There is nowhere where it is decreed that you must go, giving money that has been stolen or whose source is questionable. I hope she revises her thinking, because the way she portrayed it is like those accusing her husband of giving, they are doing a wrong thing. In fact, Kenyans are not against giving. They are against corruption. They are against the stealing of public funds. That's what they are against. And if she can be genuine enough, is just to advise the husband that that's not the way to go. They would rather even give 5,000 shillings or 2,000 shillings or even 1,000, which is genuinely earned, rather than give 1 million or 3 million that has been stolen and has made some people poor or deprived of services that they should have been given right-free because they deserve. I think let me stop there, and then we can contribute more later. Thank you.
Okay, asante, Mr. Guru. I appreciate it. We will need you to weigh more on the NYERI issue, but later on. Before Mr. Wangira comes in, there is Douglas' question on the Kakamega gubernatorial seat, Baraza being branded as a non-lawyer. That's normal with the local politics. The people trying to get to wherever get space, they will brand you anything. So in Luya land or in Western, as long as you have proved yourself a man and you are able to deliver, they will not care which tribe you are from in terms of people claiming you are not a Luya or you are not a native. That's that's local. People know each other from their grandfather and their great grandfather. So you cannot come and claim that this one is not a native and people buy into that. It's just normal politics. So you shouldn't take that serious. I understand Baraza is a Wanga. The Wanga kingdom, you know it, you read it in history books. And so that is something small. It could be just the normal propaganda, so you shouldn't worry about it. Wangira, karibu.
Bernard, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Just before I make my contribution, let me weigh in a little bit on this issue of the claims that Barasa is not a Luya. Oh, there's an echo.
Do it for me.
There's an echo there. If they are claiming that Barasa is not a Luya, what about Malala, the guy we hear that his middle name is Omondi? I leave it at that as I continue with my contribution. Bernard, I want to start my contribution by an incident that took place today at Chungwa House. Chungwa House is our ODM headquarters, where some two journalists, I think one from the Standard Group and another one from the Star, were injured by some goons. You know, I've been associated with the ODM party for a long time now, I think since 2007. And you know, one aspect that has always painted this party badly is this issue of unruly youth who come out as goons. and we have seen them. We have seen how they have even interfered with the ODM nominations. We have seen how they have gone about being hired to deal with opponents of their to deal with opponents. We have seen how they have been misused. And it's my brother here, Alex, who the other time when I asked him where he was, and he told me that we must start acting presidential. I think this is the time that we as ODM party must start now acting presidential. This issue of goons, this issue of rowdy youths, especially attacking members of the press, are only giving fodder to our opponents who are using it against us and claiming that we are a party that is very well known for associating with violence. So Raila Odinga must do something about this unruly youth, especially around Chungwa House. Let him ensure that idlers in the name of youth are never allowed anywhere near Chungwa House. Because we are going into that very silly season in the month of August. And you know what normally happens with nominations. And if he does not handle this issue of the unruly youth, then Chungwa House could turn into another Mogadishu come the month of April. So he must come up with something. I don't know what he'll do, even if it means deploying the GSU to protect Chunga House to ensure that anybody and any idling youth is never allowed near there. He should do that because we want a good picture that will portray Raila Odinga as a peaceful person, a guy who looks presidential, unlike what people have always claimed that he belongs to a class of violent people. Oh, now I move to my second point. My second point is on this gentleman called Cosmo. Cosmo, our Kenyan who is now living in the United States of America. The other day I told you, I gave you a story of during Moi days when we were really agitating for when there was the real agitation for democratization of this country, and we had people like Wakina Orengo, people like Wakina Kiraitu Murungi, people like Wakina Gitobu Nyamanyara, people like Raila himself. Some who even went into detention, but we never saw them go personal against Mzee. We never saw them abuse Mzee. So I don't understand where these abuses are coming from. We must be in another world where now things have just changed. That if you can't agree with anybody, the best thing you can do is to abuse him. And you see, Cosmo is becoming a disgrace to our fellow Kenyans in the diaspora. Imagine a Kenyan in the United States today, for any other person who is not Kenyan but who listen to that clip because the clip was in Swahili. We have Tanzanians who are in America. We have people from Congo, DRC. We have people from Burundi and Rwanda who understand Swahili. If they heard that clip and they listened to what this gentleman was saying, what would they feel about we Kenyans? They will think that we are very disrespectful for people, especially when it comes to all ladies. And again, this is one way of blackmailing women, that because Mama Ngina is a lady, then she's not supposed to comment on any matter that concerns the Republic of Kenya. That when she comments now, the best people can do is to start doing what this gentleman did, abusing her. There's a gentleman, one of our panelists, I don't remember who he is, who said that RUTO should come out and condemn Cosmo. You remember when Isaac Mwaura attacked the Kenyatta family. I think that was in December 2020. We never saw William Ruto condemn Isaac Mwaura. The other day, when Moses Kuria was condemning Raila Odinga and even bringing about the issue of non-circumcision, we never saw William Ruto condemn. We didn't see William Ruto condemn Moses Kuria. Gachagua has all along been on the Kenyatta's family. We have never seen William Ruto condemn Gachagua. So I don't know whether this will be a first one if when William Ruto condemns Cosmo. I don't know, because if the president is what I've just given you, then I don't see him condemning Cosmo. Because if it was about condemning Cosmo, he could have done it 24 hours ago. But we are 24 hours into this clip, and he has not spoken. Just look at what happened at Orange House, at Uchungwa House, just to go back there a little bit. Just because of that incident involving those unrowdy youths and the journalists at Uchungwa House, we have seen Makao Mutua release a statement. But 24 hours after this gentleman abused Mama Ngina Kenyatta, we have not seen any statement from William Ruto Presidential Secretariat. So I don't think that William Ruto will condemn this gentleman. The best he can do is to continue remaining quiet as he has already done. Finally, just as I finalize, I want to talk about the issue of PRISCILLA NYOKABI. You know, PRISCILLA NYOKABI is now bringing a very interesting picture in the NYERI politics. You know, there's this gentleman called Kabando Wakabando who has been blowing cold and hot. Mara, you'll think he's in Azimio. Mara, you'll think he's in Kenya Kwanza. You know, he's a person who did not want to take position. Now, because PRISCILLA NYOKABI is coming in, he's going to give Kabando Wakabando the real run that we need in NYERI, because in NYERI we need people who can be firm and stand for something. And NYOKABI has proved that he can stand for something by choosing the party he's ready to run on. And remember that, just like I told yesterday, Jubilee is rebranding and Jubilee is investing into this election. So for Wakabando here in NYERI, things are not going to get easy. Wacha niwachie tu hapo Bernard, asante.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira. Naomba tumlete Ondigi.
Nawasalimia nyote.
Yes, namna gani leo?
Poa. I'm glad to come in here again today.
Karibu.
And I appreciate the program. I sometimes fall in the background, but sometimes when I have time, I come in like today. To start with, naanzia hii mambo ya Choy. Choy is not the first time is releasing such a dirty videos. I myself, we have been having a fight on the internet. I always even inbox him and tell him, Papa, hii video itakuletea shida someday. So as I see, maybe it's the second Miguna loading, and maybe it will never be allowed to Kenya again, because this is so dirty video. Na ni lazima tuheshimu wamama. I just watched the apology. It was like a 1-minute apology. That's an insult. That was not even an apology. So he should. I wish his team members, Yuda, can come out and condemn this video in a strong way. We need a statement from RUTO mwenyewe to condemn this. We know people abuse each other, people insult each other politically, but this was so personal. Na hiyo maneno imetumika. I wish he can stand and translate those words to his daughters and see if the daughters can tell him, oh, Daddy, you did good. This is so bad. So I really condemn, and that is not the diaspora you guys we live in. I live in diaspora, but that is not who we are. We just represent Kenya here, and we hope that Choy will do the same. So we are not happy for that. We condemn that video, and I hope the team for Yuda will come out and condemn that. It's so bad. That was a fake apology. The Odm and DAP joint wherever in Western, I hope that they will not do a mistake of having two contestants on the same location, because this will be the best, the worst mistake to do, to hand over to Yuda. UDA can win easily if we have two strong candidates on the same location. So I hope they will just do the best thing as they are planning to do, to make sure they have one candidate, one strong candidate in whichever location they choose. If it's an ODM stronghold, waweke mtu wa ODM. Mtu wa DAP strong wamweke huko, ndio maana we need more Azimio candidates, either in parliament, in MCAs, senators, governors, so that the Papa can have the easy way to rule and deliver to Kenyans. Otherwise, we all hope that everything goes well. Tutachangia baadaye mengine, waja tusalimiane for sasa, and we will come back in full force. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Ondigi. We appreciate it. Pasoro. Ni Posoro, Pasoro.
Posoro.
Posoro.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you also. Now, I'm also happy this evening to make my contribution once more on this forum. I can see we have issues here that we need to give an input on. One is on the Odm DAP kind of agreement that they have made today in Western. To me, this is a very good thing that they have done because in the past we've had situations where we have lost, not because we are not popular in those grounds, but because we didn't organize ourselves properly. I think this is positive because it is very clear that we have started now organizing ourselves. And now that we are facing a very crude opposition from this UDA bottom, whatever kind of party, we just need to be more organized to ensure that we lock them out from almost everywhere in this country, because we should not give them a chance to execute their policies even at the ward level, because their policies are policies which are retrogressive. So I allowed seriously the ODM and the DAP for that kind of agreement. It should actually be emulated elsewhere, even in other areas like in Kisii County, where we have a DAP candidate and also ODM. So the same thing should actually apply in those areas to ensure that we don't lose out, because that is also another area where we are likely to face a similar situation. Now, I wish that going forward, the DAP team and also the ODM team, which are all in Azimio, they should plan to have, to some extent, they have their campaigns together, or do it separately, but in a very orderly manner. Now, coming to Cosmo Choy, I think this man has been dirty all through. This is a very old man who is supposed to be a grandfather right now. I'm told he has very beautiful, well-learned daughters, some of whom are working in various places of influence. So I just wonder whether these very beautiful ladies, daughters that he has, are listening to whichever clips that he has been sharing online. I'm just worried because what you post online does not disappear. Now, if God gives him life for another 20 years or more or so, when he becomes very old and even maybe wiser than now, and then he watches these clips, what is he going to do? What will he tell his grandchildren and great-grandchildren? You know, it is really very sad. It's even sad when you see the UDA team very excited sharing such a clips, because this man has been airing very dirty clips where he uses vulgar language against other leaders. Now the UDA team has been very excited. Always they are excited. They are the ones who share such clips online. I think it is also wrong. You can also see how UDA is dirty, because their spokesperson from diaspora, who is their chief spokesperson there, who actually received Ruto when he went to US. So you can see how powerful that man is, that he can receive Ruto. And that is the same person who insults leaders in this country, including a very respectable old lady who has been the first lady in this country. It is very shameful. It is very bad. Now, I wish that the demonstrations that I saw today should continue until that man is deported into this country and face charges for sharing and insulting other leaders, because it's not enough for him to say that he has apologized. Those clips, if they are going to be online, he will continue. They will continue being run and being shared, and therefore his apologies will not really make a lot of sense. Now again, I expect Ruto, because that is his man, that is his mouthpiece, to also apologize, you know, very clearly, using the same social media, using the mainstream media, including the best-selling newspapers, so that we can see that Ruto stands for morality and good leadership in this country. Mama Ngina, we know she's a very respectable person, and she's actually the mother to the president of this country. And with that, she needs respect. We don't expect Ruto to use proxies to start insulting such very respectable people in our country. I also want to talk about Rachel. Rachel, the wife to the deputy president, who says that you know, the husband is somebody who is who should be always give money to churches, to everywhere, and so that is a measure of generosity. I think we expect that from our wife to Ruto. We don't expect the wife to go against what the husband is doing. So if we claim that, or if we suspect that Ruto has been stealing, if that is true, then they have been enjoying these freebies, these things that has been taken away from the public together. So you don't expect the wife to be against what Ruto is doing. If anything, Ruto we know is very ruthless. If Rachel could speak the opposite of what Ruto expects, do you think Rachel will stay in that house? I think it will be chaos. So I support Rachel to continue saying that, because that's what we expect of her, to support the husband even when she is doing the wrong things. So I think we should all of us ask that we play clean politics, and we should all work to ensure that Ruto does not see the seat of power in this country. Because if he does, then all of us, including you and me, who are participating in this kind of forum, we are going to be in trouble, because we will retrieve all these records and come to us. So please, Kenyans, let us all stop this man from becoming the president. Thank you.
Thank you, Poso. That's an interesting one. But we are glad that we are in a free country, and we believe that sanity is going to prevail. The right leadership will be gotten without any problems. Doreen Coco, is it too late for Azimio to lock out Kenya Kwanza? It's never late in politics. Secondly, I don't think Azimio want to lock out Kenya Kwanza in Western. They just want to make it impossible for them to get the seat. But vying, they will buy. Buying, they will buy. Running, they will run. But winning is what will be made impossible, because the splitting of the votes will be avoided. And that is one strategy of ensuring that they win. There is no doubt that Azimio has the majority of followership in the Western region. And so any Azimio candidate will get more votes. And so if there is no split between the sister parties of Azimio, UDA and team have no chance of winning. They are banking on the splitting of the votes in order for them at least to get a chance. So if that is locked out, they are locked out no matter what happens. Baraka, habari ya leo?
Nzuri sana. Mko aje?
Niko poa. Karibu.
Asante sana.
Haya, maoni yako?
Kwa maoni yangu nitaanzia tu kama venye tunaona hapa pande wa ODM na Dap-K. Kwa sasa venye tunaona, ama kama kawaida tukiangalia 2017, 2013 kuendelea nyuma, tumeona kwamba Western imekuwa ngome ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Na ni vizuri kwamba kina Eugene Wamalwa na Wamunyinyi na wengine ambao wamejiunga kwa upande wa Raila pia wapewe nafasi, lakini vile vile wafanye research yao vizuri kwa ground, waone ni nani ambaye akipewa tiketi ya Azimio inaweza kuwa rahisi akashinda. Wasikuwe na vita kwa sababu vyama vyote viko Azimio na wakapatia nafasi UDA ikapita. Kwa hivyo wafanye background checks, waone ground ni vipi, ni nani ako na ufuasi mwingi zaidi kushinda mwingine, kama ni wa Dap Kenya, kama ni wa ODM, bora tu amedeliver kwa Azimio na pia amedeliver kwa kura ya baba. Lakini kama kiongozi hata akiwa wa ODM lakini ameshindwa na Dap Kenya kulingana na ground venye kuko, mimi naona bora tu atapatia kura baba, hata kama na Dap Kenya atapita kwa governor, afaa tu apewe hiyo ticket ya Azimio na aweze kupitisha huko, atuweze kupitisha Western. Na si Western peke yake, naongelea kuhusu region zote. Ikiwa mimi natoka Kilifi pia ni mojawapo, kule kuna chama ya Kingi, kuna ya ODM pia. Kwa hivyo baba angalie region zote, aone ni viongozi gani ambao wako na ushawishi kushinda wengine na waweze kupewa nafasi ili waweze kupeana kura kwa asilimia kwa Azimio na ataweza kushinda. Na si kwa governor peke yake, wabunge, MCAs na kila pahali, kwa sababu hata akiwa rais tutatarajia kwamba tuweze kupata wabunge wengi ili miswada yetu pale bungeni ya Azimio iweze kupitishwa. Kwa hivyo kwa kila ngazi ya kila uongozi lazima tuweke mtu ambaye ako na ushawishi na ambaye tuko na sure kwamba anaweza akapita. Ya pili, ningependa pia kuongelea kuhusiana na PRISCILLA NYOKABI. PRISCILLA NYOKABI ni vizuri kwamba anaenda pia kupigania hiyo kiti, ajiunge na mama wengine wakina Charity Ngilu, wakina Martha Karua ili wakuwe jeshi la baba. Ni muhimu sana. Hata kwa pwani pia tuko na kina Mishimboko huko pia anatuwakilisha. Kwa hivyo wamama ambao tunaona pia wako na ushawishi tuweze kuwaweka mstari wa mbele ili tuone pia wanaweza kutuletea kura katika Azimio. Vile vile ningependa kuongelea kuhusiana na huyu Cosmo Choy. Cosmo Choy ni msumbufu sana. Tumekuwa tukitazama video zake, yeye ni matusi tu, hakuna lengine lenye anaweza sema. Kwa hivyo huyu jamaa anafaa afanyiwe uchunguzi kama ni wakili, akionekana akili yake iko sawa atupwe korokoroni, kwa sababu amekuwa akiendelea sana na hizi tabia ambazo si nzuri, kutukana mama ya rais, kutukana pia bibi ya rais wa kwanza, ni ukosefu wa heshima sana. Na tumeona pia kiongozi wao ambaye ni Ruto amekuwa so arrogant kwa public, na pia hatujamuona pia akikondemu hizi tabia. Saa hii Cosmo Choy yuko Amerika, lakini tunaona pia viongozi wengine kama Moses Kuria anatupa matusi Ruto akiwa karibu na yeye na akiona, na tumekuwa tukiona kwamba hawezi kukemea tabia kama hizo. Kwa hivyo ni kama wanafata tu viongozi wao, lakini hiyo Cosmo Choy na kina Moses Kuria na wengine, ambaye Moses Kuria hata adabu hana, amesaidiwa na baba, amesomeshwa, ni ukosefu wa heshima sana. Kwa hivyo kama Cosmo Choy huyo anafaa apimwe tu, aonekana kama akili yake iko sawa na iko korokoroni. Ningependa pia kuongelea kuhusiana na Mama Rachel. Mama Rachel amesema hivyo ni sawa kwa sababu ni bwanake, lakini naona Kenya tunahitaji policies, good policies, kama yenye baba alisema kwamba kila mwezi wasiojiweza watakuwa wanapewa kiwango cha 6,000. Tunafaa policies ambazo zitakaa na zitasaidia Wakenya wote, lakini mambo ya handouts haitasaidia. Kama kweli yeye ni ako na generosity, wale wenye ambao waliathirika kule Kiambaa Church angekuwa mstari wa kwanza kuwasaidia, lakini hatujaona akiwasaidia kutoka 2007 hadi saa hii. Kwa hivyo generosity yake mimi sioni ikiwa pale popote, ni kitega kura tu, kupatia watu pesa ili apate kura. Generosity angeonyesha Kiambaa Church kama kweli yeye akaona generosity. Pia nikaangazia pia, naona ngome za Raila kama alivyosema Peter Munya leo. Amesema kama 2013 baba alishindwa kwa kura 80,000. Na ukiangalia baba ngome yake Pwani, Nyanza, ukienda Western, ukienda part of Rift Valley, nikisema Rift Valley nimesema kama Kajiado, Narok. Tunaona pia ni ngome za baba. Sasa hii kuna tena Nakuru, kuna tena Pokot, West Pokot, vile vile kuna tena wapi, kuna West Pokot, alafu kuna Turkana pia. Hizo ni ngome za baba na Kajiado. Kwa hivyo Rift Valley tayari tunaona tunaigawa vizuri. Tolgos pia kula anafanya maneno, hatuwezi kosa kura tena ya Baringo kule Gideon Moi. Kwa hivyo tunaenda vizuri. Pwani tuko locked, Ukambani tuko locked. Kwa hivyo kama alivyosema Munya ni kwamba Raila alishindwa tu na kura 80,000 na Mount Kenya pia haikuwa. Saa hii Mount Kenya tumeleta on board na hizo some counties from Rift Valley. Kwa hivyo naona baba ataenda kushinda, tuendelee tu kueneza Azimio na baba ataendelea kushinda. Ni hayo tu. Asanteni.
Okay, asante Baraka, nashukuru kwa uchanduzi wako, na tusonge mbele, tuhakikishe kwamba hakuna Mkenya anadanganywa na wanasiasa. Kila mtu atafanya uamuzi kulingana na habari ambayo ni ya kweli.
Ni kweli.
Nashukuru kwa kutupatia habari ya Kilifi. Tutarejea kwako na swali la Mama Kiuno baadaye. Sasa hivi wacha tusonge mbele. Josephine, tutaenda kwa Josephine, then turudi kwako John. Josephine, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We are great. We are great. Karibu.
Yeah. Okay. Of course, like I'm at work today, so DAP joining Azimio, that is a plus, and that's just a beginning. We are gonna get more parties joining us, because I don't think there's any community in Kenya that will want to be left out by the incoming government. So we're gonna see like many more people defecting like into the winning parties or the parties that are in Azimio. Then about PRISCILLA NYOKABI, again, we're going to see more women joining these races. And as we all know, most of the voters in Kenya are women, but we are not really well represented. So it's good to see when women come up, like to vie for big posts like PRISCILLA NYOKABI. And then RUTO's wife, of course, I'm not going to say like that's an abused woman, but you don't expect her to say anything that is going to make her husband angry. She has to say something that will please him. I think I don't know, but I think RUTO is one of those men that is like charging from how he behaves in public, charging from how he says things in public. He must like be really ruthless even in his house. He's like a man who rules with an iron hand, no matter where he is, no matter if he's at home. Like now you see like anataka he like presidency by force, by fire. He just wants to be president. So if I've never seen him behave politely, he will be laughing a minute and then the next minute is like a day and night. His behavior is like so unpredictable. So we don't expect his wife not to say things that will annoy him. And what else? For RUTO, for Cosmo Choy, well, this guy, he is my friend on Facebook. Every time he comes, like he does those live videos, I normally kind of text him privately, like, hey, go easy, why are you doing this? And then he will respond, say, lazima tuwaonyesha hao watu, you know. I'm like, what? I don't know what he gains by all this negativity. But this one video that he did about Mama Ngina, man, you'll never hear anything like that anywhere. I have never had anything like that in my life. Like a man is like insulting a woman is supposed to be. I think she's supposed to be his grandma. I don't know how old Cosmo Choy is, but Mama Ngina is like our grandma, our mother. She is the mother to the president. Why insult her that much? Like an Anuka, I don't know what. Like, I mean, come on. I don't even want to think about it. I don't want to talk about it. My issue is RUTO. Moses Kuria abuses people. Cosmo Choy abuses people, but RUTO says nothing. So I want to see RUTO come out in public in one of his rallies and condemn all these insults that his followers are heaping on his opponents. That is not fair. He just needs to do something. Otherwise, we are going to attribute all these insults to RUTO. Like when you accept it, then you are part of it. When you don't condemn it, then you're subscribing to it. So we really want to see him come out and condemn what Moses Kuria said, condemn what Cosmo Choy said. And he actually needs to talk to them. Like, if they're going to be supporters, they cannot bring all that nonsense, negativity to his campaigns. That does not help him gain any votes. Actually, on the flip side, what Cosmo Choy's insults did, it actually gave us more votes. Did you see all those women that were protesting against those insults? So he actually gave us more votes. Even some women that were thinking of voting for UDA, they are going to vote for Baba. In a way, it's a positive for us. We're going to gain votes because of what he said. I mean, it's a bad thing he said, but yeah, we're going to gain votes from it. Otherwise, I really don't have much to say. I'm happy to see all of you guys, and may you all be blessed. Let's fight forward. Let's continue. Let's continue doing our thing. Let's continue supporting Berber. We all need to involve everybody in these elections. These elections is a do and die. I mean, and then I don't know why the people, like, I don't know if it's the news or if people, they see Baba as a dynasty. My question is, what's his name? Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was a vice president for 2 years. RUTO has been a DP, which is an equivalent of a vice president for 10 years. Why do we call the Odinga family dynasty and call Ruto a hustler? If someone can answer me that before I go off, I'm waiting.
Okay, thank you, Josephine. That's a good question that I think we need to think about as Kenyans, because politicians are fond of taking advantage of our ignorance and trying to play on our emotions.
Yeah, that's playing with our emotions, playing with our minds. Because Jaramogi Odinga wasn't a DP for even 5 years. He was a freedom fighter, yes, we understand that, but he wasn't a DP. He wasn't a vice president for 10 years like Ruto. But why are we making Ruto seem like he's coming from the grassroots, but he's been a DP for 10 years? Why are we forgetting that? He's a son of a poor man, yeah, but he's been in politics for as long as, like, I think since K92, whatever that was, he's been in the limelight for all that long. And he has enjoyed all the money. People say he was involved. I don't know. I don't live there. I live in the US. People say he's been involved in all manner of corruption. Probably that's how he has managed to gun up all that money that he's now distributing. Because if he's a hustler, a poor man, where does he get all those billions from? I mean, I work hard. I've been in the US for like 24 years. I work very, 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 very hard. But I can't come up with all those billions that he has. So he is not a hustler. He is a billionaire. But why would people say is he trying to create a dynasty also? Let's think about that.
Okay, thank you. It's just the UDA style of campaign. Huh? You know, if you have followed the William Ruto campaign strategies, that he has tried to create momentum using different things, but the momentum has refused to catch. It began dynasty versus hustlers. It went to bottom up. It came back to young people against old people. It has come from those who have against those who don't have, and now it is now a mixture of who grew up where, those who grew up in state house and those who grew up in the village. So he's crippling for anything that can hold, but I think it's too late. His strategies have all failed. He has himself to blame because he refused to learn politics rightly, despite the fact that he's been in the corridors of power since 1992. So he thought he will play the usual games of sympathy and carry the day. But now all the trees are slippery.
Yeah, he's going to pay dearly for this. If he had played it cool, let this 5 years slide, come back in 2027, maybe he would have made an impact. But the way he's doing things, I am so sorry. I don't think Ruto will ever be a president of Kenya. I'm moving back to Kenya permanently, and I'm going to be one of those people who will ensure Ruto never becomes president of Kenya. It's just not right. The people that follow him, the people that he associates with, they're all wrong. I mean, and he can't correct them. He thinks like going into politics, like with protesting. I don't even say like with force like that. Like he's gonna be like the president. I wonder what he thinks when he sleeps at night. I don't know what he thinks. Like what has he accomplished? Because when I go to my bed at night, I reflect my day. Like what have I accomplished today? How did my day go? I don't know how Ruto thinks when he goes back to his bed. I don't know what he talks to with his wife. I don't know why his wife does not stop him in like doing some of these things that he's doing, that is creating more enemies every single day. I just have no idea what strategies his wife and his the people that support him, what strategies they actually advise him. I don't know who his advisors are. I am so angry today because of what Cosmo Choy did. And I think I have his number. I'm gonna call him today and have a woman to man talk with him. Okay, bye guys. I have to go back to work.
So thank you, Josephine. Do your best. Just make sure you stay safe.
Sure.
Don't let him spoil your day again.
My day is already messed, but
let
I'm
me
good.
respond to Black. to Black Gaddafi TV.
Yep.
Black Gaddafi TV, for you to comment with Dunia Economimba on Mtembei TV, you have to subscribe to Mtembei TV with Dunia Economimba channel. Okay, you can't use a different channel to chat where you have subscribed with different channels. So let both channels be subscribed to Mtembei TV. Then log into Dunia Economimba while you're chatting. That's the only time you will chat with that. I think that's the only technical issue you have. So subscribe with both channels. Then anytime you want to chat with Dunia Economimba TV, make sure you're logged in by that. That means your what is it called? Your browser has to be logged in by Dunia Economimba email. Asante. Naomba turudi hapa. Bundi anasema network Kisii itafika. Naomba tusalimie dakika moja ndio turudi huko juu. Honorable Bundi, vipi?
Mzuri sana Bernard, mko vipi?
Niko salama. Nasikia nyinyi watu mna conspire, mnataka kuturudishia kijana yetu.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo my friend.
Nitatuma huko meni mkianza kunisumbua hivi. Mimi nilikuwa settled, mambo inaenda vile nilipanga.
Raila si mwanasiasa wa jana. Raila ni mtu alianza hii kazi mapema na hawezi anza kukimbia sasa kuongelea. Lazima wapigane kwanza, alafu akae chini na wao. Ni ngumu. It's not that is lazima aende pole pole. Hey, Mama Selina, mama yangu, nimefurahi kukuona. Habari yako mama?
Mzuri sana.
Sasa siasa ya leo ya Kenya ya sahii vile inafika, I don't know. Kitu ya kwanza, wacha nitetee mkisi yetu huyu wa Amerika. Nataka kumtetea sana. Kwa nini namtetea? Namtetea kwa sababu huyu ni mtu alikuwa anatukana Ruto sana. Ukiangalia YouTube yake ungeona mahali alikuwa anamtukana akisema kwamba hiyo ni mtu amechoma watu, ni saitani, umba mwitu, meno iko nje, sijui dini. Leo ako kwa Raila. So nimemtetea kwa sababu nasema ambassador wetu wa Kenya yuko Amerika, ameacha waonjo wetu wanatembea pale mitaani ya kule Amerika, wanaweza wakafanya baraa. So ambassador is not doing his good job which is supposed to do. Our brothers should be taken to hospital, angaliwe kwa sababu anaweza. It was even dangerous to DP because yangeshika yeye adunge yeye kisu bure ama amfanyie vibaya. Sasa tungeeleza security ya hata security ya Ruto mwenyewe ilikuwa wanted. Hivyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kumtetea. You should be checked because a normal person with the children huwezi ukaongea vile anaongea. Kitu kingine natetea pia pipi ya Ruto vile amesema. Kama kuna vile anaweza advise bibi anayaka, anaweza muadvise bedroom, lakini hawezi muadvise on public. On public lazima ukufe na mtu yako. So for that one, I concur with Rachel. Whatever she said, I don't see any issue there. When we talk of a really issue, there is only one issue which is now hitting ODM. I want to tell you that as we speak now, na niliwaambia around 2 months ago that Ruto started working area. Alianza kufanya kazi kitambo kama rais wa Kenya. So he's exhausted. So some men and women who are surrounding Raila, they are not telling him the truth. Most of them wamemsurround too on their own personal gain. They want their friends to get some tickets, and that is going to cost them if they are not. Remember, Ruto as an option, because he knows very well that Raila is going to win the presidency. But what if we got more members in parliament? He can even impeach the president. You can even no, you can see no budget there. A lot of things you can just have 5 years without power because you can't do anything without parliament. You need this parliament. So I wish he would just aamuke tu asonga mahali kutoka mahali yako, ape wananchi wajichagulie mtu yao. I can give you from my own experience as I'm flying as an MCA mountain if you want, whereby I have my sure votes. Kuna ile sure votes unasema nilileta Bernard akachukua kura kwa sababu yangu, nilileta Mama Shelina akachukua kura kwa sababu yangu. Now people are heading to nomination, unasikia mtu ako na ticket kwa mfuko, si ati unasikia una confirm ako na ticket kwa mfuko. Na mimi nang'ang'ana hapo, nimeng'ang'ana na ODM, tumenyesewa, tumefanya nini? So those are the things which are embarrassing people. But some of us, we are wise enough, tuliruka wengine independent, as much as roho yetu iko kwa Azimio, we still go, tutakuwa kwa debe, but I wish ODM should do something. Kuna watu these people are doing business. Kuna mtu anataka leadership ambaye anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga, and these people are in business. Na sita feature our own Luo men. There is some Luo men and some 2-3 lawyers who are really not doing justice to other people. Kwa sababu kama wewe unajulikana ODM ama unajulikana Nairobi and you are from Masinani na watu wanakupenda kule, ticket you party, and that is very wrong. I wish also they should between the DAP, ODM and these big parties rejoin Azimio. I wish watapata nafasi wakae chini wajue Western kama ni DAP waache DAP, ODM isiweke mtu na ile nyingine isiweke mtu. Kama ni Nairobi because in city wajue kama for example let's say kama ni vyama vya bunge tuangalie constituency ni ngapi, pia wasigawe. Kama Mkamba wajue ile sehemu nyingine pale wape Mkamba, sehemu nyingine ya Muruya tuseme Makadara, Mkisii pia pate slot, ili itakuwa mzuri zaidi. Waangalie gavana kama amepata nini, nani atakuwa deputy president, because kama ni Mkikuyu atapewa, we don't have to give them gubernatorial. Kama atapewa, then they deserve to get the gubernatorial, of which sio rasmi awe ngati. I wish I'm not in management team yangu, ni hapa chini. I wish they should also do that. Lastly, I just wish that as we approach we approach this election, I normally see Azimio people, let me call now Azimio people, most of time, for example, the Mutebe TV, are very mature. The way they talk, the way they give advice, it's not easy. Now hakuna kitu mzuri kama una argue on facts. When you argue on facts, it's yani pako na feel like whatever I'm talking about, it can help in one way or another. But I wish we should not also put a lot of energy for what Tandalas of Ruto and others. They are diverting our thing, and they are smart. These people, they can even come on a camera. They talk something which will put us down for maybe 2 days or some hours. So that is the only remaining tactics they have. If we can also ignore whatever they say, sometimes we ignore, then it will come nothing, because I think kuna panel hapa amesema ya kwamba they started by bringing me this, it is from a prem to a prem to a prem. Na ni ukweli that Ruto, our brother, he started well, but now Ruto is a Kenyan, na si ati ni kijana mbaya. He has only one problem, and hii problem unaitwa greediness. Only that is somebody who has struggled, is mtu amejinacha, ni mtu anajua kujitafutia whichever way anajitafutia, but is somebody who has come from far. Yes, we agree, we have to agree that he has done his struggle, but now if we can remove the word greediness from him, then it can be a really Ruto Kenyans would want to associate with. So I left my case today. Thanks for your time. I think I've been away for some time since I lost my dad back home. I'm happy that I'm back and we continue with this conversation. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Bundi, and Paul, for the loss. Some of us did not know, but we are glad you're back. Thank you. Wapi huyu, kabla mama aje, wacha tumsikilize John too, and then we bring Mama Selina. John Okibo.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Mama Selina, Mr. Bodi, Goro, Honorable Bundi, David na Dan na wasalimu nyote. So the first thing ningeanza kusema is about kuna huyu jamaa kwa hapa anaitwa Cosmo Choy. You know, you are painting that is it. That is a fact. You are painting a negative picture of our country wherever we go. And that is how UDA is. What these guys should know is we need to respect women. Hiyo ni kitu iko. And if there is a good chance for women to know that once these people get to power, hawatakuwa na say is right now. If the leader of UDA amesikia mambo imeongelewa kuhusu mtu mzee na ni mama wa taifa na he doesn't complain, so it reflects even akisikia mengine yametendeka huko hata kuwa na haja. The same thing, he never came on board to condemn what happened with the boda guys. What he told the boda guys, go take your bikes. Go storm those police stations and get your bikes back to yourselves. So it means whether this guy gets to power, he'll never change. He'll have the same negative thought towards women. Yes. So women, if he gets to power, let us tell them the reality. That species is gonna be on danger because he's gonna be mobilizing people to be against them. That is a clear indication. Another thing is about
couldn't they tell you that when you started?
Western Kenya is
where it's available and where it's not available.
Acha niseme iko rich in ODM votes, but that is a thought I have.
John, you have feedback.
Munanisikia?
Nasikia lakini kuna kelele nyuma yako ambayo.
Okay. Let me move. There's somebody who's talking.
Naomba utarudi. Wako ni noise fast.
Nimetoka.
Okay, endelea.
Okay, so the Western Party tumeona DAPK wamekuja wako very strong. Is an advice that the ODM all the Azimio team wakae chini wa agree if they are leaving that zone for DAPK. And another thing, one that place that is like DAPK is a little bit weak, but ODM is strong there. But balance those things so that we can get votes from that side. Nikimalizia kusema ni sikuwa na mengi nikimalizia. You know, this life, this votes like tukuja in real sense. Sasa hii ni vita tunapigana. Ukiona kama mtu kameshindwa huwa kanasonga nyuma kanaanza kutusi, wewe mama yako hana macho, wewe nini sijui. That is what the Kenya Kwanza guys are doing. So they have shown us that we have like tunawanyonga kabisa, hawana hewa ya kupumua. So sasa acha tusonge kando, tusitusi kutoka huko kando, but we know I know that is I believe mimi sijai support team huwa inashindwa. I usually am on the winning side always. So I know August 9 hiyo kitu tunachukua mapema. And I request Mr. Bernard, Embakasi East, Embakasi Ward, there is a guy who usually comes there. He's an MCA under UDA ticket. Kindly, you get that guy Skumozo Mret on the platform, please. But that is a request I've just done to you. If you get that guy umlete kwa hii platform, watu wamuulize maswali, ingekuwa kitu mzuri sana. Thank you so much and have a good one.
So thank you. If you can get his contacts and share, and then we can work out something.
I'd actually go and try to get that from Joe ako happy.
Sawa, no problem. Thank you. Mama
Thank you.
Selina, vipi leo?
Yes, Bernard.
Karibu.
Mimi kama mama leo mambo ni ngumu. It's so bad. Nataka kushukuru wamama wa Nairobi, the leaders wale walitoka nje wakaandamana, kwa sababu Bernard, jana hata mimi nilikuwa nasikia watu wakisema, so wakati niliona na nikaona leo wameweka kwa Facebook. Nataka kufikiria huyo mtu, watu wanasema ameomba msamaha. Ataomba msamaha aje tena? Anaomba nani msamaha? Maneno alisema akiwa, let me assume hakusaliwa na mwanamke, let me assume hiyo mtu alitoka kwa miti. I don't think mambo amesema. Kwanza alitacha, sijui kwa nini mnasema Mama Ngina peke yake. Alianza marehemu Lena Moi, akasema mama ya Raila, akakuja sasa kuongea kuhusu mama wa taifa, Mama Ngina. Nafikiria hata kama ni siasa, hiyo machina ametacha, I wish alisaliwa na mwanaume. I wish ana mama, awe amekufa, awe uwai. I wish ana watoto ya kike na mwanamke anakaa na huyo mwanaume. I want to say, wale wanaume wanaitwa shoga, hawezi jua usuri ya kukua mama. So I don't think this man is a man. Na nashindwa wanaume hata wanapoongea. Hiyo mtu kama ni kukufa angestahili amesikwa na watu wamemsahau. Na sidhani kama atakuwa uwai ama apoteze mtu anapenda achue maana ya kuongea kitu kama hiyo. Si Mama Ngina ametusi wanawake wote dunia, not even Kenya. Mtu anaitwa mama, mtu anaitwa msichana, mtu anaitwa mwana, ametusi everybody. Hakuna mwanamke hiyo china yake ametusi wa mama. Ni pile tu pati mbaya china ya Mama Ngina ilikuja mbele. Ya pili, mwenye anataka kuwa rais ya Kenya, nafikiria ako na mama. Kama ana mama ako na pipi. Kama ana pipi ako na msichana na ako na wasichana yenye alipeana akisikia akikuwa proud kupatia Oka. Nini imemfinga hiyo mtomo yake atoke nje na kuambia watu pole? Huwezi kuta kura ya Kenya kama unakubali shetani anatusi wa mama. Mtu anaamuka na kuongea mara moja mbili tatu, alafu anarudi pole na ndefu kama ya shetani. Anarudi anaongea nini? It is so bad, it is so painful. Ule msichana alikuwa anasikia jana uchungu mpaka anasikia kutoka roho. Mimi nataka kusema hivi, kama anataka kutuomba msamaha, kama ako na mwanamke, ako na watoto, ako na madada yake, arudie hiyo maneno mbele ya hiyo watoto yake, alisema atafunza Mama Ngina akiwe na Kikuyu, ama asimame mbele ya watoto yake kama alisa, aseme vile aliongea hiyo mambo. alafu sasa atoke nje atuombe msamaha. Hawezi rudi kusema mama ngine, mama ya taifa. Ile China alimuita akukuwa mlevi, na kama anakunywa bangi apelekwe hospitali, na kama anakunywa hiyo cocaine ama inaitwa ni because I don't think a normal man chioni atatoa chioni atalala kwa nyumba ya nane. Nasikia ameoa Kikuyu ama wanasema nini, ama mlisema ameoa Mknini, mlisema Mkisia alienda. Ongera, huyo mama alimwacha hiyo shensi, na ule mwenye anakaa na yeye achue yeye hiyo China hiyo. Penat. Anyway, Mama Rachel, yes, anatetea. Kama unaletewa mpaka watoto wamesaliwa, huyu mama hana sei, utasema nini? Hana sei. Kama nyumba imejaa watoto ya dunia, mpaka hata saa hii kuna watoto ya miaka 2, 3. Hiyo ni moja. Niende kwa mambo, nasikia wengine wanasema mtu amechikasa. Penat, ukipanda farasi na farasi inakukimbisha na unafurahi kwa sababu leo umekimbia na farasi ukakuwa namba 1. Huyu mtu yenyu alipanda Moi, farasi ya Moi, alirudi akapanda farasi ya Raila, amepanda farasi ya Uhuru, sasa ameshukishwa chini. Sasa ndiye tunaanza kujua yeye. Hiyo mambo yote mnasema, hiyo yote alikuwa amepanda mkongo ya watu. So today ndiye tungejua tabia yake, tungejua mambo yake, and that is what he is doing, what he is doing, kwa sababu hiyo ingine alikuwa anajificha mkongo ya watu. Bernard, if you are a leader, kiongozi bora, unaanzia ukiwa kwako kwa baba yako na mama yako. Ukiwa na watoto manduku sako pale Poma, itajulikana this child is a good person. Kijana mtukutu inaanzia pale kwake. Akiwa member of parliament the first time, I will say this, alipika Kofi Chesire, marehemu Ruben Chesire kwa parliament, kwa nyumba ya Moi State House. How can you refer that man that time wakati ya Moi? So sometimes it is difficult, watu wataki kuongea, atukuchi hapa kukua kama hiyo mwenye ametoa maneno, but tunasema if you are a leader inajulikana. I am happy leo hayuko kwa farasi ya mtu, yeye mwenyewe anajiendesha farasi yake. So we are happy to see. Alikuwa anakimbia na farasi ya wengine, tukaona ako mbele. So today farasi ya Uhuru ilitoka, ya Moi ilitoka, ya Raila ilitoka, ya Kibaki ilitoka. So anajaribu kupeleka farasi yake mwenyewe, na ndio tunaona mahali anaingia kwa shimo. Mimi leo sitaongea siasa, nataka kusupport wamama wenzangu, na mimi nataka kuambia wamama ya Kenya, hata hakuna kitu ingine inapaki. Kama sio kiti ya Raila, tungeenda barabara tutoe manguo, tulaani. But tukifanya laana, inaweza kuta yenye wakuwemo. Mama akisikia uchungu zaidi, anaweza kasirika na iharibu mambo mengi. So I want to tell the women of Kenya, tuendelee kuandamana mpaka tuone this man hata heri ya kufe, si lazima aishi. Ametoa aibu yenye hata hiyo pipi yake anamupigia, ama mtoto mwenye ataita baba. I don't think they are doing better. Thank you, Kenneth. I cannot talk much. Better leo itoshe.
It's okay, Mama Selina. Take it easy. Take it easy. It's part and parcel of life. Some people are just sick. We should treat them so. but we'll find a way around it. Thank you very much. Naomba twende kwa nani huyu? Ni nani? Mr. Kamau.
Yes. Hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very fine indeed. How is everybody else?
They seem fine.
Yeah, I want you to approve me to be behind the curtain.
Hiyo sasa nitakuwa napiga fine because I gave you permission once, twice, three, now you made it a habit.
Okay, I will rectify.
It's okay, it's okay. Carry on. Make your submission.
I am so grateful to be here today and, of course, participate in these noble discussions. First of all, I also want to condemn the vulgar language that was spoken by one Cosmos. I think when you are that age and you speak like that, and then you post yourself in this time and age where people access such information, even children, it was so disheartening. In fact, when I listened to the first two names, I actually did not continue listening, because what have become of this country? Does it mean that we have to be the president, or does it mean that if you're a candidate who doesn't become the president, it means now it's life and death? I want to urge and tell people, whether you're in Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, the most important thing is respect. Every time, even you, Bernard, say you talk about civility. That doesn't matter what you believe in, what you do. Let's be civil. Let us be respectful to our women, particularly because they gave birth to us. They gave us the priority of living. Sometimes they could go hungry so that they feed us. I just saw a picture of a mother giving a very young toddler an umbrella when it was raining today. But the young guy could not even notice that the mother is actually being rained on. So you can see how our mothers go to that extra mile to protect us, and then expose themselves to diseases and, of course, hunger. So it was unfortunate. We might disagree to so many things, but women and the part they have in our lives remain a very vital thing. That was very shameful. But I will tell you this: that man has caused a lot of us to disappear yesterday. And I don't think they'll have even a comeback. Whether they apologize on top of the trees, they apologize in church, on top of a church, I think that one has caused out of votes disappearing in the vineyard, except the people that are enjoying those kind of people. And I believe both sides have this kind of people. But I think it is important to tame our mouth and respect each other. Even as we come to this forum, there are people who are older than you, younger than you. But at the end of the day, respect is very vital. Having said that, I also want to say I'm happy now that as we approach to the D-Day, we know that now our team is well constituted as a mere team. And as I said yesterday, we are going to play in the Super League. We are going to play in the Champions League with a very, I may use this word because this is with a team that is inexperienced. Because the UDA is just on paper, and it is on what we call UDA is on paper and on hype. But on the ground, they have no grassroots. They have no mobilization. They're not doing any mobilization, and therefore it's obvious that surely when it comes to 9th of August, we are going to beat them hands on. The other issue is about the people of Western Kenya. Western Kenya, they have realized that Mudavadi just went to carry files for his younger brother RUTO, and they now have realized that they need to talk. The talk with ODM, I think it's important so that we do not share votes in Western, like in terms of MPs and members of parliament, of course, MCAs, and of course, senators and governor, so that at the end of the day, it's a clean sheet. I think it is only person who is, we say, like a proverbial ostrich. You hide your face on the sand and think that everybody is not seeing you. It is obvious that Western Kenya, it is at 80% Azimio, and therefore we expect people like Karwale to lose in the morning, and of course Malala cannot be elected. People reacted so badly. They say he's inexperienced. He's a political novice. He's still in diapers when it comes to politics. And therefore, I think so far, so good, Bona Bernard. Azimio team is getting stronger. And tomorrow, I think this week, they're going to be in Western. We're going to see the approval of the people of Western. Thank you, Bona Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. Let's listen from Mr. Baz. Baz, namna gani?
Mzuri sana Bwana Bernard.
Karibu.
And I think let me begin by saying that was inappropriate from that man. Those are not words that should come from a normal person. I think that guy must be high on something. And he deserves no more publicity, even a mention in any platform. I think we should just let that matter slide at that point. I think Mama Gina, the day before yesterday, she made a very good statement when she said those who have insulted the president have poor upbringing. People may have interpreted that statement in different ways. Some may have taken it political, others may have taken it as just a motherly advice. But I think it was kind of a ringing endorsement, because the only politician who has never insulted the president with his mouth in this country is Honorable William Ruto. It was a ringing endorsement that the upbringing of Honorable William Ruto was sound, and we congratulate the mother who brought that guy up. We are to use that as a yardstick. So I think she was very right. William Ruto has never, at any platform, and if you have, kindly bring it, insulted Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Never. I have never heard of any. Going to the DAP and...
You want me to take you on that?
Sorry?
You want me to
take me later. Later. Let me finish, then you'll take me on. If you have somewhere where he himself... Yes. I have never had. I have said myself, I have never had.
Never had, yes. Never insulted, no. Never had, I agree with you. You have never had.
Not in my reading. And if you have, please bring it forward.
Yes.
Yes, going to DAP and...
That's almost on daily basis. Matapeli, wakora, wananikuria njama.
Can you hear me, Bernard?
Wewe endelea na submission, lakini usituhadae. Kama ni kutusi, hiyo tumezoea. Hiyo ndio chakula ya UDA. In fact, it's the #1 agenda for UDA.
I think we are talking about the statement. I have said, Bernard, and hear me correctly. There is no time, and if you have a clip, bring it on, that the deputy president mentioned the president and insulted him. I'd have none that I have ever had. Maybe if you have one, you can bring it. And on that statement, I support fully the statement by the First Lady, Mama Ngina Kenyatta. And it was a very good statement. Going to the DAP and...
Baz, wachana maneno ya DAP kwanza. No, as we are in a platform and we don't hijack a statement to use it politically when a mother was using it not in a political way, was trying to bring a country into sanity, and now you want to use it in expeditious way to lie to us that Deputy William Samoei Ruto has never abused the president. You are the most ingenuine person. In fact, if that is what you think, then I believe that you should just end your submission there. You cannot lie. You are one of the people that has been very consistent with the truth. Why would you even lie to yourself today?
Alex, I have said if you have any, kindly bring it forward. I have said myself, I have never had. If you have any clip, kindly share. I have never had. And pardon me if you have been hearing some. I haven't ever had. So let me proceed. I beg to proceed with my submission. I think the pact between ODM and DAP is being replicated all over the country within the Azimio parties. That pact, in my own thinking and in my own view, it might not be what you can view, guys, but it is all about strengthening the president's side in parliament in the next dispensation. I think we are seeing a lot of horse trading in the grassroots and within the Azimio coalition parties. I think that has happened in Western. We have seen it in Coast. We understand that Pamoja African Alliance have similar agreement where they are going to kind of collaborate in a similar manner to what has happened between ODM and Dap-K. Actually, something happened, and I don't know whether I can mention it, where a senior guy who is vying for a senior position in Coast on an ODM ticket was the one submitting the delegates for the Jubilee Party just recently. That shows the kind of mechanization that is being played with this pact. So it is not new, it is expected. We know we can predict who the beneficiary of these pacts that are being crafted will be. We may not clearly see the game as at today, but it is kind of,
Bernard,
in my
but
own submission.
Jubilee in Mombasa said they are not vying for Kavanagh seat. Our Simami Kiti ya Kavanagh Mombasa, Jubilee. So I don't know what you are telling us.
Mama Selina, with due respect, when I say Coast, and let me educate you, Coast does not end in Mombasa. Coast spreads all the way from Lamu to Lungalunga. So don't restrict yourself to Mombasa. Coast is big.
Mukuria near UTA, so we don't have another.
Let me proceed. I think that was an unwarranted interruption. So what I'm saying, Bernard, is we are seeing this kind of duplication of this arrangement, and time will tell, and history will judge us correctly. After the 9th of August, if the unlikely event was to happen and Raila Odinga was to assume the presidency, we are going to see now the real schemes that have been played with this arrangement taking shape. Going to Mama Ruto's affirmation to the DP's generosity, I think there is nothing else she could have done. I think she must stand by her man, whether he is on the losing or the winning side. She must be next to her. That is the least we would have expected of her. Thank you, Bernard. I terminate my submission at that point. You can now rebut with the clips.
Mr. Guru, make your question.
I want to ask, anaitwa nani huyu? Huyu ameongea tu namna hii. Baz. aniambie kwamba njina taberi mataberi njina wakora wamekuja walikuja kuleta mambo ya kupandilisha katiba. Ningetaka atuambie hiyo majina kama ni matusi ama si matusi, kwa sababu hiyo ndio majina tumesikia kwa muda mrefu sasa, in reference to the two principals who decided to have a handshake. That is the reference that we have had for a very long time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guru. I think your statement answers you. When he says walikuja, I think he was referring to those who came. He was not referring to those who they were together with. Ukisema mtu alikuja unarifaa mgeni, si yule mko naye kwa nyumba. So I think
hapana. Hapana, amekuwa akisema kwamba wale mataberi wanataka kupandilisha katiba ili walete sijui positions zingine ili wakawanye. Hawa ni wakora wengine wamekaa kwa hoteli wanaongea vile wataongeza vyeo. That is the language you have been hearing.
Utombe, can you give me a minute? Bernard?
Okay, yes, Kemboy.
I've been trying to hear these people here. They're completely digressing. Could first like to say that this 2022 elections is not a matter of elections again. It has started to be emotions instead of elections. I heard what Mama Ngina said the other day, and it resulted to several reactions. You could see several people, especially those aligned to William Ruto, started to throw words against Mama Ngina. We saw the likes of Cherargei. It followed by Cosmo today, yesterday. But Cosmo, Cosmo, I don't encourage such words. It's completely disrespectable, and he has apologized. And I want to state it clearly that that does not bring us the picture of UDA. UDA is a party from a respectable background, and it does not encourage such utterances. If I tried to study Cosmo. Cosmo is a bit emotional, and he takes politics to be so personal. That's the issue. So I'm seeing you people are really digressing from the topic of today here, as I see. So I don't know if we can just go to another topic, because it's just a bit a matter of emotions. Today I've already seen even the aspirants of Nairobi are already politicizing the actions of Cosmo and making it a campaign strategy and organizing some demonstration along the city. They're already they're just taking advantage.
Okay, boy.
Is that wrong? Is that wrong?
Boy. No, order,
Yes.
order, Alex. There's what is called crisis management.
Yes.
Crisis management. And if you want to hold brief for UDA, the best thing to do is to ask the deputy president to call off his people for calling Mama Ngina names and apologize. Okay? Because this Cosmo is not 3 weeks ago. He was the chief receptionist or the chief host of the deputy president in the US. So there is no way he can speak and not the deputy be seen in his speech. And until the deputy brings out a basin of water and washes his hands from what the Cosmo man said, this thing is not going to go away. Okay? It's not going to be wished away. And then when it comes to issues of emotions, I don't see any party that leads into emotionalism. than UDA. In fact, their greatest commodity in the market is emotions. They will whip emotions over anything. I'll give you several clips here to prove all that, including the DP himself. He goes to Katundu and whips emotions. He goes to Thika, whips emotions. Oh, tulimuombea, walituombea pamoja. Mbona sasa umetuacha? Mbona sasa ananikeuka? What is that all about? Is it not to stir up people's emotions so that they can react emotionally other than logically?
Mutembei, Bernard.
Yes.
Let me say like this, I want you to put yourself in the shoes of the deputy president. You could imagine how painful it is. The way he supported him in 2017, 2013, and later we are told that
Keboy, don't even go there, okay? Because Raila Odinga made Kibaki president single-handedly when he was on a wheelchair in 2002, and they couldn't last for 2 years. Raila Odinga did not bring up war and fight forever on the same issue. You are a grown-up. I'm sure umekatia madem kadhaa, wengine wakakuacha, wengine ukawacha.
Bernard, mkono yako iko juu. Unataka nifanye bottoms up ndio unione?
Alex, don't guide my eye, okay? Don't guide my eye. Just lift your hand and wait for my eye to see. Thank you. So, Keboy,
yes,
you cannot say William Ruto is pained because he helped the president become president. They campaigned, both of them. They ran around the country, both of them. They paid the same price, both of them. There's no betrayal here. The real betrayal is where Raila runs around the country, takes his captain to abroad for treatment. He puts the air ticket. He literally works out to remove Kanu, then plans him in office. And the next thing he does is betray such a man. That's more painful. So hii yenu ya rais ni kucheza game mnacheza hapa. Hii ni girlfriend amekuacha. That's normal. It should not be painful.
Okay, I understand it. I understand it's politics, and politics always.
So let's do this. Let's do this. Instead of us spending more time there, Alex, what is it? Nataka kwende kwa mkururo tuendelee na sharing.
Sawa, asante.
Bernard, Kemboy is the one who is digressing, whatever he means, and that's not even the right English. He's the one who is digressing from what we were speaking, and I don't think Buzz was done yet. So it should not take us to where we don't want to, but we want to answer Buzz in a very progressive and chronological manner. And I've sent you some clip, and I want Buzz to listen to those clips, because I think Buzz wants to lie to himself. And I don't care, not about us. I want Buzz to understand these things, because they've been happening before. The deputy not at any moment stood at any podium and apologized to Mama Ngina for what Ngeno has said consistently, what Sudi, even the thing went to court for defamation, and it was thrown out anyway. But if you want to lie to us that these things have not been happening, and the deputy has said nothing, and then the deputy goes to Gatundu anasema aliombewa. Aliombewa nini? Na anaona watoto wake wanatukana mama. We should not even allow that debate. Buzz kusema kuwa the deputy is the cleanest man and mama was giving him a hand, now he should go for presidency. The statement of Mama Ngina was to rebuke the deputy himself, that your association and your proximity has gone berserk. And that is why you came to Gatundu, my home, and you also went berserk. Don't misinterpret the statement of Mama. Those are people beyond us. Let us play cheza kama sisi hapa. But when it comes to them, let us acknowledge that we cannot go there. So usianze kumisinterpret statement ya mama. Cheza kama mimi, nicheze kama wewe, lakini mama kwenda juu. What she said was simple. The deputy president, you have passed the red line. You must not do that again.
Bernard.
Kuna mtu mwenye ako na stake kushinda mwingine. Uhuru Kenyatta does not have 90% of the government. It is 50-50%. Na kama Uhuru Kenyatta anaona ni ngumu kufanya kazi na deputy president, hata yeye pia ajiuzulu. Na nataka nikuambie rais, deputy president hawezi toka kwa hii serikali. Siku ile
Baz, you can respond, but I think Bernard has been lost. But Baz, you can respond.
Thank you very much, Alex, for holding brief for Bernard. I think you are kind of interpreting Mama's statement to suit your side of campaigns or your affiliation. I think the statement was very plain, and it doesn't need further interpretation so much, Alex. It was clear that those who insult
let's get both statements, then you can do the interpretation.
na hakuna mtu mwenye ako na stake kushinda mwingine. Uhuru Kenyatta does not have 90% of the government. It is 50-50%. Na kama Uhuru Kenyatta anaona ni ngumu kufanya kazi na deputy president, hata yeye pia ajiuzulu. Na nataka nikuambie rais, deputy president hawezi toka kwa hii serikali. Siku ile deputy president atatoka kwa hii serikali, siku hiyo serikali itakuwa imekwisha. Na tutakanyaga hii serikali turarue mpaka chini. Tutaenda election ukicheza na serikali yetu. Wewe tusie, ambia mawaziri wako waende watusie. Hawa wako level yetu, tutatusiana na hawa. Wewe nyima yeye hata kazi. We don't care. Hata magari nyima yeye. Hata pesa nyima yeye. Lakini usiguze roho yake. Usiguze yeye. So Uhuru Kenyatta fanya kazi na DP, kama hutaki vunja serikali, kwenda nyumbani. Kwani unabembelezwa wewe sio Kenya? Kenya sio shamba ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Kenya. So wewe endesha hii nchi kikatiba. Kama hutaki kuendesha kikatiba, kwenda nyumbani. Wewe enda Katundu. Moya alimaliza yake akaenda nyumbani. Kibaki akamaliza yake akaenda nyumbani. Wewe unataka kuzungusha sisi hapa? Unataka kuzungusha nani? It is our country bwana. Next year wewe anza kujipanga jinsi utaenda Katundu. Na hapana panga sisi, wanaambia sisi huyu atakuwa rais, huyu atakuwa nini, huyu wewe enda nyumbani bwana.
Kenyatta waded into the President Uhuru Kenyatta succession talk with a call to residents to support the president's position. Now, in rare comments on political issues, Mama Ngina said that President Kenyatta will not mislead the people of Kenya and that the president has the best interests of the nation at heart. She made reference to the broken relations between President Kenyatta and his deputy William Ruto, saying the DP had abandoned his boss. Now, she spoke during the burial of Nelly Wanjiko, mother of Bishop Ernest Karanja. Here are some of those remarks.
na mutongoria wanyu ndangehota kumwonia kuria njira ire tagirire ndimwire Tuthie na mbere kumenya ati mutegeti na haria mundu aikaire niwe gwikire thambo iriaga na ndari na uru no ningi ungikionio uru ni uria munyinyi waku ri wagitindania nake githe tuthie na mbere ndeke mwire kuria aramuonia murore kuo ndamucokeria ngatho muno ni undu wa guka kumagaria my cousin. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Can I respond? Bernard?
Yes, go ahead, Buzz.
Alex, I have an advantage that I can be able to hear Mama Ngina without the interpretation. And what she actually said, she said, those who peddle insults, maybe it is how they were brought up. And I think it is based on that reference that they said those who insult the president, it is, we can only blame their upbringing. That's why they insult the president as a person. And my statement is very correct to say that you have played a clip, that is Ngeno. Ngeno is not in any way the DP.
No, Bernard has not played the clips that needs to be played, but give him time, because we are here to let you understand that this has been going on. And you cannot say that you are the only visitor in Jerusalem. And these are in Islam, and we have never seen any condemnation from the DP that your attack on the president is wrong. We will play them, just wait. So the one you are talking about, keep talking about the Mama Ngina, because you have the advantage over me. But there are clips that his lieutenants are basically, especially the last time the Sudis talked about Mama Ngina, that was in open. And he said he will never apologize.
Alex, I think we are in agreement with you. The only difference you have is that you are trying to say when Sudi speaks, that's the DP, and DP should call them to order. Or when another guy speaks, the DP should call them into order.
Yes,
surely.
you know why? Yes, Buzz. And I've said here all the time, when we criticize politically, we must have a decency to go up to a certain level. I've been critical even to ODM, that there are people in the podium who go beyond, and it's not the right thing. So when Sudi says something about Mama Ngina in the podium openly, and then says they cannot, and yet every day again, the president is with Sudi, it shows gross miscalculation for the DP. For example, Jared, when he started today, he said, we in diaspora disassociate ourselves from the statement of Cosmo Choy. He went further to say, we as Abagusi. Why? Because first of all, he's in the diaspora. Secondly, is Omogusi. There is that responsibility of being attached to the person who is perpetrating this thing and saying, no, I disassociate myself from this. The DP knows is the second man. The deputy president is not a position for Kalenjins, the way they perpetrate sometimes. It is a constitutional office for all Kenyans. They took an oath. So the DP in association or close proximity to these people must disassociate himself from such statement so that we can know that that's not him. But otherwise, you associate with the people constantly doing that. What perception do you create? And now we are talking about perception. Do you get Buzz? It's a perception that he has refused to condemn such kind of things.
Alex, I think it will be very difficult for it. You are like calling for the DP to micromanage his lieutenants. I think that is not possible. It has happened across the divide. We have had guys from the
His
ODM.
boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta, accusing him of making what he called very wrong decisions that the DP says have cost the Jubilee administration its development record. On the first day of his visit to the United Kingdom, Ruto also said the handshake between President Uhuru Kenyatta and ODM leader Raila Odinga is the country's biggest undoing. NTV's Kennedy Murithi has the details.
Deputy President William Ruto kicked off his trip of the United Kingdom with a bang, turning on his guns on his boss President Uhuru Kenyatta and KOTU Secretary General Francis Atwoli. In an uncharacteristic jab at the president, the DP went all out, accusing his boss of abandoning the development trajectory their government had undertaken for a new course in the handshake.
Sitting where I have sat as Deputy President, I have seen how effective simple, concrete, focused decisions can change a nation. I have also seen how simple, wrong decisions can also take us backwards.
In what seems like a clapback at President Kenyatta for consistently noting that he has achieved more development in his second term when he teamed up with ODM leader Raila Odinga than he did in his first term, Ruto went all out, accusing his boss of making basic mistakes that have cost this country, in his words, a fortune.
After 2017, we had the Big Four plan, which I've explained to you. But again, we made another simple decision to do something called the handshake. Right? And then it became BBI. And then it became a circus. And then we lost 4 years. And then the ruling party collapsed. And then the opposition collapsed. And then the Big Four collapsed. And then we ended up in null and void.
Ruto also turned on KOTU Secretary General Francis Atwoli for what he says was denying millions of Kenyans healthcare access.
When we came into office, we had 3.8 million people contributing to NHIF. Right? And everybody was contributing 340 shillings. Or is it 320? 320 shillings. Everybody. Just like the 200 of NSSF. So we decided to say, okay, why don't we adjust so that the people who earn more, like Deputy President, can pay 5,000. Then the other people can be graduated like that.
According to Ruto, Atwoli is one of the biggest impediments to their Jubilee government's successes.
We were taken to court by a stupid man called Atwoli. I have no regret to say he's a stupid man, because he is. He's a very foolish person. Because he is supposed to be representing the lower people. What business does he have defending Deputy President not to pay 5,000 shillings?
The relationship between Atwoli and Ruto has moved from bad to worse over the years, with Atwoli on Sunday at his Kajiado home, telling NTV he is part of a movement whose main aim is to stop a Ruto presidency.
If you know, the man who is incoming president, he's a mismanager. He's a man who will mismanage the economy. You have got to stop him before he comes in. And that is why I said I will stop William Ruto. And I'm going to stop him. And I'm in a position to stop him. And I've been joined by several Kenyans who say we must stop him.
According to Atwoli, Ruto is not fit to lead this country.
And those are the people roaming the corridors of power and giving us lectures. What lecture are you giving us?
Can anybody who has open eyes, good ears, are really Kenyan, when you are next to William Samoei Ruto, talk about corruption? Who brought the economy of Kenya down? Ask all these things. How much money used to go to Amako? How much money used to go to his companies that sold from the government? Who used to, even issues of buying a person who could pick a telephone and call a junior officer in a department of procurement that give this tender to so on. So those evidences are there.
Kennedy Murithi, NTV.
Bernard. Bernard.
Yes, yes, Bas.
I think let's stop this fishing expedition. We are not going to get any clip where he directly insults the president. Let's please. It is a fishing
It's
expedition to
not
fish
fishing
nothing.
expedition, except you have selective amnesia. Okay? Whatever you want us to buy into is us to buy into your belief that an insult is an insult because it's been packaged in a particular way. Undermining my decision as your boss is an insult. Going on an international platform to display it is a more serious insult. What are you talking about? Which world do you live in?
Bernard, if you say when I disagree with you is an insult, then I think I agree with you on that.
It is an insult for you. If I am your boss, then you don't agree with my policy, then you go to display it on an international platform. That's an insult. If you don't know that, please talk to your grandfather. He will help you.
Then if that is an insult, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Thank you, Bernard. Finally, I've seen my hand. You know, I'm trying to obey the rules, but it seems like you want us to break the rules. But I wanted to have my friend Bas. I think there is something which is out of common sense. Maybe we need to expand this. I know he said he had advantage of knowing what Mamangina said. That's true. Maybe you can also allow us that we had advantage to know what Cosmo said. In fact, we should not even look at it from Mamangina's point of view. In fact, these words which should not be said to even your daughter. Even my own daughter cannot say those in front. So we have to castigate this. This is some of the things which we have to converge, that such things, there is politics, but there is crossing the red line. This man, the words he said, as Mama Selena said, I think, if you ask him to say in front of his wife or kids, he cannot utter those words. So we have to castigate this. And also, what we are asking the deputy president, there are also instances where people have said things in front of him, and he has never castigated those things. If you remember, there is a man called John McCain, God rest his soul in peace. One time, they were in a bitter competition with Obama, and one of the supporters was hurling insults of Obama is a Muslim, is what? He stopped that guy. He said, we are just competing, but Obama is a decent man. That is what is called leadership. Okay? If you saw today what happened, there is rumors, allegations that there is a journalist who was insulted in ODM, Orange House, I believe. Within few hours, the campaign team has already released a statement castigating what happened. Even if it is not the deputy president, at least his team, his campaign team, could have deassociated from that act of Cosmo Choy. I am very sure if today, I don't know, if you have a wife or a mother or a daughter, if somebody says those words, you could not like them. So for once, let's come together and say that this is something which is unacceptable. Kenya will remain is for us before and after these elections. These people, I'm very sure, majority of us will not even benefit anything
whether one side wins or the other. So why would we allow such people to spoil? Remember, they have a platform, and what we are trying to castigate is the platform which follows these people. When you say something here, that is how you see people start behaving, because they see others are behaving and they think that is how you can get fame. So we need to come together first and castigate that. It's not about Mama Ngina, it is to all women, okay, of this world, because what was said is not right. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want us to... Yes, John, what is it?
I wanted to... Kuna wakati Mr. Kimboi is he here? Alikuwa na the incident that occurred today when readers were confronting in Nairobi. They were demonstrating against what Cosmo Choy said. I wanted to tell him this way: that is not a political strategy. That is something that was weird. They were condemning that thing, and we still stand to condemn such acts. So let him withdraw that statement that was a political strategy. That is what I wanted to tell him.
Okay, thank you. I want us to make progress because there is a... Let me get this. Where is this? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Kieni MP Kanini Kega have called on the Deputy President William Ruto to publicly apologize on behalf of his allies who abused President Uhuru Kenyatta. The leaders have termed the recent utterances as dangerous to the stability of the country.
Even if you disagree with President Uhuru and even disagree with William Ruto, let us not throw epithets at them, because the offices that these individuals carry, the presidency, is an office that must be respected.
I think Bernard has a playback problem. Whenever he plays something, he goes off. So Baz, go ahead. Oh, he's coming back.
Now there are cookies here refusing me to play videos. Let's do this. Let's make progress. We'll resume this later. We go to the next person. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is, I think, it's Kemboi. Wana Kemboi, make your submission.
Okay, you allow me to. I think you can allow me to just mention something very small. Are you getting me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You know this issue of Mama Ngina. You know, I'm a good political surveyor, and I analyze it from deep down. You know, the person who told Uhuru Kenyatta. Hello, are you getting me? Hello?
Continue. We are hearing you. Continue.
Okay, you know the person.
We are listening. Yes.
You know the person who told Uhuru Kenyatta in 2013 to go and look for William Ruto is this Mama Ngina we are talking about today. It is how who told Uhuru Kenyatta to go and look for William Ruto in Sugoi. This man who had recently just opposed the constitution, the 2020 constitution, the current one. He told him this man seems to be strong, talented, gifted, and blessed by God in his leadership nature.
So Kemboi, you have evidence to that effect?
Yes, actually, yes, I have the evidence, and it just shows itself.
Where, I mean, substantiate.
what leadership in 2013, please? You know,
there's a lot of echo. Hello.
Yeah, state your facts properly. Say Mama Ngina made this, and we can refer it here to get it.
Okay, after Mama Ngina told Uhuru Kenyatta to go and look for William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta himself went all the way to Sugoi.
Ngoja kwanza, Kemboi. We have not sorted out the matter of Mama Ngina sending Uhuru Kenyatta. You need to substantiate that.
Yes.
Yes. How do we know it's Mama Ngina who sent Uhuru Kenyatta? Where is that?
Yeah, you know, you might not be knowing it. That's a classified information. And because I said
classified by who? Classified by who?
The fact that you are saying
it is very wrong to have a classified information.
The fact that you are saying it's classified, you don't even need to speak anymore.
Allow me to finish, please.
No, you said it's classified.
Let's do this. Goja, everybody order. We are going to give Kemboi a hearing, okay? Only that Kemboi, tell us what you know, okay? As a fact, not stories you had, not propaganda. Just state, and then even if Mama Ngina sent Uhuru Kenyatta to go and look for William Ruto, what has that to do with the insults against her? And
I'm trying to bring the points
Bernard,
slowly by slowly.
Bernard,
Allow me to finish.
Bernard, please, Bernard, it's very serious. In fact, we might be talking about this. If it is a classified information, nobody wants to hear about it because we don't want to be incriminated. Stay with your classified information.
Please listen to me first so that you can analyze and listen to it if it makes sense. Don't just interrupt me anyhow.
Can you take your word? It's not classified, so we can listen to you.
Okay, order. Let's do this. Kemboi, we are not the ones who said the information you are sharing is classified. It is you. Okay?
Yes.
If it's classified, it means it's confidential. It's not for public consumption.
It's not public, yeah, correct.
Yes. Now, if you are sharing it on a public platform, where do we get the protection for broadcasting classified information? That's for one. Two, will you be able to defend that information if you're called upon?
I can be able to defend it.
As first-hand information, you were there as a witness when Mama Ngina was sending Uhuru to look for Ruto.
Okay, can you just allow me to bring the story so that I'll tell you how it came about?
If the story is classified and the story is confidential and I allow you to share it, I'm sharing into your problem. I don't want to share into your problem. Just tell us your facts without leading us into classified information that we cannot defend. You can defend, I can defend, so we don't want to have anything to do with it.
You know,
Bernard, I'm gone until you finish your classified information. I don't want to be part of it.
Goja, Jared, Goja. Now, order. Goja, Kemboi, just a moment. Black Gaddafi TV. You are an old citizen in this place. I don't know what's wrong with you. You are camouflaging. Mind your language. Ama ungatuliwe mara moja. Sitaki hiyo story umeanza. We are tunadeal na story ya matusi alafu wewe unaendeleza tena hapo. I don't know what's wrong with people. We cannot be condemning this and then you're practicing it here on the platform. That's impunity.
Bernard is disappearing. What's wrong? You could have just allowed me to finish what I was saying.
Say what you're saying, but if it's classified information, you're not supposed to share it. Thank you.
Okay, you know, you can, if you want to get the root from this, you can ask the elders, the Talai elders who actually gave them the blessings to go and proceed to the national campaigns in 2013. So I said, Uhuru Kenyatta in 2013 went all the way to Sugoi to look for this gentleman known as William Ruto. He found William Ruto on the first day. They discussed. They'd actually discussed this before in Wanjigi's house. Before they went there to Sugoi, and discuss it, how they are going to do about it. Uhuru Kenyatta went to Sugoi the first day. They negotiated, but they did not finish their discussions. Uhuru Kenyatta himself slept in Sugoi. The second day, again, he slept in Sugoi discussing what had taken him there. The third day, they discussed.
Okay.
Wacha Baza aendelee kitu alikuwa anaongea. This guy, hiyo digression yake ndio inaleta hii yote. You know, Baza had not finished.
Baz, conclude.
Thank you very much, Alex. You know, it is good to give people time to speak and to listen to some stories. So even if they are classified, I think such stories cannot be classified. I think, Bernard, we left in an agreement that you are all in an agreement that the DP as a person is not a person who in his own respect can insult Uhuru Kenyatta. This is a guy who adores Uhuru Kenyatta very much. And he cannot at any single time, at no single time has he as a person insulted the president. If his cabal and his lieutenant have done so, then those are lieutenant and they are grown-ups people with the capacity to be sued and with the capacity to say whatever they want in their own capacity. We have had this in very many areas. We saw that when Moses Kuria was in the homecoming of Moses Kuria. We saw Livondo alter some things that were not making sense. We have seen that in very many ODM campaigns. You see, we cannot confine ourselves to 2017 to today. We have to go back from 2007 and look at the political history of politicians, what they have been saying against respective candidates at any single time. And I think so much has come from the ODM side against the president as a person, including the family. I think in 2013 campaign, there was an aggression to the president and his family on matters to do with land and anything else. So I think on what Mama Ngina said, which I truly respect and I support, she gave a very good statement that if you see somebody insulting another person, that depends on the upbringing, which is very correct. The people who were brought up without insulting others, actually, they don't have that in their subconscious mind that they can just alter. They can just insult people.
Baz, let's not spend time on that, because if it comes an issue, if you want to hold brief for deputy president not insulting the president, he has insulted Atwoli. If one mouth can insult Atwoli, it can be used to insult the president. There is too much evidence towards the effect that the deputy president has called the president Mtapeli. Okay, he has called the president so many things. So we shouldn't even waste time there. Let's bring up something else.
What we are in agreement, Bernard, is that all of us, we condemn what that gentleman said. And I think I beg all of you here, let us not give this man any further publicity. If he was chasing clout...
You are not giving any other man anything. You are the one coming here trying to hold brief for the same people who are flowing in the same river with this man.
I think this man is in his own river. That is not the river of UDA. This guy is out of order.
He's the UDA contact man for the US, for the diaspora. UDA contact man for the diaspora. Are you, ama mmetoka UDA? UDA is no longer your river.
I think Bernard...
Wachana hiyo maneno tafadhali, basi inaonekana nyinyi mko hapa kudivert debate ya leo. Let's go back to the debate. If you have something to say on the debate, let's go on. But kama ni story ya kudefend Ruto for insult, the master of insult is William Ruto. He has insulted everybody, including the people he's working with. Mudavadi, Weta, Gideon Moi, hakuna mtu Ruto hajatukana isipokuwa mimi kwa sababu anijui. Lakini ukimpelekea jina langu ataanza tu kunitusi kesho. So usikuja hapa kutetea Ruto kwa kuinsult. Hiyo tuachie tu hapa.
Asante Bernard.
Thank you. Yes, Alex.
No, but as I took on you, and I understand where we are coming from. There is political insult that is agreeable. Once you go to a public office, there are things that can be said about it. It's done in the Western world, it's done in the Eastern world, and it's done in Africa. But what we are saying, and we should agree like normal human beings, because you're the one who said what Cosmo said should not be said by a human being. Not even an abnormal human being should not let that come from his mouth. I'm using your words. And that is why I'm saying that whether it's Babu Owino, who has previously said, President, sijui ni makende ya nini, alafu anasema yeye ni umbo. All this must be condemned, whether that side, whether this side. Do you get where I'm coming from? Hii maneno ya kusema ati Fidela alikufa, ati huyo mzee muganga alisacrifice mtoto yake, that is not right. Whether we are here or there is a political and platform pathos that we cannot go beyond. So, and that's why I'm taking on you when you are saying at what Mama said was good, because William Samoei Ruto is the only one who has never. My friend, William Samoei Ruto even abused the president on an international platform. It is just recently he abused the whole of Congolese. He has gone from abusing people, now he's abusing a whole country. And he had to send the people there for apologies. And you see this, instead of advising the man that some of your sentiment, and that woman advised him.
Alex.
Wait, I'm finishing. Wait, that woman advised him. The seat that you are seeking require diplomacy, and you should have public speaking skills. That is the advice the woman told her. And that is what we are saying. He is the deputy president. He's not just Ruto. You are looking at him as a UDA guy. I'm not looking at him as a UDA guy. I'm looking at, if Uhuru died today, the guy takes office, he will start abusing everybody. So the people who are around him must stop, and he must condemn and disassociate himself from those statements.
Alex, we are in complete agreement that insults must be condemned, whichever side they come from. I think that one we do not differ, and nobody is differing with that. But please, not everything the DP says that is not, you are not comfortable with, translates into an insult. The issue of Congolese, saying that Congolese there is no cows, surely how does that become an insult?
Oh, honestly, what he said ni wale watu, the only thing wanajua kufanya ni kuweka mikanda huku juu na that was an adult insult. If you only had the issue of cows, it was beyond that. Insulting
Alex, leave it there. I think Baz knows what he's doing right now, and I don't want to have any party to that. Okay? You must have gone to Congo, and Congo is the largest country in Africa with the largest forest. You must have combed the entirety of Congo to come to a conclusion that there is not even one cow. The DP is sick or something, but he has also his people to defend him. Let that end there, please. Tusimalizie muda hapo. I want us to make progress with the debate. Story ya hold brief for people who have a loose mouth, they want to insult people. That is not part of a civilized Kenya and a civilized society. The politics of running everybody down is wrong. If you don't have a higher point, submit to the higher one. Don't roll the one that is higher than yours into the mud so that everybody buys into yours that is muddy. If you don't have a higher point, submit to the higher one. Don't call everything, paint everything black simply because you want to be the one to be on top. It doesn't work that way. So let us make progress. Richard, and let's have Richard, and then hiyo mkururo tuendelee hivyo dakika tatu tumalize ya watu wa first submission alafu tusonge mbele.
Then Baz ameondoka. I think sometimes when you come to this forum, we should try to be genuine enough, and whatever we speak, let's speak kitu ambayo hata wewe ungekuwa ndio victim ungefeel vile mtu mwenye ameambiwa kitu kama hiyo anahisi, because it is very insincere for people to come here and start saying that this guy has never abused anybody. Just if you go back to the politics ya kutukanana, mimi nilikuwa najua politics was about issues until this guy came into the political scene. Hata wale ambao wanatembea naye saa hii, one of them aliambiwa ati hii mtu, you know I don't know, maybe Kemboi atatuambia kwa sababu mimi sijui mtu unaweza kuwa unaita watu namna gani hii mtu ya kitendawili, hii mganga, hii mtu ya kupigwa na bibi yake anakimbia kwa police station huko, and these are the same guys wenye wanatembea naye kila mahali huko. Mnakuja kutueleza hapa kwamba this guy has never abused anybody. I think this Choy guy is a typical product of what his boss does, because if anything happens and you feel like you don't like it, if anybody on your team says something that you feel is not right, you have a communication team. Hata si lazima yeye akuje kuomba msamaha ama aseme amedisassociate na hiyo maneno. Angetumia communication team yake kusema ya kwamba we have had kitu ambayo iliongelewa kwa media and we would like to disassociate ourselves from those statements, and waonyeshe empathy. So we are not trying to be friendly here kuja kudefend mtu ambaye at no instance, hakuna wakati ambapo hata siku moja amesimama akakondemn. And that is why you see these people wanatembea naye juu ya magari huko, wanapewa microphone and they go into their native language. Ile kitu wana spew ni hate, wana spew matusi, alafu at no given time wakati anachukua mic ana condemn hiyo. There is something called guilt by association. Saizi ukienda uwe mtu uko nje na uwe na taxi driver akubebe, akijua ile crime umecommit, hata yeye atashikwa na atastakiwa kwa mada. So tuache kudanganyana hapa ati this guy ni mtu mzuri anapiga politics za sijui nini. We are being insincere, we are being disingenuous, and I think it is a high time that people started accepting their mistakes and, you know, trying to move to a political based issue and campaign. So I'll leave that there. I want to go to the Odm DAP backcraft that is happening in Western Kenya. A few days ago I was saying this, and I think this is something that is a good development for all the political parties. Political competition should not always be about who is famous on the ground or mimi niko na pesa kushinda mwingine. I think we should move to a political arrangement whereby if there's going to be a sibling rivalry that will cost a political party or a political coalition a seat, then I think it is a good thing that we see these kind of formations. We should be able to just settle on people that are, you know, kama for example mtu wa ODM akichukua position ya flag bearer ya governor, then the other party, let's say Jubilee or DAP in Western Kenya, mtu anachukua senator, and then we have at least some kind of compromise, and this is going to, you know, help the Azimio coalition win so many seats and get the majority maybe in parliament, because I don't believe that even if we win the presidency with a minority in parliament, we are going to do anything useful or meaningful in parliament. I'm looking at a situation whereby if the rivalry happens like it happened last time when we had the NASA coalition, then we might win a presidency and then have a speaker from the opposite side and also have majority of MPs from the other side, and they are going to stall the agenda. So it is a very important thing that we put our house in order and make sure that as we approach the nomination process and as we go through the nomination process, we are able to settle all these mamas zenye huwa zinatokea baada ya nomination. Moving forward to Rachel Ruto's generosity comment. Mimi, I don't know if it's just the African mentality ya kwamba when you have money, you are supposed to give it out in return for something. I would agree with Rachel Ruto under one condition, that wakati bwana yake anatoka huko nje na kwenda kutoa pesa akijenga kanisa na kufanya kila kitu, itakuwa ni typical philanthropy ile tu ya kawaida, like we've seen with the likes of Jeff Bezos, who are not even seeking office, or the likes of Warren Buffett. I think we should be moving away from the mentality ya kwamba tunadanganywa na pesa kidogo in return for people to ascend to political leadership, ili ya kwamba zile pesa ambazo walikuwa wametumia wakati walikuwa wanatafuta hiyo kiti wanakuja kujilipa baadaye. Na hiyo ndio kitu inatusumbua sisi Africans, because sisi tunadanganywa na pesa, tunakuja kupatiwa mchango kwa kanisa, tunalipiwa school fees ya mtoto mmoja, na huyo mtu baadaye anatumia that as a way ya kukukunja mkono, anakuwa mtwist ili uweze kumpatia kiti ya MP, kiti ya MCA, kiti ya Senate, na akienda pale mbele anaenda kuiba, anaenda kuchukua contract ambazo wanajifungia mahali, wanaanza kupeana kazi, wanaanza kupeana contract ambazo unakuta they inflate, basically it's a way of stealing money from us, but in an indirect way. So I'd like us to be genuine. Wakati mtu anasema ati ataendelea kutoa pesa, tuambie anatoa pesa kwa nini, if at all si kutafuta uongozi. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. I want us to run fast so that we clear up with the first submissions. Please, let's restrict ourselves to the 2 to 3 minutes so that everybody has a chance. And you don't have to repeat what somebody has said. If your matter is condemned, just condemn mara moja, few seconds, we move faster. Thank you. Peter?
Thank you, Bernard. Let me join the rest by condemning what has been going viral or concerning the Cosmo Choy, what he posted. Actually, to me, it is against the norm of the African culture. Forget about even the norm of Kenyan. That one is against the norm of the African culture. Anybody who's brought by a mother cannot even find that courage of mentioning such statement in public. I wonder where the guy recorded such statements and find the courage of uploading it. It is against the culture, and I listened to what Mama Ngina said that day. I don't think if it is equal to what Cosmo Choy responded to. Without wasting time, I want to say that the arrangement of Western, I have said here time and time again that Western day by day is being locked by Azimio. That what they're trying to do in Kakamega is to arrange the house of Kakamega so that it becomes an ODM, like what has already been arranged in Busia. Out of the 7 MPs, we are having 6 ODM MPs, apart from the one who is vying for the gubernatorial aspirant, that is Sako Bunyasi. That is the only MP who is not in ODM. And I think in Busia, they have locked that one and the key has been thrown into the dustbin. And we'll go for that key maybe come 9th of August this year. And then another thing is that I want to say that the consensus that has been arrived between ODM and the DFP should be something that should be portrayed across the country in their Azimio strongholds, so that to stop this misunderstanding and maybe the issue of people thinking that they should be the ones given the certificate of this Azimio and so on. To reduce that competition, I think they should first of all go for consensus, like what we are witnessing. And then I also like to say that the house is growing big every time and then. I want to congratulate Governor Joseph Olelenku for joining ODM. There are some who are coming, even if they're not coming to ODM. We expect a breaking news tomorrow, maybe in the Jubilee House. We expect some people to be some people are joining Jubilee. They defected sometimes back, but maybe they will be confirmed tomorrow. They will be coming back to Jubilee. Let us expect that, and that will be a boost to our Azimio la Umoja. I think for today, I don't want to speak much. That is my take for now. Thank you.
Okay, asante Peter, thank you.
Bernard.
Yes, Selina.
Thank you. Naona kuna mtu anaitwa Kemboi. Yes.
Kwanza ni huyu yuko hapa. Yes.
Na nimesikia ameongea mambo ingine sijui ametoa wapi.
Sikumaliza nilipotea.
Watalai.
Okay. Kemboi, hold on.
Respected. Hawa ni watu wa heshima, wasee ya kuheshimu. I think Kemboi is a young boy or a youth ama hii ni group ya hii watu. Hawa wasee walibariki Uhuru Kenyatta.
Hiyo ni kweli kabisa, madam.
Na awachawai. Ruto ameenda uko Nandi mara mbili. And the families, I wish kuna kijana moja hapa. Where is he? I think he's not here.
Yes.
So please, ukikucha mbele ya watu kama hawa na useme ati yes, Ruto walikaa chini na Uhuru, walikutana kwa sababu mambo ya hate, wakakuwa marafiki kwa sababu wote walistakiwa. Lakini mambo ya talai, unaongea hivyo, you know the consequences. Huwezi kuja kuongea mambo yenye hawa wase wachasema. Even today, Ruto amerutu huko mara mbili akitaka kubarikiwa. You know those challenges. Huwezi patia mtu baraka kama mwingine batu wako kwa kiti. And by the way, Uhuru Kenyatta mwenyewe na hawa watu ya Talai you are talking about, they were the same family. Even though Wakikuyu wanaona Uhuru ni wao ama Kenyatta ni wao, the Talai from Lanana na the Laibons wako kitu moja. So ukiwa hapa wacha tucheze na mambo ingine, lakini hiyo ya kukuja kusema ati Talai wali sijui nini, I want to say this as a mother. Na uende uulize mama mwenye alipeleka Matakarua Kapsisiwa uko the same place. Kama kuna mtu alibarikiwa, then you want to know between Ruto na Matakarua. Matakarua was there na she was pleasant. Uhuru Kenyatta alipatiwa akiwa Nandi na hakuna siku ingine imeifanya. Hawa wase walipatia Kenyatta, wakatoa hiyo baraka kwa Kenyatta, wakapatia Uhuru. So as you are talking, Kemboi, please. Hiyo classified information ulitaka kusema you are wrong. Hata sikutaka kuongea leo, lakini nimeona siwezi kubali wase wetu watu wajaribu kuchezea kama wajui hiyo mambo. Thanks. Asante Penat.
You know, madam, I was talking about 2013. That's when, after Uhuru agreed with Ruto, the Talai elders slaughtered some heifers and blessed them and told them you can proceed and go all over the nation asking for the votes so that they can lead the nation. That's what basically what I'm talking about.
Kemboi, do you remember Ruto akipatiwa miti kuongoza, akipatiwa pimbo si rungu? Unakumbuka akiambiwa aende vita wakati walifanya sherehe Eldoret? Is there any other imaifanyika? No. Amejaribu na jamii, listen, na jamii yenye walijaribu kumpariki, it is the wrong family. There are only one family in Talai that who gave out blessings. The rest, no. There are 5 clans, and it is only one clan who can do that.
I can explain.
If you are from that family, go and ask you proper.
Okay, thank you. Kemboi.
Yes.
please restrict yourself to the information that is not supposed to be shared in public. Secondly, just give your points. You don't have to belabor things that are not necessary, because there was have denied blessing William Ruto. You are saying they blessed. So which is which?
No, you cannot say that William Ruto has been denied blessings. I think you watched the event in Eldoret, that they did it in Eldoret Sports Club just recently, some 2 months ago.
Okay.
They performed some, and I want Madam Selina to listen to me very carefully.
I cannot listen that. Tell the people that they don't know Kalenjin, okay? Don't even address my name. I'm not supposed to talk about something like that. Don't trace my name. Talk to what?
Okay, sorry, madam. Before the event in Eldoret Sports Club, the leaders of Rift Valley went to William Ruto's home first between 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Ruto was actually blessed by the elders before they proceeded to Eldoret Sports Club.
So okay, let's go to Lily. Lily, are you there? Njiru, nanyi watu mko nyuma ya curtain na wafagia. Please, we want bright screen.
Ndiye mimi huyo.
Aya. Peana maoni yako haraka haraka tafadhali.
Okay, sawa. Leo nimekuwa kwa background hapa nikisikiliza kidogo vile watu wana discuss hapa, and it is unfortunate that we can still have people who are supporting Matusi in whichever the way. I thought that is one thing which could have united us, because in fact sasa hii kitu imeanzia kukua spiral, sababu sasa hata tumeanzia kutusi hata wale watu ambao waombi kura. So sielewi why people like akina Mbaz na akina
kunaendaje yani? Kuna watu wananyongwa. Alex, what are you saying?
No, pia mi leo sikutaka kuongea, but huyo Baz amefanya nikaongea vitu siku, because Baz, I respect Baz. Baz unajua is a very good opposition leader. Akikuwa huko atakuwa anatuweka on toes. But on the topic of today, ya kwanza ni DAP na ODM. Bernard, wakati after kijana wa Malwa aliaga dunia, there was a vacuum that was created in Western that has never been filled. And even now, I feel that it has not fully been filled. I feel like somebody has a position, is playing the role, but there is that position that a uniting factor ambayo sometimes I see kama Atwoli ako nayo, but yeye hayuko in politics, is an elder, ambayo imekataliwa. But at some point it should have been achieved ikiwa Wetangula na Mudavadi wangewacha utu wao. They break those two parties and they show the community that yes, for the purpose of our unity, now we are ready. But they kept playing, games ambazo sio nzuri. What has happened was an accidental act that a party that realized something is not going on well, kwa sababu watu wakapigana kwa nyumba, mwisho wakashindwa tupiganie kitu hakiko. Hii ng'ombe haina mkia, haina matiti, haina nini. Sasa tunapigania nini? Wakaachia Wetangula hiyo, and they started something accidentally because they needed to have a house. And it has surprised even themselves to a point. I don't know if they are able to accommodate the speed at which DAP has grown. And DAP should be careful on how it grows, because a party in its first election, if you grow again too fast, you might get into problems, because now unaona they are encroaching further, which is good. And I believe that after this election, 2022, if they play the leadership well, if they guide and deliver, I think for the first time, the DAP is going to be the party of Western. But for now, the way I see is that it must be guided by both sides, ODM and DAP, because even the elder that was given hiyo kofia huko Bugungu belongs to ODM. And he has to now find a way to balance, because I'm seeing that they are coming to his house in Kakamega to encroach there. So I'm not sure how you people are going to handle that. But I think you have enough wisdom, because the elder is in there, and the elder amesema sasa Kakamega this time, na the other one ni yangu, sasa tunawapea Bungoma na zingine nyinyi kimbieni. So I hope they will. But the future of ODM in Western is written on the wall if they deliver. If Natembeya does very well, then the Western Bloc is going to start having a leadership that it needs, both in terms of eldership and also in terms of politics. And you need this in order somebody to become a true kingpin. So maneno ya ODM na DAP, these are twin brothers for now. Kitambo, DAP was looked as the old younger brother, but where we are today, they are twin brothers in Western. So they must sit down and say we are identical twins. Wacha tutongoze huyu msichana pamoja, lakini ni mmoja tu ataoa huyu na ni mmoja ataoa huyu. So I think they must agree. Otherwise, if they don't, they will face repercussions. But I don't think they are foolish, and the leadership is foolish not to allow that. They will negotiate, and I think what unites them is one man, Raila Amolo Odinga, whom they have all agreed that is going to take. We have talked about Choy yesterday. Our sister here cried. Some people even abused her. Our sister Sarah gave a long, lengthy condemnation, and some people in the comment section even abused her that she's a drama queen, because they did not see the way that thing was. But what I can say is that he was given enough pressure. He was sober today. When you look at his videos, today he was completely sober, a little bit ashamed. He acted like human. We don't know. He knows himself. But the good thing is that he has apologized. Now it's up to Mama Ngina to take the apology. It's up to the Kenyatta family to take the apology. And as we said, even as who know him, for me personally, I've said I'm human. I have limitations. And at some point when somebody says sorry, there's nothing you can do beyond that. And that's why God has allowed the word sorry. It's just a one word that can heal, or if you don't say it, you destroy. And since he has said it, who am I? God allowed that word to be there, and it's the precursor of being forgiven. So on my part, I hope I forgive him with the condition that wachana kutukana familia za watu. Hata wewe uko na familia na unaibisha tu watoto wako na unajiaibisha wewe mwenyewe. So I think the hardest thing he has to do now is to apologize to his daughters, because he has daughters. And Mama Selina ameuliza vizuri sana. Huyu mwanamke anaishi na huyu jamaa, bado anaendelea kuishi na yeye. You know, I didn't even think about that. But that was a tough question, So I will ask that woman where she is. I know, and Mama Selina, I will bring that report. Dauliza huyo mama kama bado kwa hiyo nyumba, nikuletee hiyo report. But otherwise,
Alex, thank you so much. Si familia ya Kenyatta tunataka waombe msamaha. It is the women of Kenya, the women of the world. That word is not Mama Ngina, it is the women. Kama hiyo mambo ingekuwa inahusu Mama Ngina peke yake, hiyo ni mambo yake na familia yake, tungesema yes. But now hiyo maneno ni wanawake, ule ya miaka moja, ule ya 3 months na ule ya 90 years, ama hata ile mwanamke amefika 100 years. So we don't want apology kwa Mama Ngina. Akutusi Mama Ngina. Even the mother ile alimusaa, hata hiyo msichana yake, hata hiyo mwanamke anakuwa na yeye kwa nyumba. So the apology tunataka si ya kwa Kenyatta, ni apology ya wamama. Everybody ule mtu ako na matiti, wacha niseme hivyo sasa. Tunataka msamaha si kwa Kenyatta. We want, kwanza alikusa kwa Moi, alikusa kwa Kenyatta, alikusa kwa Jaramogi. Those are 3 women plus the thousands of women. Hata kabila zingine, hata wasungu wakisikia hiyo maneno. Anyway, ni ng'ombe, nafikiri anafanya ile maneno mnafanya America. That is why anaona it is easy. Yeye ndiye kumbafu analam. Let me not.
Order, please. Thank you. Please, let's restrain ourselves from.
Unajua ingekuwa we understand. That's why even yesterday I told Temba hakuwa anataka Megi aongee. Nikamwambia Temba, no, allow that woman to speak because those words are imprinted. But what I can say is we can't promote Choy in this platform, but we could have put his apology. But Uzuri Mtembea has put it on his media platforms. I think he tried his best because that is where his mind is. Because my father used to tell me, Mama Selina, at some point you have to be wise and keep quiet, which automatically means the other person is a fool. So at some point you must agree you are wise and the other person becomes a fool. So in this part, I think at some level, we can't fight with him if he can't do what is expected. We can only say, okay, sawa. So nakumalizia Lelenku, you know.
Alex, anastahili aombe msamaha na mwenye alikuwa namtetea na China. Unajua alitusiana akiita China ya Ruto, alitusiana akitaja deputy president, hakutusiana na China yake peke yake. So can the same person ila alitachwa kwa hiyo matusi, is it okay for him to be quiet?
And that is what I told.
Kama angetusi wanaume, kama angetaja China ya one person, kama angetusi hiyo machina bila alitaka kuita, kila kutaja an individual, tungesema ndio. But now he was addressing kama vile anatusi na China ya Alex. Is that right? That is what I'm asking.
No, we agree, Mama Selina, and that's why I took on Baz. Baz is my very good friend. Hata kama ako ule mlengo mwingine, ndio maana nilimwambia statement zake si nzuri. Niliambia Baz hivi, kwa sababu alitusi the president because of William Samoei Ruto. Hata leo alipo apologize, alisema jina ya Ruto pia. Mnajua mimi ni rafiki ya Ruto. Unaona? So the DP should come out and dissociate himself from that, or totally reject that person once and for all. But the quietness of the DP shows that, you know, he's complicit to that. Not only that, nimetumia hata Bernard clip ile ambayo Sudi aliongea hayo matamshi a couple of years ago, like 1 year ago. The DP has never come out to disassociate himself from that. But we cannot make that a subject, because if the DP has not, we will tie him to that. So sisi hatuwezi endelea kujiuliza kwa nini, ni siku gani. Ni kama tulimpea pressure mpaka akaenda kuapologize wapi? Akatuma watu wake mpaka wapi? Mpaka Congo. Probably sasa atatuma Babu na Mwamba kwenda kwa Mama Ngina. Sasa tutawangojea hiyo entourage iende huko. So maybe atafanya hivyo.
Ukiendelea, Babu Owino alitusi familia ya Kenyatta. But Babu Owino alienda na akaomba msamaha Uhuru, na Uhuru akacheka na akasema amemsamea. And it was public. Alikuwa ametusi, lakini hakusema hii huyu amesema. Alisema mtoto ya umbwa ama sijui whatever. But alichukua hiyo nafasi na akamwomba msamaha. Na Uhuru alimsamea na akasema nimemsamea. That one we agree. Kwa sababu alitupu na mwenye alitusiwa alisema ndio.
Okay, thank you. Please, I want us to move. I want us to move. We are digging in too much, and the debate is getting arrested. We want to move forward, please. Let's condemn what needs to be condemned, call into action what needs to be called into action. Then we move into further discussions. The other people who need to make submission, please. Let's not turn this into
kumalizia. Kumalizia nitaongea ya Lelenku. And I don't know. I mean, Lelenku has been a very amorphous figure for me in a way that I cannot even understand Lelenku. Mali Uhuru alimtoa sijui. Lakini we came to understand huyu jamaa alitoka from Utalii College. And Lelenku really embarrassed us, and Uhuru akajaribu na diplomasi yake kutetea yeye ile wakati ya Westgate. Lelenku really embarrassed himself, and I like statement ya Waiguru kusema mzee hii kazi ya devolution imenichosha, nipe light duties. So I think Lelenku alienda akachukua light duties na inaonekana amebeba kidogo chuma, ni kama chuma inawezekana kidogo. So Lelenku started where he should have started from before. And I think he's growing now baby steps. So for the first time, I'm supporting Lelenku that from security docket, he went back to the people. He has now known how to coalesce and to mobilize and to speak with people. He has ametuambia ndio chair MAB economic bloc and also all things he has. And but the most important is now he has gone to the ground, listened to the voice, and made a move, not for the loyalty of Uhuru, but for the loyalty of his people, and gone where the people want. And I want to congratulate him for that, and also for his commitment. He committed by telling Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa, I'm going to give you 20 ward seats. And that is the commitments we want from governors. So the Lelenku meeting with Raila, for me, as a governor who is defecting with Raila Amolo Odinga, is one of the most successful, because I think they addressed issues. The issue here is how can we agree to move on and win? He brought people, not sycophants. He moved with people, and he has promised to have the commitment to bring that county to Azimio. So I think that is what we should look at our aspirants, not in a way that aspirants should ask for seats and yet they don't have anything to give back. So I think we must listen to the ground, and the aspirants must show us what can they give back to Azimio. So Lelenku tosha for me. I think the first governor nasema Lelenku tosha from the side where I sit.
Thank you, Alex. I think that's clear enough. We go back to Kemboi. Kemboi, please make your submission first. We move to Penny and then back to Njiru.
Okay, I've taken a lot of time to listen to you people. I'm a good listener. I don't just like to heckling. What I've tried to figure out, you people are picking a sentence in a 3,000 page of a novel. I've tried to hear aswa hizi mambo za matusi. you are narrowing down the whole campaign of William Ruto to a small person and even unknown, known as Cosmo Choy. Actually, I understand it's very, very disrespectable. It's not good. But you people are actually narrowing it down as in Ruto is finished automatically because of just small utterance. Matusi kwa siasa ni kitu normal and it happens. And actually, hiyo kitu ya Cosmo, it's not good at all. It's not good. I tried to listen to myself. I'm a young youth, but personally, even I cannot speak in such a way. Number two, I want to tell Alex on the issue of Olelenku. I don't know what's happening in Masaini, but already we know Masaini is a Raila stronghold area. Actually, the entire pastoralist community, and even in Rift Valley, you're aware that Rift Valley is entitled to 5.4 million registered voters. And out of the 5.4 registered voters, Raila Odinga is going to score votes in the following places. One, it is the pastoralist communities. That is the Maasai community, the Samburu, the Pokots, and some of the Turkana. Because now Turkana is not a Raila stronghold, it's now a battlefield. And some part of Trans Nzoia. That's where Raila is going to get votes in Rift Valley. And it's actually, you can say, it's about 1.1 million to 1.5 million votes. In that bracket, you can see William Ruto will take 4 million votes in Rift Valley. So the issue of Olelenku does not bring a lot of issues in terms of Ruto's campaign. I don't have much to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So, John, what is it?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. I was to inform Mr. Kemboi this way. Don't narrow Rift Valley to like is a current in a place. Like the 4 point. We have Kisis who live in Nakuru. We have Kikuyus. And these people add up to even more than 1 million votes in that place. So in that situation whereby you are entitling, like, of course, Ruto is coming from that battlefield. But remember this, we have a mixture of people living there. That is not a place where you can tell that Ruto will win. It will be a vice versa thing. Politics are that way. You can say that is a stronghold to you, but the people on the ground, they do their own stuff. So don't think that the pastoralist communities are the only ones who can afford for Raila. We have Kisis, Kikuyus, Ruyas who live in Nakuru who are going to vote for Raila. So those votes, they still tumezitoa huko kwa Ruto. Yep.
Thank you. John, your point is made. Kemboi.
Yes. You know, let me talk about, you said that there's some cases in Nakuru. There's some...
not cases. It's not profile communities. We are saying...
let me say...
part of Goja, Kemboi, learn to listen, then you speak. Okay? We are saying that part of the Rift Valley that you're calling Ruto stronghold is cosmopolitan. Like was in Kishu, okay?
Yes.
And then the other parts of Kericho, Bomet, those you are grouping together and calling them votes. Those votes are shared. It's not absolute that the 4 million will go to William Ruto. So when we tabulate from Turkana all the way to Narok, okay, there is a chunk of votes that will go to Raila Odinga. Like there is a poll I've just watched now that they're giving Raila close to 35%. Okay, And I'm sure Raila is going to get higher than that. Raila is a darling of the Rift Valley from time immemorial. So you can't rule out and say of the 5 million, Raila can only get 1 million. Rift Valley will have at least 50% for Raila Odinga, in my opinion.
Can you using if I use the 2017 statistics, the cosmopolitan nature of Rift Valley are talking about. The cosmopolitan areas, basically, it's a big area. We can say Nakuru, leave alone Uasin Gishu, because the voting block of Uasin Gishu, actually, Uasin Gishu is a cosmopolitan area. But if you talk about the other communities, it's actually less than 20%. But coming to Nakuru, there is some hapo kuna karata kidogo. Right now, if you look at the registered voters in Nakuru, we have, if you have a look at it, it's 785,000 registered voters. In 2017, it was 676,000 registered voters. That's an addition of roughly 8,000 votes registered this year. Raila Odinga was able to score 110,000 votes. If you have looked at that clip you're talking about now, I'm just looking at it now. Raila Odinga scored 110,000, the rest went to Uhuru Kenyatta. That was 2017. Are you getting? In Rift Valley, we had
now complete your sentence, okay?
Yes, I'm finishing.
600,000 went to Uhuru Kenyatta, and now Uhuru Kenyatta is drumming up support for Raila Odinga. So of these 600 that went to Uhuru Kenyatta, there is a higher probability, if we want to be generous, to give to Raila Odinga at least 50% of the 600. So 50% of the 600, add 100, that is 400,000. Now we can move on. Yes.
You know, 2017, it was a joint ticket. And I'll talk, this, we are going to get the base of this information basing on the gubernatorial positions. We are going to see how Susan Kihika is going to overthrow. The people who will vote for Susan Kihika will automatically vote for William Ruto. And the people who are going to vote for Kinyanjui will automatically vote for Raila Odinga.
Look here, Father Kemboy.
Yes.
Speak for your vote. Speak for your vote as Kemboy, okay?
Yes.
These other people's votes, leave it alone with them. Okay.
I'm talking about
I know of people, okay, who go to the polling station and vote very surprisingly, okay? They will vote for Raila Odinga, then vote for the other parties, these other seats. So you cannot say that anyone who votes for Susan Kihika is going to vote for William Ruto. It's not guaranteed.
Okay, actually.
Okay, and in fact, the truth is the majority of the people who vote for Susan Kihika, okay, let me give you this one for free without me being prophet or seeing spiritually. Majority of them are going to vote for Azimio. As soon as they take Susan Kihika, they are going to revert and pick Raila Odinga. And you will be so surprised the result that will come from Nakuru. Tutakuwa hapa, hii channel hatufungi na bundles tumenunua. Tunaendelea kununua. We want to buy
Kalenjinis will vote for Susan Kihika. The whole Kerusoi, the whole Kalenjinis will vote for Kihika.
You know the problem, even the problem with Lee Kinyanjui is not that people don't like him. Kinyanjui is extremely performing in Nakuru. You have never seen such a governor performing like Kinyanjui. The problem with Kinyanjui in Nakuru, the problem is only supporting Raila Odinga. If Kinyanjui was that was the problem.
That is the only problem. If that is the only problem, then it is solved. Kemboy, if that is the only problem, then it is solved. Hapa tuna shida kabisa. Let us wait for tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8.
Okay.
Bivu na mbichi na kwenda kujulikana, tusisumbuane.
Hapo sawa.
Alex. Yes.
Kemboy. Felix Kemboy.
Yes, Alex.
Yeah, you know, you're a very interesting guy. I like you here. Huwa ukikuja sana, Pato alitoroka na wengine. You know, I like you for the one fact that iko kitu watu wenu wanakataa kabisa, ingine mpaka naonanga na shangaa. But leo wewe umekuja hapa umekubali. Umesema ukweli bila kudanganya. Masai has always been Railas.
That's
Na
correct.
factories yote na ukasema hiyo hata hakuna haja hata Ruto apigane naye. I want to congratulate you for that.
But only Turkana County, it's going to become a battlefield. It's not a matter. It's not a.
And thank you for saying it's going to become, because that is still your thinking. It's going to become. It hasn't yet. It's going to. And I like your English. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we move on now. Njiru karibu.
Okay. Thank you very much. And sorry, I was here, but I think my system failed. So I would like to maybe to begin by answering Kemboi a little bit before I begin my submission. Bwana Kemboi, I think you there is a problem. When we start saying, and na najua mtu kama wewe ni mtu ameenda shule, then we start saying that we want to lose a very performing governor because of a presidential candidate. I think that one is having a thick end. And I don't think any Kenyan should be able to sacrifice a performing somebody because of the choice of a presidential candidate. I think, to me, that one is showing the unhomogeneous nature which UDA people want to portray to people. Because you cannot tell me, let me tell you, and this is my opinion. Personally, I can be ready to vote for any person in any political party as long as that person is performing. I can tell you, I can vote for somebody who is supporting Ruto as an MP because of his quality. So when we come here and they start saying that this person will fail because of supporting Raila Odinga, and you are not trying to amplify what he has done, I think is having a thick end. That was just a bygone. Then, the other thing which I wanted to say is that I was stressed a bit today when I heard of that information from Koi. I think Kenya and the deputy president, I don't think it is everybody, but the deputy president need to come out clear and disassociate himself from this guy. It is in the public domain that Koi has been his campaign advisor, and they have been doing a lot for the last 2 or 4 years. And any information which comes from Koi is purported to be coming from the deputy president. And I don't know why our deputy president takes a lot of time when it's some things which are not very good, they come up. When Sudi abused, he never came up. When the Congo thing came, he only responded to people after people complained. I don't know why, to the extent that the deputy president can allow his podium to be used on abuses, and he does not associate himself with that. We have seen Moses Kuri abusing people, abusing or using derogatory language when he is there. When is the deputy president going to disassociate himself from abuses? I have no problem of deputy president abusing or maybe calling Mr. Raila Odinga the way you want to call him. But why are they extending the abuses to even people who are not seeking elective offices? And in any case, you can use attractive language even when you want to pass your abuses. I know it is part of wanting to bring division so that you can be able to fire up your base. And I know that the deputy president still wants to use the old tactics of abuses, but I can see they have advanced those abuses to an extreme point. And I think the few remaining votes from Mount Kenya have gone with Koi. Koi has the few, I think it was remaining around 1.5 million votes from Mount Kenya. But from yesterday, it is gone. So I don't think what Ruto can still talk to people because he is not disassociating. Next, I saw Orelenku has migrated to ODM. I think it is like a phase shift. The guy who was in ODM went to Jubilee, and him, he was in Jubilee, has come to ODM. I think Mr. Orelenku is becoming an opportunist. He wants to be in a popular party in the Masai land because of the strength which ODM possesses in Masai land. So I think Orelenku is just positioning himself. I will leave that for people of Masai to comment about it. Personally, I don't know what I can associate Orelenku with in terms of progress. Maybe if there is somebody here from Kajiado and he tells us about the track record of Orelenku, I can talk. But I'm fearing some of these people we will still get second terms because of realigning themselves with the popular parties without even knowing their credibility. The last time I interacted with Orelenku is when we had Westgate East and he was talking about mattresses. So Orelenku still has a lot to qualify himself to me as a credible leader. But going to ODM, I have no problem with it. He is firing our base. On this issue of DAP and ODM wanting to share seats in different areas, I knew it will boil down to that. You know, it will be risky for DAP and ODM to field the parties, no, to field the candidates in the same area, especially the areas which are competitive. So I think ODM and the DAP, they have to finally agree and they are in the positive direction. So if they have to agree on certain counties, and to me also what I think is that watu kama akina Savura, I hope people like akina Savura, Barasa and the rest, they can be able to team up and they produce one candidate. One thing which I know about the county government is very huge. Apart from the governor and the deputy governor, we have other lucrative seats which are there. Na sijui kwa nini hawa watu hawaoni hizo viti. I still believe watu kama akina Savura hata wakicombine na mtu fulani, we have lucrative seats in the county which they can get. Because to me, I believe in this. You can go straight to the ballot. Wanaweza enda kama ODM na DAP and they all lose. And to me, ile kitu mi nasema, or one of them loses. And you know, when you lose, you don't get anything. So to me, I would even take it. I better even go and become a CEC in sport, or maybe even become a county speaker. At least you are assured of something. So, and you assemble something which is good. And one thing is that previously also people can support you because of the sacrifices which you gave. So what I would like to tell some of these county people who want to become governor, who want to become MP, senator, or whatever, it will boil down to sacrifice. If people cannot sacrifice and say that I can support so and so, we will not have anything. So at the end of the day, it's about sacrifice. And it is happening from even as far as presidential candidate. Whatever is happening on tumesikia watu kama akina Martha Karua wameachana na maneno ya kutaka kukua president. So many people, Karonzo ataki kukua president. So many people are sacrificing. And it will boil down to even the people in the county level, they have to sacrifice. So we have to see how people have to sacrifice. Otherwise, we will lose everything if everybody want a seat, because we will only have one person. But the beauty is that we can sponsor one beautiful person, and we have all these other seats to give some of these people if they qualify. Because again, see, ati tutapea watu viti simply because that they wanted to vie for governor if they qualify. But let us assemble on one candidate. So DAP and the other guys, they are on the right track. Let's support one strong candidate. Lastly, it is about whatever the campaigns the deputy president may monitor. I think he still has a lot to do. I think he is losing supporters day in, day out. And I hope he can be able to understand what is happening in Azimio. And I hope the deputy president can understand that it is time for Azimio, and I hope he can be able even to agree with us, because I do not see Ruto having any chance and opportunity to win this election. Already, even maybe I want even to answer Kemboy as I finish that. Mr. Ruto does not have a region. Mr. Ruto has counties. Like, for example, we do not have any region in Kenya. Let's say North Rift, South Rift, Central, Upper Eastern. Mr. Ruto does not have any region in Kenya which he can say he commands beyond 75%. And it is a risk to any presidential candidate who wants to become a president. Maybe he might have Bomet, he might have Kericho, but he doesn't have like a region, like a block. There is not any single place where Ruto can say, I command this block. On the other side, Azimio we have. In Nyanza, we know we have over 80. If you go in Upper Eastern, we know we have over 80. If you go in Northeastern, the middle upper, we know we have it. In Western, we know we have it. So by default, Azimio has what it takes. It has already consolidated the votes. But Kenya Kwanza, they have not yet consolidated their vote. It's a risk. They have lost this election, and I hope they can know it before they spend more money going to the hell. Thank you.
Zero. I think you're going to listen to me.
Order, Kemboy. Hey, you don't take over. You wait until you're given permission to. So you want to respond to Kemboy, to Njiru?
Okay. Let me tell Njiru, the way I've listened to him for this little time, you can be able to listen to me after August, these elections. What you are saying, you are totally talking about, you are talking something which is not there. Even if you look at the newspaper, The Star, what they published just the other day, Raila Odinga was leading. How many percent did they give Rift Valley? How many percent did they give Central? But still Raila led with 47.4%. So that I want you, when you're dealing with politics, you must be factual. And politics involve a lot of strategies, and politics is all about dynamics. It's not all about it's not imaginary. You must have facts before you start engaging a public meeting like this. I've just talked from Rift Valley, and in political science.
Kemboy, 1 minute. Can you tell me a combination of 5 counties which Mr. Ruto is leading, or he can get over 70%? A combination of 5 counties, a region.
I don't know if you were there when I was analyzing for the Rift Valley region. I analyzed Rift Valley very well, and I gave the figures, which was almost tallying with the one of the info track for the Star. It's actually tallying, because they gave William Ruto in Rift Valley, they gave him around 78% point, of which that one is very little, because I'm from Rift Valley. I will tell you what's there. And you must be fair when giving these figures. In political science, if a person gains more than 75% in a region, we say that is a stronghold. If it's less than 75%, we say it's a battleground. So I'll tell you for free, William Ruto will score more than 75% in Rift Valley, more than 75% in Central. And that's why William Ruto is going to begin the votes. If you do 75% of Central, it will give you approximately, roughly, it will give you around 5.2 million, 5.3 million. For Rift Valley, I'd talk about 4 million. That's where William Ruto is going to start the race, at 9 million. If you look at Raila Odinga, if he brings the votes from Luo Nyanza, that's the entire Luo community and the Kisii, Luo Nyanza, Raila Odinga will be coming with his 3.5 million. And for Mombasa, 3.5 million again. That's 7 million. That's where the race begins. 9 million, 7 million. That's where the race is going to begin. And mark what I'm going to say. You can include the system of the deep state. But according to the statistics that I'm always doing here, William Ruto will be slightly ahead. Around, it will be slightly ahead by 1.2, 1.4 million. Be factual. That was my analysis. Thank you. Can you proceed?
Okay, Banakemboy, I love your generosity and your optimism. Okay?
Yes. Yeah.
But William Ruto ticket is not Uhuru Kenyatta ticket, and it's not Uhuru Ruto ticket. Are you being factual with that?
You know.
No. Just answer my question.
I'm not going to answer it directly. Let me explain a bit.
No, there's no explaining. You must accept that William Ruto ticket is not Uhuru Ruto ticket.
Yeah.
Good. And if it's not Uhuru Ruto ticket, the only way to judge William Ruto, okay, is when William Ruto ran for national politics.
Correct.
How much he scored, okay?
Yes.
And the only national politics that William Ruto participated in, it was the 2010 Constitution, all right?
Yes.
How much did he garner in different regions? That is where he starts. You don't start where Jubilee ended. That was Uhuru Ruto and that was Jubilee. The William Ruto and his political stamina was only measured in 2010 when he ran against the government and Uhuru Kenyatta and the other people as he led the church in saying no. All right? How much did he garner? The total vote he garnered was 28%.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, 28%. That's where he begins.
Correct.
Good. Now, that 28%, that is his starting point. So let's now tabulate. If you go back to the 2010 referendum results, how much of the Rift Valley did he bring on board in saying no?
Very few.
Thank you. So when you're asking us to be factual, you are the one that is not being factual because you are using Jubilee results to brand them and think that William Ruto can garner what they garnered with Uhuru Kenyatta. That is not realistic. It is not true. William Ruto minus Uhuru Kenyatta, it is very drastic damage. It is big.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, Bernard, you'll allow me to analyze from this point of view. In 2010, William Ruto was against the new constitution. But you'll not tell me you can measure Ruto from that point. You cannot compare the William Ruto of 2012 and the William Ruto of 2022. You cannot. William Ruto started becoming famous after him joining hands with Uhuru in that manner. We have already done our litmus tests in Central. We have had 2 litmus tests. And the elections of Juja and Kiambaa, it was not
Kemboy,
yes,
I like I said, I love your optimism and your objective defense of what you're saying, but it is not
I'm trying to drive a certain point.
Oh yeah, that a certain point we have had it on this platform. You know, I've been on this platform for a very long time and I've met a lot of you guys. The truth is, a by-election cannot be used to judge a general election. It doesn't work. The election you're calling in Kiambaa, you escaped with victory of 500 votes. So that cannot gauge who is who. The turnout was less than 30%. So of the 30%, you could hardly win. You escaped with 500 votes. So that is nothing to use in terms of gauging. The truth is, William Ruto on his own, without Uhuru Kenyatta, okay, is a different ball game. Don't assume that what they got with Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto can get on his own. It is not true. Including the Rift Valley, not just in Central, including in Rift Valley and other parts of the country. So the performance of William Ruto, if you want to be a good advisor to him, is take him back to 2010.
No.
That's where his size is. If you think things have changed, okay, look at his political play, how he's playing on the national politics, okay? How is he right now? Look at the William Ruto when he was an assistant to Uhuru in the campaign, and how Kenyans will fall for anything he said. Right now, when he says something, every Kenyan looks at him and they want to check it 3 times to see whether he has said it and whether what he has said is true or not and all that. So the followership is not increasing. The followership is diminishing. Mwambie ukweli tafadhali, na nyinyi mwanze kujiandaa mapema. Mwache kujibeba kusema kwamba you are sijui which percentage.
Okay.
It's important that you analyze things literally, not the way you would love them to be. For example, when ukienda interview for job, okay? Unaweza kuwa, you may have your highest certificate, okay? But the first paper they want is whether you have Form 4 certificate. Have you ever been asked for Form 4 certificate? Kemboy?
Yes.
The Form 4 certificate is important when you're going for an interview, isn't it?
Yes, it's important.
Because that is the national exam, the first national, or rather the second national exam you ever sat for. That's why I'm telling you, William Ruto's first national exam was in 2010. Yes. Your certificate inakaa hivyo, haiwezi kubadilika. So hata ukiongeza degree, your Form 4 certificate remain the same. And whatever you scored. Okay, let's leave it there. Tufanye hivi. Naomba tusonge mbele. We can that one is endless, but msema kweli inakuja hivi karibuni tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Okay, tusisumbuane na hiyo.
I wanted to respond to Kemboy, because he mentioned, he said I'm not factual. I am not factual.
Now, Ebu, half a minute. We want to bring in Jakindube and Tofik.
Okay, so Bwana Kemboy, there is where I'm getting my information from. So when you come here and say that some people are not factual, you should also be also tell us where you are getting information from. I'm looking on our upward trajectory of our Azimio is getting support from everywhere, including even the way we are getting new defections every day and getting new heavyweights every day. My question to you is, do you condemn the derogatory language which the deputy president uses, and also derogatory language which is also used by some of your candidates or some of your supporters or some of your campaigners? And what do you think is the deputy president take on all these things which are happening in Kenya? Kutusi watu. Tell me as a supporter, how do you take it? Are you proud with the deputy president? Are you proud as because I'm worried of you? You look to be an educated person, somebody who understands details, but you cannot differentiate between yakukura and yakutupa. I'm worried of you, by the way. Can you tell me, can you analyze your candidate? Tell me what good is your candidate, because your candidate is crazy. Tell me how you have associated yourself with such a human being. Please tell me.
You know, I'm really concerned. In 2017, William Ruto was using these words. Ule mzee wa kitendawili, ule mzee wa kutupa mawe, ule mzee wa kung'oa mareli. He's saying it again now. Why are you saying sahi ni matusi? And I'm very surprised, because Njiru Mwangi, automatically I know the community that I've already come from. When you say William Ruto was saying these terms, mzee wa kutupa mawe, kung'oa reli, kukataa matokeo ya uchaguzi. Hiyo ni siasa. It's politics. And if Oscar Sudi speaks, if Nyano speaks, it's not the deputy president is speaking. They are just speaking. The way Babu Owino abused the president. It's not that the deputy president is speaking. They're just speaking their hearts. And I've never seen a deputy president kutoa matusi kwa rais. Hizo mzee wa kutupa mawe. And it's politics. I don't see the point that you are taking it to be so bitter. Ni siasa. Na siasa ni game inachezwa kama mpira, baada ya mpira tunapatana kule nje. As simple as that.
I rest my case. You are irredeemable. You cannot be helped.
Kemboi, my brother. I think Bernard ametoka kidogo, so tutawachia hiyo hapo, tutawacha mwingine aingie, alafu hiyo tutakuja Bernard akikuja, he can handle you. Jakindu Bey, mzee, sasa wewe ongea wakati tunangojea Bernard kurudi. Iwi inja Jakindu Bey. Wakati tunangojea Bernard kurudi.
Asante sana Alex. Alex, mimi nataka amjambo wote. Amjambo wote. Asante sana Alex. Alex, mimi nataka amjambo wote. Amjambo wote.
Sijambo sana Jakindu Bey.
Ya, tunakusikia Jakindu Bey.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Na wasalimia wote kabisa. Lakini nataka kuanza na wewe Alex. Kuna kitu moja inanikera sana Alex kwa kule upande wa Kisii. Inanikera sana kwamba inaonekana wale viongozi ambao wanataka kugombania viti wanaenda kwa mimi vile nimesikia watu wakiongea na wengine, na ni kama hawaendi kwa hizi vyama. Kwa mfano wale wanaenda kwa ODM, hawaendi kwa ODM kama wanapenda ODM, wanaenda kwa ODM kwa sababu wanataka wachaguliwe, si kwamba wanapenda hiyo chama. Kwa sababu kama wanapenda hiyo chama, kwa nini wao wenyewe wale watu ambao wanagombania hizo viti, kwa nini hawachukui, hawakai chini wakasema jamani, sisi tunapigania hii kiti, tufanyeje tupate namna ya kujichagua vizuri bila sisi kuzozana? Kwa nini hawafanyi namna hiyo? Kwa nini wanangojea tu mtu mwingine ndiye aje afanye hiyo na wao wenyewe? Kwa sababu kama wewe ni mtu mwanademokrasia, inatakikana vitu vingine wewe mwenyewe ufanye, sio kwamba hii kitu inaachiwa tu. Kitu chochote ikisemekana ni Raila, kitu chochote ikisemekana ni Raila. Jamani, Raila ni mtu mmoja, lazima tumsaidie kujenga. Kama ni taifa, tujenge taifa sisi wote. Kama ni kujenga chama, tujenge sisi wote. Sasa kwa mfano nasema hivyo kwa sababu niliona Ongeri, yule jamani Ongeri aliingia kwa ODM. Saa hii sijui kama wamefanya mchujo, lakini nilikuwa naona hawajafanya mchujo. Tayari ametoka, ameenda kwingine kwa sababu wanazozana, wanatupiana maneno ya kisiasa. Tayari ameshaenda kwa chama kingine. Na nimesikia hapa watu wakisema kwamba Kisii ODM haitapata wajumbe kwa sababu hiyo nomination haifanywi. Wao watu wanafanya nomination ni watu gani? Kwa sababu mimi kwa maoni yangu, wale watu ambao wanagombania hizo viti ndio wenye chama au ndio wenye ODM. Wanatakiwa wao wenye waketi chini waseme tutafanya hivi, tunataka tufanye hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Sasa kama wao hawasikilizani, kuna mtu mwingine ndio wanataka aje awaambie vile mnataka. Na huyo mtu akija kuambia mfanye hivi, watasema hapana, huyu anapendelea. Inatakikana sisi wenyewe wale ambao wanataka hizo lazima wawe wana demokrasia jamani. Hiyo ndio inafaa. Tuchukue mfano wa Raila. Raila amedhulumiwa mara ngapi? Hata sisi wenyewe tunajua, na bado anashirikiana na hao watu wamemdhulumu. Kwa sababu kama hamjatufanya namna hiyo, basi tunaweza kuwa na mzozo. Tungekuwa na mzozo mbaya sana Kenya. Lakini lazima, kama wewe ni mwanademokrasia, kuna wakati mwingine hakuna vitu inafanyika 100% correct. Hakuna. Hatujaona hii dunia. Lazima kuna makosa fulani, na hiyo makosa huwa yanarekebishwa. Ndio maana kuna hali ya kurekebisha kila wakati. Kukiwa na tatizo lazima turekebishe. Hata gari, ukiwa na gari hata kama ni mpya, unarekebisha kila siku, unapeleka kwa garage kufanyiwa service. Ni kwa kulinda isipatwe na shida kubwa. Ikipata puncture unapeleka, inaenda kuzibwa. Sasa hii ya ODM ambayo wao wanataka demokrasia, lakini hiyo demokrasia wenyewe hawa believe in that democracy. Ni gani? Nani atakayechaguliwa? Ama itachaguliwa namna gani ndio ijulikane imefanyika vizuri? Kwa sababu chama chenyewe hakina tunaweza kusema kwamba bado hakijakomaa vizuri vile unaweza kusema. Lakini hata vyama vile vimekomaa, bado huwa kuna malalamishi hapa na pale. Lakini hayo malalamishi huwa mnatatua, sio eti sasa mtu ukishindwa au kukiwa na ushaondoka unaenda kwa pati nyingine. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, hiyo unaonyesha kwamba kwa kweli hiyo pati unaitumia kwa kuchaguliwa tu, si pati ambayo unaipenda kirohoni mwako wewe kama huyo kiongozi. Hiyo Alex utanijibu, labda wewe una ujuzi zaidi ya hapo. Ndio maana nimesema ni vizuri nikuulize hiyo. Jambo lingine sasa, nikirudia hii upande mwingine, nataka kusema kwamba sisi wana Kenya, na waomba jamani, sisi wana Kenya, vijana, wasichana, wazee kwa waume, jamani, tuacheni tuwe wazalendo. Hii ni nchi yetu. Hatuwezi kubali. Mimi nashangaa mtu anaweza kutusi mama zetu, yani kutusi mama wa taifa, mama wa taifa vibaya namna hiyo, na watu wa Kenya tunakubali tu, tunasema sawa, yani ni hivyo. Anatusi hao wanawake na watu. Lazima tujue hakuna mtu yoyote ambaye hajazaliwa na mwanamke. Mwanamke ukiangalia ndio Mungu, kwa sababu unaumbwa pale ndani yake. Yeye ndiye anakutunza. Akikuzaa kama akupendi, anaweza hata kukutupa. Lakini mama atazumbuka na wewe, unamkojolea, unamtapikia, unafanya kila, lakini mama anakutunza mpaka unakuwa dume. Sasa unasema unaanza kuwatusi. Lazima tuwe na heshima. Hii ni kitu. Na huyu ambaye ana sauti ya kutusi watu, huyo ndio mtu ambaye anasapotiwa na Ruto haja nani, na huyo ndio tunataka kuchagua president wetu wa Kenya. Kwani tuko na ugonjwa gani? What's wrong with us? Hiyo ni jambo ambalo halifai hata kidogo, halifai. Watu wa Ruto, mtu Kuria anasema Odinga anatoa machozi, anamcheka, na hayo machozi ni alama ambayo amepata, kwa sababu ni jeraha ambayo amepata kwa sababu ya kutakia Wakenya wote nafasi, uhuru wa maoni. Uhuru bila ndio kila mmoja anafurahia sahihi. Huyo Nakuri anafurahia hiyo sahihi. Ndio kusema wale wametupigania wote ni wapumbavu, hawana thamani. Jamani, watu wa Central Province, mimi saa zingine ninashindwa, what's wrong with you guys? Yani Matiba amekufa tu hivyo, amjali hata Rubia nothing, hata Kuiga, hata JM nothing. Amuoni uchungu? Hakuna uchungu, na bado mnaacha watu kama Kuria can talk nonsense, anasema mambo ya kutairiwa. Kwani yeye mtu anafikiri na kutairiwa? What's wrong with these guys? Tumetawaliwa na wazungu miaka mingapi? Wazungu wangapi wametairi? Jamani, wacheni hii mambo ya upuzi, mambo ya ukabila. Na hao ndio viongozi ambao mimi saa zingine nashangaa watu wa Central. Hao ndio viongozi ambao wanashangilia wakitusi wa Kenya wenzao. Watu wa Central wanashangilia. What's wrong with you guys? Lazima tukemee vitu kama hizi. Vitu kama hizi ndio zinaturudisha nyuma. Nchi yetu sisi wote wa Kenya ni nchi yetu sisi wote. Hakuna mahali mtu yoyote ataenda. Tutakaa hapo, mtu yoyote ambaye anapenda asipende, sisi wote tutakaa hapo. Kwa hiyo ni lazima tukae na amani, tukae na upendo. Tusibaguane, tusitupiane maneno machafu, tuheshimu mama zetu. Hiyo imeniudhi sana. Kutusi mama wa taifa, hata kama umpendi, mwache. Ni mama mzee, ni mama ambaye mwamba wa taifa. Hata huyo mama mwenyewe alifungwa, usimuone hivyo, alifungwa. Hata yeye alikuwa amefungwa, alikuwa kizuizini. Kwa hiyo msinani hizi uhuru ambayo tunayo. Kuna watu wameumia, tuheshimu. Mimi nasema hivyo, tuheshimu. Ni jambo la muhimu sana. Nafikiri Alex, wewe utanijibu vile nimesema, kama labda sielewi, lakini nasema asanteni sana na pole kama mmeona nimezungumza na huzuni. Ni kwa sababu ya kukerwa. Mimi nchi yangu naipenda, napenda tukae na furaha, watu wote tushirikiane. Sisi wote ni wazalendo, sisi ni Wakenya, hakuna mahali tunaenda, hatuna nchi nyingine, ni hiyo Kenya yetu. Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Bernard, karibu. I think Pira ndiye alikuwa anaenda baadaye. Bernard, karibu tena. Hiyo wifi yako inaleta shida.
Yeah, internet is surging, but I think it's now back. You say which Peter? Peter amekuwa hapa, Tofik ndio hajaongea.
Oh, Tofik, okay.
Yes.
Alex,
but uja respond kwa Jakindube.
Mzee, wacha nikuambie hiyo kitu ya Kisii. Unajua kwa siasa iko wakati tulikuwa na wewe katika mjadala Bernard akienda, tulikuwa tunasumbuana na ziana sana kati ya being famous and being popular. Na tumekuwa na hiyo shida ya kwamba Ruto amekuwa akikampaign peke yake. Sasa wengine anapoingia kunapatikana kuna shida. Lakini kwa sababu I'm a stakeholder in one way or the other on a few things, I will not speak until Friday. Friday ndio we still having consultations how to avert, because hata mimi nilisema kuwa tusipoona vizuri itakuwa kama 2017 ambapo ODM haikushinda kiti chochote katika Kisii, lakini Raila ndio aliheshimiwa kuliko wote kule. Na inaonekana mnapoangalia siasa ya Kisii inaonekana kwa njia fulani ambayo haipo. na hiyo siasa ya Kisii, we have a lot of clanism ambayo sometimes if you don't play with it very well, sometimes when it comes to some things, clanisms take over. Na inakaa this time around, it has become the main thing. Lakini we are doing everything we can in the capacity of, you know, having a singular decision kuwa we cannot do that again. Kitu ni ile tunaangalia kura za mzee Raila zisigawe mara mbili. Lakini decision ya Ongeri umeiona ilikuwa ni ya kitambo na tulimkatasha, tukamwambia kuwa kura za mzee haziwezi enda. Lakini ilifika wakati hata sisi wengine tukaangalia tukasema hatuwezi mkatasha. Na it's not him alone. Wacha nikuambie Jakindu Bei kuwa kama Ongwae hangekuwa ndio chairman wa ODM Kisii, Ongwae angekuwa ametoka kule. So it should not be a surprise to you, but it is something that we are able to avert. But if we cannot, na ni maneno tu ya matusi na vijana, if we are not, wazee they will make their decisions and we will not tell them not to. But hata Ongwae unapomuona hivi, kama sio upendo wake kuenda kwa Raila Amolo Odinga, hata yeye mwenyewe angeshaingia DAP. So watu ni wengi wako kwa huo mkururo wa kuingia DAP, lakini ni ile tumewakatasha, itaonekana vibaya na itakuwa tabia nzuri vile umesema. Lakini kuna hizi vitu za watoto wadogo kutukana wazee. Simba na Onyonka, ukiangalia matamshi yao katika platform zingine, we mwenyewe utashangaa. So hayo matusi ndio imetoa wazee na watu wengine katika chama cha ODM. But mengi tutayaongea kuanzia Sunday, decisions nyingi zitakuwa zimekuwa made. Na tusiongee maneno ya Kisii sana kwa sababu yeye kwa mjadala, lakini that's part of the reasons. Asante.
Asante sana asante sana Alex, lakini Alex, inatakikana, unajua hiyo ndio maana inatakikana kwamba watu wawe na kikao, kwa sababu sio kusema eti huyo Simba na Onyonka they are not above the law. Mnaweza kuwaita muwaketishe chini, muambie bwana hii na hii na hii na hii mnafanya ni mbaya, hatupendi, kwa sababu ninyi ni watoto wetu. Hamwezi kuwa mnatoa matamshi ya namna hiyo. Hiyo ndio inatakana. Hamwezi kuacha tu wanatamka hayo alafu wanatoa matamshi mabaya kwa wazee na muambie. Inatakiwa muambie, na muambie kabisa kwamba kama msipoti tunaweza kutowachagua hata ninyi, mpoteze kwa kura. Maana si wanachaguliwa na watu. So inatakikana tuwe na lugha ya heshima kwa wazee na watu wakae chini wasikilizane, kwa sababu hiyo ndio mimi naona hiyo ndio demokrasia ambayo ni nzuri kwa Afrika, na hata wazungu wanafanya hivyo. Kuzungumza.
So, wameanza kusikia tangu juzi, tangu Ongeri alitoka, kwa kweli kabisa wamewacha matusi na wameapologize kweli, lakini kwa vikao ambavyo vinatakikana. Huwezi kuja mtandao apologize, hiyo sio apology kweli. Wameenda wameangalia mahali walikuwa wamefanya vibaya na wanaendelea sasa kuweka maneno yao sawa. Ndio maana nasema hizi vitu zitaisha sasa, lakini ilikuwa wakati hawangekuwa. Unajua, kwanza kuna kitu kilikasirisha watu sana. Iko wakati Onyonka ameenda mahala fulani alafu akarudi kwao akasema wale watu wanataka kumuua. Unajua matamshi kama hayo, na jamaa alikuwa tu amelewa akatapika akasema nimekula huko kwenu, nimetapika damu, mnataka kuniua. Vitu kama hivyo vidogo vidogo, na ni siasa duni ambayo inaweza leta maneno mengi. Lakini kwa sasa bila nakuambia wameongea, hautaona mgawanyiko mwingi, lakini sasa hatujui kuwa Ongwae position yake ni gani. But najua baba atamkatasha, uwezi fanya hivyo. Na tusiingize maneno ya Kisii kwenda national sana, kwa sababu hiyo we will be able to solve it. Baba atapata kura zake zote Na hakuna kura itaenda UDA.
Thank you.
Hakuna kura
Let's make
itaenda
progress.
UDA, Jakindu Bay, itaenda tu Azimio. Hakuna kura itaenda hata moja UDA.
Sawa, asante bwana Alex. Naomba hivi. Let's leave those things to be managed. I'm sure I trust the management team of the Azimio and the brains they have on that particular assignment. Baba has negotiated many tough negotiations in places and in many matters. So I don't think kuna kitu ambayo itashinda. Lakini kile Jakindu Bay anasema ni the strength of the party is generated by us being able to fight from within and solve issues from within. When we are quick to jump to the easiest ticket, we weaken the party because we don't have that aspect of fighting like brothers and sisters. You know, we differ, but you are still my brother and my sister, and we should find a way of working together. So we need to enhance our party organization in such a way that we don't always have to opt of jumping to the next ticket and having to get our way, or if not our way, we have to get the highway. There must be that aspect of being able to give and take. But vijana haswa vijana ambao wanakosa adabu, hao watu wote wanapaswa kuitwa mbele ya Council of Elders wapewe discipline. Hata kama ni sabbatical kutoka kwa siasa. Those old Kanu grilling needs to come back in party structures. Ili ukitaka kurun kwa hii ticket lazima ukuwe na discipline ya kuheshimu wazee na kuheshimu kila mtu. Si eti wewe unatumia lugha ya heshima lakini your actions are speaking louder than your words. That has to be restored. In the interest of time, let's listen to Tofik, alafu we'll revisit that. Tofik, karibu.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for nafasi.
And Alex, you can stand by in case my net surges again, but I believe it's recovered. Thank you.
Thank you, Sana Bernard. I also wanted to changia kidogo about the Kisii politics because I'm a native from there. Pia kama Arati amekuwa akiongea vibaya, pia lazima as elders wamkaribie, wamuongeleshe so that he relaxes down. But again, najua lazima tuelewe background ya the problem ya Kisii ilianza wapi. And actually the problem began when the governor was in charge. The governor had a lineup. The governor had wanted to maintain the status quo in Kisii. And hata wakati alikuwa anaita zile meetings za ODM, he was sidelining the other hiyo kina Simba Arati nini, so ni kama alikuwa na preferred lineup. And that even when Simba Arati alikuwa ameanza kuingia Kisii politics, ukianga kina Ongeri walikuwa wamesema sijui anafaa baki Nairobi, sijui. So hiyo issue ilianzia hapo. And with time, Arati is a good mobilizer. Arati went huko kwa mashinani akafanya good mobilization. Hiyo time bedhe Arati alikuwa kwa ground. He was actually doing good politics on the ground, unlike the other camp. So just ilifika mahali Arati alikuwa amefanya good campaigns that these other guys were shocked. Sasa all the guard ikakuwa shocked that Arati amekuwa so popular in the ground kupita status. Hapo ndio shida ilikuwa kidogo, but I think vile sasa Ngeri is not a strong candidate right now, and that's why he had to shift camp. Unajua kuna ile ego yenye huwezi taka uanguke mapema kwa primaries, alafu sasa hiyo madharau sasa. So I think that's why I think that was the reason that he guided his decision to go for DAP. But I think for Kisii and Nyamira generally, hiyo siasa ya Nyamira naona kama Kisii like Ongeri is not strong, so hata wanaweza run, like there's no even need of mediating. Let all of those candidates run for that election, because mi naona a winning candidate will score high, like hiyo hata hitaji mediation sana, like the winner anajulikana. So kukuza hii mambo ya DAP and ODM, I saw the Western people decided that DAP should they want to zone. They agree that DAP should concentrate more on Trans Nzoia na Bungoma and Kakamega and hiyo zingine wachie ODM, and I think that was a very good idea because again unajua sasa DAP na ODM wangekuwa wanang'ang'ana pia Kakamega, so unaona sasa that one could affect the chances of winning seats in Kakamega as well, in hizo most of those counties. Because I think unajua pia Kenya Kwanza pia wanaelekea direction like maybe wanaweza achia ANC ama Ford Kenya hizo counties, so also that has informed the decision why so Trans Nzoia and Bungoma now should concentrate on get hizo seats to DAP, and of course ODM is strong in Kakamega, Busia and I think Vihiga, so lazima now they work so that the ODM wasikuwa wanalimana and their ile friendly fire can be dangerous, and I think pia it's a good decision because a county like Vihiga nasikia Azimio iko na very many candidates. The defending the governor is defending on an ODM. Nasikia kuna kina speaker Marende sijua kwa DAP DAP. The deputy governor is also vying, sijua anavai na chama gani. We have Akaranga is also vying maybe under Azimio again. So no, sasa your competition can be dangerous. So most of these counties are lower western, they can agree maybe ODM ikwe in charge, then isizo zingine. So your agreement wanafaa wa strike balance. And also the issue of Martha Karua, actually me something that had scared me initially was the option Martha Karua had, because unajua Martha Karua angeenda Kenya Kwanza, inajua ingekuwa tricky on our side because Karua is a very strong candidate in terms of optics. Na pia ingepea DP a very good choice for deputy. Yeah, but sasa vile alikuja this other side, sasa sijui the other side watachukua nani for deputy. That was a good decision for Karua, and it's a very good plus for our side. Pia central you know the reason Ruto has been amekuanga ahead in polls central is because UDA was the only party that was campaigning in central. Like for the past 4 years, it's only UDA, it's only the song of UDA that has been campaigning in central province, and definitely that's why kulikuwa na high chances. And I think hata ile by elections zilifanyika zile za Juja na Kiambaa, despite UDA kufanya campaigns all those years, it was a close tie. Ukiangalia vizuri kabisa, even the Kiambaa one, like the Jubilee guy lost by a mere less than 500 votes. That was a good show, and I think Jubilee, the way they have invested in their campaigns saizi, I think kesho wamesema we are going to see more defections. Actually, we are going to see more defections to Jubilee. Jubilee is a very strong party as for now. In addition to my first point here about hizi kuna counties zenye Azimio is so strong that it can field more candidates for even gubernatorial seats. Hata kama Kajiado, like Kajiado, I saw Kajiado, we have Olelenku and the other guy Kendiani. They are naona wanafanyana house of game of cards. So I think a place like Kajiado, Kendiani and Olelenku can all vie. Because I don't think UDA have a chance there, so they can vie. The strong candidate wins. At the end of the day, is a plus for Baba's campaign. Na ukiangalia pia in central, like ukiangalia Uhuru has tried to regain most of the guys wenye alikuwa nao chini. Ukiangalia I saw Jamlek is also vying for Jubilee, and akina NYOKABI, naona akina NYOKABI is also vying for senator, akina Wakabando through NAC. So I think Uhuru is trying to bring the people that Ruto alitoa during the past nomination, and I think it's a very good strategy. Apate very strong candidates who will be well supported by the state, and I think that's a very good political strategy for the president. to counter hiyo story ya Uhuru. And I think CJ, I have not discussed about the NDC, and I don't think the NDC of UDA was a success per se compared to other ile ya Musalia, because you know, at least ya Musalia we knew there was an earthquake, we knew what it was like, it was worthy the news. But comparing with the Ruto, like there's nothing we even remember apart from maybe the dancing of Akina Millicent Omanga. Like we can't remember anything that happened. Kwa hiyo, and ile story ya Moses Kuria kusema they stole election, like there was nothing new. You know, sasa imefika place yenye like there's nothing new that William Ruto can say that is worth the news. Kama ni kusema mambo ya kitendawili ameisema mpaka tumechoka. Akisema ule mtu wa kurusha mawe, like those zimekuwa lullaby squeeze. So amefika place like it's now stale news. Like there was nothing new from that that NDC. And I think that's why alikuwa hata sad na organizers, because you know, yani it was a flop. I don't know how it was done, but it didn't make the news vile ilikuwa inafaa imake. So and also finishing, so me probably I'm seeing a scenario where for Nairobi politics it's going to be tough for the UDA guys, because naona ni kama Nairobi politics itaenda to Jubilee and ODM. So for Nairobi naona it's so hard. Maybe probably a place like where Azimio should concentrate ni place kama Tarakaniti. Like I don't know what's their formula there. Like kuna places they have no strong people on ground to work on their votes on ground. So hizo ndio places I can advise them they look into. And I think so far so good. I think there's a big difference between the two leading candidates. Just Pasta Farasi ni mbili, but there's a big difference. Ukiangalia the other camp is serious. The other camp ni your hate speech, mara ni kutusi watu. So I don't think this election will be so hard for anyone. I don't think Uhuru is ako stress na hii election. This election is so easy. Like unaangalia the two options, you can see a clear win. So it's not a hard elections. We don't have a very serious opposition. You know, the problem now is like, you know, we have an opposition in government, but we don't have a serious opposition. Yenye hata wakisema even ile juzi yenye amesema like guys waende wachukue bodaboda, like there's nothing that happened. So we don't have a very serious opposition. Yenye hata wakibiwa kura they will call, the prediction is I think
Taufik, malizia hapa, hakuna kuiba kura.
Hakuna kura inaibwa, it's a straight win. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's watch this before we bring in Odm.
Bernard ameenda, inaonekana amehanga. Nani alikuwa anaenda? Oduor, ni wewe? Oduor?
Yes. Habari ya kila mmoja.
Salama, endelea.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank you so much for allowing me to come on the discussion. And before I say anything, I was following from behind for some time now, and unfortunately, when I'm coming in, Mama Selina is already gone. Actually, to Mama Selina and everybody in the forum. I wanna, as a Mugusi, I wanna take this opportunity to apologize. I mean, for what Mr. Joy lamented about the first family. It was a very unfortunate thing, and you know, sometimes again, let's also try to understand that we are not all the same. I saw Mama Serena coming so strong, almost losing her cool. So every community, you know, has its own challenges. So Paul Sana, it's your, I don't really think it's not all about Omogusi. That was an individual utterances. Now, coming to the discussion, I just want to go through a few things. And I mean, I've listened a lot, but I just want to, to talk about generally where our politics is heading to. I'm really optimistic about our politics. When I look back in 2007, we had a lot of challenges in our country. In 2013, the same. In 2017, the same. I think our leaders, those senior leaders I will talk about, kind of realized something. They realized that something was loose somewhere. And I'm seeing a situation whereby for this time, we will not be faced with what we have been faced with in the years or in the past general elections. Even though some other quarters have really tried to push this narrative so that we can go back to where we have been, I think now we have very smart and very experienced leaders, you know, on the driver's seat. So we are moving forward. And and I'm seeing a situation whereby our country not necessarily is going to be faced with a situation whereby we are going to be talking about one tribe or two tribes or three tribes. And it is starting and it's going to get there. I'm seeing a situation whereby we're going to be having a lot of politicians coming together to form a government. If it's going to be a good thing or a bad thing, we don't know. But given that we are a country of tribes, I'm trying to believe that it is going to solve, if not all, much of the problems that we have faced before. Again, on that context, I want to confess today, last time when I was here, I told you guys I don't subscribe to any of the political parties that are playing right now. But yesterday or the day before yesterday, something happened that really impressed me. And I'll tell you today, I'm a happy man. When Martha Karua declared that she is going to Azimio, in fact, she moved with me the moment she said it, I found myself in Azimio. So why do I say this? I see people that make a lot of sense coming to this other board, very optimistic. Martha Karua has been my candidate, if I may tell you the truth. I admire that lady. I mean, some people have a lot of misunderstanding about her, but I mean, that's your right. But, you know, when it comes to articulating issues, she articulates issues and she stands ground. Very important thing. And I really thank her so much for making that kind of move. We see a government that is going to deliver for our people. Now, again, talking about Martha Karua, talking about now this or other parties, there is something I have always been skeptical about. Now I'm talking to ODM. I hope there could be 1 or 2, 3 people in here who will be able to convey that message. We have had situations whereby I have had a little bit issues with ODM. If I may tell you the truth, I have always been an ODM member until I realized that something was not right. You know, every time, and that is in the context of where we were talking about Kisi and other places on how we should bring people on board and all that kind of stuff. Let me give you an example about Kalonzo Musyoka. When they had all these issues up and down, Kalonzo come, Kalonzo go, Kalonzo come. I saw a few elements. I'm sorry, this was my own observation. Talking to Kalonzo as if Kalonzo was just a little child. This is a politician. And, you know, before we even get to be politicians, I will want you to respect my space and my space, my position and my thinking. You know, well, you can correct me on how I think, but don't insult me or don't put me down just because of the way I think, the way I reason, and the way I see things. So, why am I saying this? This is where the situation that we have been before. Every time we do very well as ODM, and then a few elements who can't control their mouths, they just run their mouths and hurry. They disappoint a lot of people. They shove a lot of people to the side and all that kind of stuff. Well, this time is not as bad as it is. I hope somebody is talking to these people. But I'm just praying that if somebody, you know, whoever is just close to ODM, please, these people that I'm talking about, talk to them, tell them, you know, we are making consensus. Look at Raila Odinga. I mean, he's a sober guy. You will never see this guy coming anywhere antagonizing anybody. But there are a few, you know, honorable members around him that are just running wild, you know. They just want to step on everybody and just move over like nothing happened. It's not a way of consensus. We have a big name. It's Azimio, you know, bringing everybody together. Let us tolerate each other. Let us be civil to each other, and we will move on. It's our country. You know, nobody is going to bring heaven to Kenya. We are, you know, it is the only Kenya we have. So let us work with what we have. We know everybody, you know, wants to do 1, 2, 3, but let us do it together, just the way Raila said. Come, we do it together. I can do it myself. Lastly, now I'm going to go specifically to Kisii, where I come from. We were talking about NYERI and my friend Arati and all these other people. And also we mentioned the issue of, hopping from one party to another one. Before we blame these people who are jumping from one party to another one, I think also it's going to reach a time or a point whereby we're going to have to demand for measures or the what somebody is supposed to meet before they go from one party to another one. For example, I will try to assume that I don't really think these people that are running from one party to another one, they are really censored. They are even really asked to understand. And I even don't know if these parties have, they have strong manifestos that, what do you really believe in as a party? Do you believe in what we are selling to people? Because if you ask NYERI why he was in ODM, he won't tell you, because the guy moved from another party. He just jumped, and I'm pretty sure nobody even questioned him why he was coming to ODM. And now, before he even knows, even if you asked him just what ODM stands for, he doesn't know. He won't tell you. Now, he's into another thing, whatever DAP you call it. If you ask him what even that DAP means, he doesn't know. For him, he's just running from one place to another one. But like one of my friends said here, he's not a strong guy. He's not a strong candidate. And so, I mean, he's trying to do what he knows best. Lastly, to Arati, I wish somebody could talk to Arati and tell him that there is a difference between being a governor, because being a governor is like being a president of a county. Now, if Arati is going to come to Kisii with that Nairobi style, because I see people are accepting him, but what I'm scared about is this issue that he likes running around with motorbike guys and everything. I wish he could change that thing, and also allows for those ones who have mkokoteni, baiskeli, gari, na sisi tuingie hapo. So because this idea of running with only boda people kupanga kwa barabara everywhere, it is not really a form of leadership that we will need. We will need somebody who's going to get in the office, achane na mambo ya drama, afanyie Wakisii kazi, if that is what he wants. Lakini mambo ya kukimbia kwa barabara, kutukanana na wengine, hii utoto ndio tunataka kukataa, and that is what we were castigating on the other side of UDA, and that is why some of us are not even subscribing to UDA, because hatutaki mambo ya matusi. So I pray that he's going to take like 2-3 weeks, aenda hapo fundisho kidogo, aambiwe aache hii mambo ya matusi, aambiwe wacha hii kufanya hii sarakasi ya ya kukimbia barabarani and everywhere, because that's not the kind of leadership we want. Kisii are very hard-working people. We need somebody who can just create a good environment, and then we do our thing the way we do our thing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mzee, for that. But I would like to ask you a question before you go, because at some point I felt that maybe I didn't understand you. This claim that NYERI is not very, let me use your word, is not very strong, And again, you say Simbarati is bringing the politics from Nairobi to Kisii. Didn't you know that that is what has made a few people really doubt if he is ready for leadership? Because Arati has been told, stop this. Every Monday and Thursday, when it's Darajambili, he puts Pikipiki Korusuneka from Nyamataro all the way to Bobaracho or all the way to Keumbu, and nothing moves, even cars. And that is his campaign structure every week, those 2 days. And he has been told to stop that. He has refused. Don't you think that is why now Ongeri has been told that, you know what, hii utoto imekuwa nyingi sana, we just can't deal with this anymore? Because I think that is what is happening. He has refused to stop that.
Let me respond to that very quick. If you heard me very clear, you know, I didn't want to go very deep about that. And I was trying to tell you something over there. Now, does he have an ODM ticket?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, then that's my wrong. I was speaking it from the perception that he has an ODM ticket. I mean, I'm sorry, I could be wrong. My sources did not give me the clear information, and I want to apologize for that. So that is why I talked about ODM, because, you know, and I talked about being censored, you know, sitting with somebody, making sure that, you know, this person has what it takes to be in leadership on a such position. If he hasn't been given a ticket, then I really think
he's an aspirant.
Didn't have
He's an
a reason.
aspirant like everybody.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Eja Kindube, Bernard is not here yet.
Mimi nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza tu mzee kwamba amesema kwamba kuna watu fulani ambao wanakuwa rafu, wanakanyaga watu around yani kuna watu fulani ambao hufanya fujo, ambao hufanyia wana ODM wengine fujo. So mimi naweza kumuomba kama ni binadamu kama sisi, wataje tu, sisi tunaweza kuambia hatupendi vitu kama hizo, kwa sababu
that one I can answer you very quick, my brother. I brought that thing in context using Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. We had all these issues where you know he was in, out, but he was, you know, he had the right to do that. But if you went back and listened the way, let me mention one person, this what's the name of this is, I think it's from Luya. I'm sorry to say that. I think you see the Secretary General, whatever.
Yeah.
Can somebody?
Sifuna?
Yeah, Sifuna.
What's his name? Sifuna. If
Sifuna,
you
yeah.
went back and kind of listened the way Sifuna was talking to Carol, he can go, you know? No, that's not how you negotiate. That's not how you bring somebody on board. You don't just tell somebody you can go, we are ready to go. So that is one example that I was using. I mean, Sifuna should follow what Raila does. I mean, look at Raila. He should follow that. It's so simple. Look at Junaid Mohammed, the way they talk to people. They will talk to you like you just a little something right there. I mean, that's not the way to talk to people. I'm talking about Simbarati. Look at what he's doing. So this is not a good, you know, presentation. You have somebody, a leader, who is so sober, and then here you are, just, you know, not, and this is in some way, this is what really at some point gives Raila Odinga some bad perception out there. We don't want this kind of talk. We want a sober talk. I mean, even if you shouted so loud, even if you talk with a lot of whatever energy, it won't make a difference. So after all that, where is Kalonzo? Kalonzo is here. Now let them go out there and talk the way they were talking. Let them go out there and tell him, get out and go. They won't. So it could be the way of talking politics, but I really don't think that's the way to talk to other leaders. Other leaders have also a right to think the way they think.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for those insights. And I thank you for coming and telling us the truth that if we castigate William Ruto and this campaign and the way he does things and handouts and piki, and we see somebody within us doing the same, we cannot keep quiet. We must, and that is the reason why, even though Simba Arati has been very popular and we accepted him, his ratings are going down because of that. And I hope he changes, because if he continues that, I think people will reject him. So, but he's still up there. So I hope he listens to the voice of the people. Who was next? Was it Ngantwele?
Wacha niseme tu Alex, wacha niseme tu asante kwa mzee Oduor. Hao watu watasikia sauti zetu, tutasema kwa sababu si wao tu Mungu.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. We need to get our house in order. I mean, yes. We can't be checking other people's houses when our house is leaking, you know?
Yeah, we'll tell them. We'll tell them off. They are not, they're not, we'll tell them that they have to speak with people with respect. Hatutaki ufujo. Tunataka watu wote tuheshimiane, wadogo kwa wakubwa. Hiyo ndio safi. Tunataka Kenya ya namna hiyo.
Na hii
Kenya ambayo haibagui, Kenya ambayo
kitu ingine ya kuleta watu kwa chama
pamoja.
Hii kitu ingine ya kuleta watu kwa chama, chunguza mtu kabla ya kuleta mtu kwa chama. Hii mambo ya kubeba kila kitu ndio inatuletea shida.
Hiyo mimi nakuunga mkono kabisa. Mimi kama ningekuwa mimi mwenyewe, kuna watu wengine ningewa reject. Nimwambia afadhali ukusiwe kwa chama yetu. Kwa sababu ya lazima tuhakikishe kwamba katika nyumba yetu tuko na watu ambao wako na integrity, watu ambao wanaaminika. Sio tu kukusanya, tunakusanya takataka, mwisho unakuta hata wewe uko hapo ndani una kila kitu. Hiyo haifai. Asante sana.
Nashukuru. Karibu Stone PK, karibu Megi. Sasa ni Ngantwele ama nani? Ngantwele Bill. Tusaidie tujue hiyo jina yako bwana. Hiyo jina
Ngatwele bin Ngatwele.
Okay. Karibu.
Hi everyone.
Very good, my friend.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank Odor, my guy, for moving with Martha Karua to Azimio. I hope you and thousands of people have moved with Martha to Azimio, so that's a plus to us. So when I talk about Kisii politics and Simba Arati politics, I think Simba Arati, the challenge he has is he's used to the city politics, and that's how city politics is. If you have to use some tricks, like the use of boda guys is a common thing in Nairobi, and you can't be soft to manage to be even in an MCA in Nairobi that kind of people are what people like in Nairobi. I don't know why, but I don't have a reason, but that's, if you do some survey, the likes of Babu Owino and so many people, that kind of politics is what people like in Nairobi. So I think that's what affects him. And I think he's doing a good job. And as someone has said, he needs to change, because there he's dealing with he's in a different environment where people need people who can deliver and very quiet and have good policies. So in that in Kisii or in any other county apart from Nairobi, Kisumu, or Mombasa, people needs leadership, and the leadership is being seen from far. So that needs to change on that. But so far, he's doing well, and if he changes some tactics, he will become the governor of Kisii. So when we go to the politics of Western, DAP-K and the ODM, I think this is a good move. It's a very good move, because in this case is where the Azimio team will manage to secure most of the seats. Like in governorship, they need to do something, because Malala will use so many tricks to be the governor. So the Azimio team should try to front one candidate if possible, because currently I don't know whether they are two or because we also have I'm not sure, but they need to front one candidate for the governorship position so that they can face off with the Kenya Kwanza team, because Azimio Azimio is big, but splitting of votes is also affecting the voting. Will also deny some people votes, because each person has his own person to vote for. So they need to come sit down, as they have started doing it, so that they can agree on it, because that's the issue of what they are trying to avoid is what happened to ODM in Kakamega in 2017, where ODM managed to get only 2 seats, and ANC got almost 5. Jubilee also managed to penetrate. The reason why Jubilee managed to penetrate is because of fielding of candidates with all the parties around, which were around the NASA coalition. So that affected ODM, because by then ODM was the dominant party, and if a dominant party only managed to get 2 seats out of over 10 constituencies, that's not good. So they need to sit down. And so far, ODM is the dominant party in Kakamega. So as they have suggested, the Kakamega should be left purely for ODM. But I can see some challenges with people like, let's say, Ayub Savula. Ayub Savula wants to be a governor, and is in DAP-K. And I didn't see him in the meeting, meaning he's not happy with what's going on. And that one might cause some challenges. If I were these people, I could have advised them so that someone like Ayub Savila go for the Senate. Then, because there's someone who's a strong candidate in ODM who is Baraza, to go for the governorship. In that case, they will manage it easily. Or else, things will be rough on us as a Azimio team. Because places like Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, ODM has no much impact as compared to DAP. So I think in that case, those places should be left for DAP-K, Bungoma, and Trans Nzoia. So that's what I have for the ODM and the DAP-K. So about this Cosmo Choy, he did a good thing by apologizing, but I was also expecting DP, because he mentioned the name of DP, to say something. So DP has not said anything, but I expected him to say at least something concerning that issue, because I saw so many women on the street of Nairobi trying to to protest against such utterances. It was a bad show to Kenyans and a bad show for the UDA fraternity, because Shaw is one of the staunch supporters of UDA, and I think he's vying for a seat somewhere in Nairobi. Is it Embakasi East? So if a member of parliament behaves like that without even using his senses, it's ridiculous. So, but he did a good thing by. I hope he sincerely apologized, because he always talks a lot. Soon he will come up with another thing. So, but for this one, it was a bad show, and it should not go to that extent. However much you have differences in politics, but that does not mean that you have to go deep into the families of all other people. We also have our families, and if someone attacks your family, you will feel it. Even if you are someone who can't just attack your mother and you just feel comfortable. No, you have to feel it. However, your mother or father is such a bad person, but if someone attacks her or him, you will have to have some feeling. So, if I could have advised him that he went too far, and that should not be the case. Otherwise, I don't have much to say for now. I'll come in later. Thank you.
Yes, Bernard, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, but continue sharing. I will do the back office. Huh?
Oh, okay, thank you. Kasuti, karibu. Naitwa Stone PK, karibu. Megi alikuwa hapa ameenda. John, do you have something to say?
Thank you so much. There is something I needed to inform. There is a guy who was here who had, I know his rumors. Actually, they usually come with rumors. They don't have, he was claiming like he has factual data from the ground, but he doesn't. I wanted to inform him, like I'm from a place called Sirikwa Ward, Kuresoi North, Kuresoi Sub-County, Nakuru County. That is where my home is. The way he thinks the things are going around is not the way he was the picture he was painting and the things are on the ground. Those are two different things. So kindly, if he's on the background and he's listening to me, go to the exact place, ask people what is there. Don't generalize everything. Sasa siwezi sema kila mtu ni mwizi na sijamwona akiiba au watu wako hapa. So go to individual places, the exact places, get data from there. The last thing ni ya mwisho sasa, nitatoka nipewa wengine nafasi. Nimesikia wakisema this old guy of ours mwenye ako hapa ametoa matusi hata mimi nashindwa kuyaongea mimi mwenyewe. So like acha niseme ni kuomba msamaha, but ile kwa msamaha ni mzaa, because you can't do all that thing na uiweke online then you uombe msamaha 1 minute. Hiyo kemea kabisa. And another thing, what he needs to know, that is something that will remain forever till he dies. Watu watakuwa wakireview that thing and that thing. He has painted a negative picture about himself. So sometimes, before you go and do something, look at the impact hiyo kitu itakuletea in your life. Kama yeye mzee yote mwenye atampata kindly muadvise, because things are not done that way. We are seeking advice from these old guys. Like sasa nitauliza Alex, ni nini inaendelea somewhere, because he's much older than me and he knows something that I don't know. So if that's the same person I'm going to seek advice from me, I don't think so. NYERI nikae na hiyo utumbavu yangu niko nao. Thank you, Alex. and the panelists and the other guys who are here. I wish you all the best wenye mnalala. Mlale, but me nitatoka kidogo for some reasons.
Asante sana John Okibo kwa hayo maneno yako. Sasa Penny, karibu kwa kuja. Stone PK, si tupe mawaidha hapa, wisdom kutoka Meru. Tuambie maneno ya Meru iko aje?
Asante ndugu Alex, thank you brother Watwele. Wow, Ngatwele bin Ngatwele. Fred Kasuti then Nyagaka, mzee wa kazi na nani Canada ametoka kidogo. Yeah, habari kemkem kutoka Mbere. Ni kwamba leo Munya he beat the bullet and went right in Mbere. Mbere is a small community but very difficult. Difficult because we are a confused community. You know what? It's like a chicken when you tie it, ukifunga miguu and then you travel kutoka Kisii kwenda Nairobi. Ikiwa kwa boot, ikifika Nairobi hata ukifungua hiyo kamba, it will take like 1 or 2 hours ndio ijue kweli ilifunguliwa miguu. Ukiachilia tu inakaa vile ilikuwa imekaa kwa boot. So that is how our community is. It has been suppressed since Nyaga time, since independence, and we have been indoctrinated to sing the song of the Mulima, although we are not near the Mulima. So when the Mulima says they don't want Baba, even the Mbere people go saying that they don't want Baba. If you ask them why, they tell you they don't know. That is Mbere community in Embu County. So today I'm personally very happy that Munya went to a place called Siakago, that is in Mbere North, and he did not do a campaign rally. He did what we call focus group discussion. You know, spending time to teach like you're teaching a nursery school kid. I think that's what one of our professors told us. That if you want to succeed in articulating anything or telling somebody you are Sarah, you break it down as if you are breaking it to a nursery school kid. Ukitoka hapo, Sarah yako itakuwa imeeleweka. So today Munya did exactly that. He gave them facts. He, step by step, asked them for the last 4 elections, 3 or 4, how was Baba performing, and they would answer. Some of them are very aware of what is happening. Some even were quoting direct percentages. So he concluded by telling them, now that those percentages or that percentage he has been getting has not haijateremka chini. Okay, if it's 44%, haijateremka, haijapungua hata na 0.01. But what is happening is that inaonekana imeongezeka, and they are admitted. Akasema munaona ni kama itaongezeka, and they said yeah, in fact even here there are people talking about Azimio. Then he told them, okay, now you decide, because if kama inaongezeka na ilikuwa mjampigia kura that time, na sasa mnasema mtampigia, is it automatic anaenda huko juu kwenye State House? And by that time people are seeing the sense, and then he gave them with one choice, either to go, to be in opposition or be in a government that is coming to be formed by Baba. So why I'm bringing this is because this is now the strategy that is being adopted by Azimio to try and penetrate those small pockets of difficult communities, because it is true there are communities that are still resisting. Even this Mulima we are talking about, it's still not very nice, but it's being worked on properly. That's why you can see people like Kabogo, they don't know what to do. Mara hako hapa anaambia William the way he has helped William. ati ni yeye alichanua William, mara anarudi kuuliza why was my name and my party not included in your Facebook post. You know, those kind of petty things. Then the last one I saw is that he was having a an interview with one of the reporters, and he talked. Alika, you don't know where he is. Anasema, oh, he's been talking to these people. They don't seem to have an agenda for Mlima, for Mount Kenya. Kabogo is also neither here nor there, and Nikigeugeu. So that's an example of some of these guys in Mlima, who I think with the time, the chicken will come to roast. Let me come to Mama Rachel. Mama Rachel, of course, we do not expect her to say anything to the contrary. I really sympathize and empathize with our ladies, especially when you become somebody called wife. It is one of the, it's a most difficult thing. If men were told to be wives, I don't think men can survive. So lazima to salute our ladies very much, because we make them sing our songs, even if our songs are tuneless, just because of the name husband. So you don't expect Rachel to castigate the actions about the Bwanake. She has to sing to that tune. That's why she says Bill is a very generous person. He likes giving, and he will continue giving. But if you ask her, that giving, which is endless, kwani Mungu uko tu ndio Mungu amebariki. That is where they pray, and prayers are answered direct in the entire country. How can you give money endless for the last, since 1990 what? After the Kanu YK 92, this man has just been giving. So kwani hiyo pesa anagive inatoka wapi? Shimo ambaye aishi. I was wishing one of the reporters could ask her that why, how come those wells don't dry? Yeah. It was sad that as much as she's also they say she's very religious, they are very religious, but again, they can be able to, or rather she can be able to support this kind of activity, which everyone says it is startup, it is iko na madoadoa ya damu, meaning there is something that is not straight with this kind of giving. So we take our word. When I come to this man from Kisii land, this is what Cosmo, I tend to think he has a serious problem, because I followed him for quite some time, even from when he was supporting NASA. I'm one of those people who really never liked his kind of the words he was uttering, even if he was supporting the side we are in. And I would comment a lot on some of his videos, because I mean, he has been that crude. And I at one time I doubted where he was born and bred. Then I later came to understand, I think from Kisii he came to Kayole, and you know, he was just huko chini huko Kayole akifanya hizo mambo zingine huko. So he's a real street guy, very uncouth, and although he says he doesn't use any substance or liquid, because I've witnessed one of the interviews he had attended on, on TV, and he said that people think he uses banky, he uses pombe. It is he kind of disputed that. But if he doesn't use any of those, or if he says those things in his sober mind, then he's sick. Yeah, mental. And somebody told me that when you're having a mental problem, you may not know. You may not know. It's people around you who can easily pick it. Because sincerely speaking, somebody of that age, you can't pick videos and record talking the kind of things he talks. Even if he's advocating for whoever he's supporting. The language is foul, even the brain, the ideas, they're incoherent. It's really sad. And then when he comes to apologize, and people take it as an apology, this is somebody who should be discarded. For me, yesterday I had said the Kenya should even strip off any citizenship if he has any, you know, so that he should never come to Kenya. Those are people you disown and na tusahau kwamba alikuwa ni Kenya. Wacha akae America. Akuwe mu America. We don't need those kind of people. And then he makes matters worse. Anasema anakuja kusimama kura. Hii nchi kwani anafikiria these Kenyans are that low? He cannot even, who will vote for him? Even the kisses that there are very many here in Embakasi, very many indeed. Yeah? He could, if he was a sober guy, he would get quite reasonable votes. But I don't think even if he came and tried to be a leader of one of the Makanga bus Matatu station, I don't think he will. Yeah. So I think, and people still saying, "Oh, you will be Mheshimiwa." What sort of Mheshimiwa? Those clips will be there, they will be replayed, and people will be asked, "Is this the kind of person you want to elect?" I mean, it is amazing the way RUTO attracts this kind of people, UDA, you know, and you would imagine, God forbid, if they were to take leadership of a country, really, what would happen? I think most of us would just have to shift from this country, because you can't imagine people like Cosmo, ati yako hapo na ma V8, ati anaitwa Mheshimiwa Cosmo. That would be disaster in the making. Let me talk about and congratulate PRISCILLA in NYERI for really coming up. Time is due for her to take leadership in NYERI. She's been very consistent, very articulate. It's really a plus to Azimio. She's been an activist, of course, very, very articulate in the entire you know, kind of liberation movement and all that. Very, very, very upright, very straight, very, very intelligent lady from NYERI. So we feel like we are gaining marks, we are gaining brains, we are gaining people who will form, you know, Baba's government from grassroots all the way. And we are praying that even MCA's candidates should come of high caliber to be able to, you know, because when you have a high caliber leadership, you see development sprouting like mushroom from every corner. You know, because you have people who have brain, you have passionate people, people who are driven because they want to serve the population. So when I see such candidates coming to our side, I feel like it's a blessing to Azimio and Baba as a general. Odm Dap-K kind of arrangement. This is another super idea. You know, very, very super idea, because what is the ultimate goal? The ultimate goal is to be able to clinch leadership, clinch power, and clinch power with as many leaders as possible, so that we can have a very easy way of running the government. So this strategy of mapping out and agreeing who of the two brothers is being liked where, and then you allow that. That is the best. It's the best zoning. You know, you gain more than you lose, because if we say DAP, this is your area, and they have done their research, they know, you just scoop those seats like never before. So I would wish in the very highly contested areas, we would follow that kind of approach, where Baba had a very high level discussion with the Western in total. When one man or two feels anasikia ni kama I favor, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. Chakula will come. Yeah. Atakuja tu because sasa utaenda wapi? You cannot leave the men, the house of intellect, the people of your caliber. Huwezi kutoroka uende, utaenda wapi? Yeah. So, and then in this thing, when it is hotly contested, it's good to have to lay a strategy. It's a give and take. Another area that Baba also has given some nice approach is Narok. You know what has happened in, not Narok, in Kajiado. What has happened in Kajiado is unique. The popular candidate moves into Baba's party, ODM, that is Olelenku, yeah, and then he is now going to face head-on with this guy who had run away from ODM. He jumped over to fight Olelenku. So now the competition will be fair, and wananchi are the ones who say, and Olelenku moved with almost everybody to ODM. So that is how I think Azimio should adopt, consult the ground, consult the people, and then provide leadership. I'll stop there for a while because I think we still have time. If anybody has a question or a concern from my submission, it's most welcome. Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Nitatia tamaki pale.
Oh, thank you, Sonny PK. We appreciate it. Kuna wale wajaongea, kama hujaongea inua mkono tuone. Kasuti, nimekuona umeongea. Tumia kikwezo kingine.
Mimi kumjibu mjinga mmoja anayeitwa Cosmo Choy. Cosmo Choy ni fala mmoja asiyapima au asiyaweka mizani maneno kabla hajayatamka. Cosmo Choy ni mbumbumbu mmoja anayefikiria kwamba kuyatamka au kuwatukana watu ndiyo siasa. Ndugu yangu, umeteleza. Cosmo Choy mwakosea mama zetu. Cosmo Choy mwakosea wake zetu. Cosmo Choy umewakosea dada zetu. Cosmo Choy umewakosea mashangazi zetu. Cosmo Choy umewakosea mabinti zetu. Naposema zetu, na wewe pia humo ndani, kwa sababu unajua kwamba una mke. Kama huna mke, una mama. Kama huna mama, una dada. Kama huna dada, una mama mdogo. Kama huna mama mdogo, una shangazi. Cosmo Choy hufai kuwepo katika jamii yoyote ya wanadamu duniani. Hata katika jamii ya wanyama hustahili kuwepo popote, yani haufai katika jamii yoyote. Wewe umeatamka maneno mazito yasiyoweza kutamkika na mtu mwenye akili timamu. Alafu cha ajabu kwamba Cosmo Choy ni mwanamume wa Kikisii. Sisi kama Wakisihi kuna maneno ambayo huwezi ukayatamka mbele ya umma. Hivi so Cosmo Choy, ile video inayopita ile, mama yako akaiangalia, nafikiri hatajuta kumzaa mtu kama wewe. Mama yako mdogo akaiangalia ile, ataona aibu kwamba labda dada yake au mdogo wake aliweza kuzaa mtu kama wewe. Hata mke wake akaona hiyo video yako, atajilaumu kuolewa na mtu wa design yako wewe. Unawezaje ukatamka vile?
Thank you. Was it Kasuti?
Yeah. Kasuti.
Najua mimi nimeshangaa sana, nimekaa kitako, nimekuwa nikisikiza tu. Kuna mzee wangu amekuwa hapa anaitwa sijui Oduri ama anaitwa nani. Kuna msemo huko nyumbani kwa Kiluya wanasema, ukiona umbwa inapweka, imefinywa ama imechapwa mahali. Sasa ameongea kusema ya kwamba kuna watu kwa chama ya ODM kuna watu wako tu na nini, you cannot tolerate nonsense. If you are a principled person, you should stand on your ground. Unajua akisema ya kwamba Sifuna alikuwa na castigate sijui Kalonzo ama alikuwa anaongea vibaya kuhusu Kalonzo, ni huyo tu Kalonzo tu mwenyewe alileta hii narrative, I'll be stupid, I'll be foolish, supporting sijui what. Aya, it is the same Kalonzo who stood up and declared NASA is dead. So when somebody is speaking out what transpired or what happened, ndio watu wakakuja kufikia hiyo kiwango ya kuwa kudisagree. Unajua, in ODM I like one thing: when we agree we move together, when we disagree you are allowed to part ways in good faith. We will not come to you and tunaendelea kupepisiti mtu na mtu ni mzima. Kwanza hii ni siasa bwana. Hii siasa wewe unafikiria
One minute Kasuti. PK.
Okay.
Stone PK, you continue sharing. Mimi nitafanya back office mpaka Themba akuje. Niko na ofisi nyingine huko nafanya job nyingine.
Haya, sawa bana, sawa.
So as I was saying, hawa watu wote nyinyi msikuwe tu watu wepesi kwa kukastiketi watu ati sijui wanakaa aje, wanafanya ati hawafai, hawatoshi. No, you have to see and to look the background. Mtu kama Simba Arati is a very polite man, and he's one of the defenders of ODM. If you want to cross to see the wrath of that man, just speak bad about Baba, that's one. Just cross cross in the ways of Baba in ODM. Kuna wale watu wanasemanga kuna wale watu wako na ile upendo wa mtu kuliko ule wa Petero na Yesu. So if you want to see the other side of that man, just talk bad about ODM. You will see. They will not sit down and watch you unaongea vile wanavyotaka ama unacastigate ama unafanya. They will create you. Simba Arati is one of the guys wale wana defending ODM kwa vyovyote vile. Na ndio hao kuna ile group ile inajuanga hawezi ukaenda na hiyo chama kama watu sambulio wako pale. Kama hawangekuwa wale headliners, wale vijana wa nguvu, hii ODM ingelienda na mwanzo ilimanajiwa kupochiwa out. Martin anaandika hapa, wacha nimwambie for the benefit of doubt kwa sababu yako. Ujue ODM, the real ODM, Tani Maanzo alitoroka na certificate. Do you know what happened before Tani Maanzo atoroke na certificate? So the same thing ilitaka kufanyika in Kasarani wakati fulani ambapo Ababu na Mwamba alikuwa anataka kutoroka na chama. It forced these gentlemen, these young men, these young thugs who are around Baba, wanaitwanga men in black, to come to defend the party. Na hapo ndipo unaona the likes of Sifuna, the likes of Simbarati, the likes of wale mahadiko, wale watu wenye uwezi ukacheza kwa hiyo chama. Hiyo chama kama kuna kitu chochote cha kufanya ili chama ikuwe protected, and that's why wame maintain from that moment up to now. Ndio unaona ODM bado imesimama vile iko hivyo, kwa sababu iko na walinzi bure. Angalia, Jimmy Wanjiki alikuwa ametumwa, alikuwa amekuja kuiba chama, alikuwa ametumwa kuiba chama. Sasa unaniambia kama hao watu hawange kuwepo, sasa tungekuwa tunaongea ODM kweli? Tuwesemesane ukweli, sababu Jimmy alikuwa ametumwa na Ruto kuiba hiyo chama. Hainge kuwepo saa hivi tunaongea hivi. Lakini kwa sababu ya hizo misimamo za watu kama Sifuna, kama Arati, kama nani, the people, yani hawa ni wale watu Baba anategemea to protect the party when it comes to the party issues. Na kwa chama ukikosa watu kama hao, my friend, utakuwa we umelala huko unashtukia chama ilienda na mtu mwingine, we mwenyewe uko kwako, hata hujui utaamkanga nyumba ilihamwa, we hujui ilihamwa aje. But ODM has maintained to be strong because it has people who defend it and protect it. Ni vigumu sana kusuia watu ambao, because politics is silly game anyway. Politics is silly game. So, and if you want to play politics on a certain kwa mambo fulani ama kitu fulani, expect. Mimi napenda, kuna mtu alisema ati noisy, messy and casualties. Hiyo ndio inapatikananga kwa siasa. Kutongoza mtu mkuje pamoja inakuanga vizuri sana. Inakuanga tu kama vile unavyotongoza mwanamke. Lakini wakati wa divorce always inakuanga messy, noisy, and usipochunga kutapatikana casualties. So walipokuwa wanaongea vibaya kuhusu Kalonzo, ilikuwa in the process of your divorce. Hiyo divorce, unajua na si mara ya kwanza Kalonzo kudivorce na Baba, wamedivorce mara kadhaa. Sasa hiyo ni nyumba ambayo wamedivorce, wakarudiana, wakadivorce, wakarudiana, wakadivorce, wakarudiana. So hiyo ni kama ndoa, na hiyo ndio mzuri, hiyo ndio utamu wa ndoa. Hiyo ndio utamu wa ndoa. Wacha nikuje kwa huyu politics of Western, sababu that is my home and I'm proud to be there and I'm proud to be son of the soil. What is happening in Western is very simple. Na hiyo ndio game yenye natumika. Na hiyo ndio game ambayo Baba aliona akiwa ameketi inaitwaje, Upper Hill, Chungwa House, akaona future. Saa ile wengine wamepanda juu ya KICC, top of KICC, wakisema kulikuwa kukaenda. Hawakuona hiyo. Unajua Khalwale ametupa. Na niliwaambia Ruto is a very brutal person. Ruto is very brutal. And don't expect Ruto to support you, or yani, wacha nitumie lugha nyingine. Ruto anaweza fananishwa tu na I'm sorry kama nita offend mtu, but anaweza fananishwa tu na mtu mwenye kitu chake huwezi ukakula bure. You will pay it. Wanasemanga vya shetani haviliwi bure. Ukikula vya shetani utaliba dearly. Na vitakutoka kwa pua. Unaona? Sasa, do you know why aliforce Khalwale ku withdraw? Yeye alipika hesabu, akaona ya kwamba kama atatuma akituma Khalwala aenda defend Senate, aingia as senator, kuna uwezekano anaweza shinda, but I'm not so sure if at all atashinda. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. Na akasema akatupa nani? Akatupa Malala aenda akuja ang'ang'ane na Azimio kwa ugavana, whereby anajua 100% hatashinda. Kwa nini? Inamaanisha if at all Khalwale atapita na hii atamanage kuingia Senate, atakuwa amemanage kuingia na udaku party, si ndio? Huyu naye atakuwa ameshindwa in the name of ANC. Inamaanisha una wipe off Mudavadi in the politics of Kakamega completely. Yeye na mtu wake watakuwa wamekwisha kabisa, na hapo ndipo unaona hiyo ndio strategy William Ruto alitumia Mlima Kenya wakati alikuwa anajua huyu, this is a very strong candidate, huyu ni mtu ambaye nikimwachilia akuje hapa atajijenga. The strong candidates, they never won, they were never been given Jubilee ticket that time. So anajua Malala atashindwa, na Malala akishindwa Mudavadi ameshindwa. Are you getting the point? Na likely Khalwala anaweza ingia, na Khalwala akiingia atajipiga kifua aseme mimi niliwaambia hamkusikia. Are you getting the point? Sasa hapo amechukua Mudavadi, amemtupa chini ya pasi, na akachukua Malala akamweka juu ya frying pan, juu anajua tu hapo atachemshwa, atakarangwa vizuri kabisa. Ukiangalia Trans Nzoia is the same thing. Amewithdraw candidate wake, amesema wanasupport nani? Wanasupport Weta hata has stand any chance. It's nowhere. It's not even near to the seat, kwa sababu hiyo assimilated dab ni kama ime take over from for the Kenya. Now we are singing the song of dab, TAP, chama cha mbolea. Hiyo ndio sasa chama tunazungumza. Na ukiona chama cha mbolea, kitu cha kwanza utaona watu wawili hapo kwa hiyo chama. Hiyo chama iliundwa ama ilitengenezwa kwa misingi miwili. Utaona Uhuru Kenyatta, the hand of Uhuru Kenyatta, na utaona the hand of Raila Amolo Odinga there. Hiyo chama ilikuwa as alternative party. How can you control Western? Sisi hatutaki kuja ati tuanze kusema sisi ndio tuko na ufunguo, hapana. Au wase ni watu niwaambia ni very genius. Huwezi ukakuja kusema mimi niko na ufunguo ya Western, nobody can come in Western except kupitia kwangu. So wakasema ya kwamba we need to have something that will dominate na itatupea access. So siasa ya Western, ukikuja Bungoma ashajua. Wanasema wasupport hiyo Fort Kenya. Ni nani ako kwa Fort Kenya huyo anataka kuwania na Fort Kenya? Si ni Lusaka hata akuje na magic gani? Huyo hatuwezi tukamchakua, na tulisema na tukamaliza. The likes of Wetangula himself, this time round he's going home. He's not going to hold any seat, elective seat, whereby anaenda kuwa kama Mudavadi those days, and I don't know who will. Na ndio naona Kalonzo anataka anasema ataongea na Weta hakikisha amerudi upande huu. Weta is very slippery person, na utaweza shangaa sana ukute Weta amerudi Azimio. Kwa sababu gani? Anajua ya kwamba akiendelea kukaa kule atapoteza kiti yake ya senator. In political arena hata kuwepo, in political hata kuwepo, atakuwa ameisha. Na akiwa ameisha, na ule mtu amezoea kuwatoa hao watu wa mlembe kuwatoa kule kwa mashimo, akiwaleta Huyo ndio wanaendelea wakipinga. So siasa ya Western ishakuwa controlled, na tunajua tunapanga. Wewe hapa tunajua huyu wewe uko na ushawishi. Haya, wewe leta huyu mdoko wako, shikanisha hao watu wawili, nendeni mkachukue uongozi sasa. Wewe unataka hii, wewe ulikuwa unataka hii, basi ashikaneni, chukweni uongozi na tukasonge mbele. So and about Chicken Seller, the son of Sokoi, let me tell you, mnalaumu Cosmo Choy pure. Umbwa inafanyanga kulingana na mwenye umbwa vile ameiakiza kufanya, na hiyo it's a good deal, it's a good thing. When Oscar Sudi uttered some silly utterances, you remember those days, watu wakasema ho, but in a real sense it was William Ruto who was speaking. When Kimani Gunjiri anaongea ujinga, it is William Ruto speaking. When Rigathi Gachagua anaongea upusi, it is William Ruto speaking. When you hear the likes of nani huyu mwingine, it is William Ruto himself, Moses Kuria. Na niliwaambia, these people, the more they continue to make those blunders, wanatusaidia kwa sababu wanatuletea some votes, because ile sympathy walikuwa wanatafuta inaondolewa kwao. Are you getting the point? Because you cannot move around messing around and then you say mnaona vile wanakuonea aje. Wewe unatuma watu wanaenda kutukana wamama wa watu asifu wewe huna mama, wanatukana mabibi ya watu wewe asifu wewe huna bibi. Kile kitu tu wamefanya vizuri, na hiyo nitampatia heko. Mambo ya mmesema ati kwani wewe unatoanga tu, unajua hata kama mtu ni mbaya, hata kama Sauli alikataliwa na Mungu, lakini kuna kitu Sauli pia alikuwa nacho cha muhimu sana, kile Mungu alijifunia kwa kuhusu Sauli. So unaona hata Ruto huyu mnasema huyu, kuna kitu mimi nikisoma Biblia naona kuna kitu ako nacho. Now despite the fact that David was the chosen one, the anointed one, but when it came to build a temple, inaitwanga wakati kuchengea Mungu madhabahu, God rejected. Why? Alisema wewe, despite the fact that you are the chosen one, despite the fact that I anointed you, I chosen you to be so and so, but when it comes to this, you will not do it because already ushatia mikono yako unachisi. Alikataliwa kwa misingi hiyo. Hii mambo yote Ruto anafanya, kupeana, kufanya nini, is in the biblical, is right in the Bible. But the point is, je, sadaka yake inakubalika machoni pa Mungu? Unafanya, it's right, lakini at the end of the day God rejects you. In the name of mikono yako ushaitia unajisi, licha ya kwamba wewe ni mtu wake, unajua kuomba sana, unajua kufanya mambo zote, lakini unakuta ya kwamba ushatia mikono yako unajisi, whereby God will not accept anything. Na niliona mtu mwingine hapa akasema akaandika akasema ati enda State House uende ukanichengee madhabahu. Nikasema these are the kind of the preachers wale wa mbeho hao, yani watu wa kitu kidogo. Tukikupea kitu kidogo, ukileta sadaka nono, alafu sasa wewe ndio unakuwa topic, unakuwa agenda, unaambiwa vile Mungu anasema. Kwani wewe tu ndio Mungu anaongeanga kuhusu wewe? Mungu hawezi akaongea kuhusu mtu mwingine. So you will expect Samuel, kama kuna mtu angeli apologize on behalf of anaitwa Mchoi ama Mchoi, sijui Mchoi, it is William Samoei Ruto. And that one, you'll wait. Ruto will never apologize. Why? Because he is the owner of that dog. When that dog bites, inamaanisha wewe mwenye umeachilia umbwa yako.
Summarize, Oga, summarize. Hey, what happened to 3 minutes?
Hey, papa. Okay. Haya.
Hapana.
Nimalizie. Tanaza wahango yasi bwana. Wala wango yasi sia. Na hata na nevili ni ya vile kenja kuloma.
The owner of the dog, I've reminded you. Please finish.
Na malile. The owner of the dog. Paki na hiyo. Ikue kama nini? Thank you, Bernard. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. PK, wewe umesahau kochea, umeachia ubiri wanahubiri yote. Thomas umeongea leo?
Wacha niombe ni kama dakika 3 hivi. Natetea tumbo.
Haya, tetea tumbo. Alafu tumsikilize sasa Nancy kwanza, alafu ndio tuende kwa Steve. Nancy mwana wefwe.
Ole sina ya muria.
Ole moyo.
Hope kila mtu ako salama.
Nabone wamire mwisiero bali bali mwisiero ita manya khale bantu bakonanga kumasiero.
Hapana, ndo kufunga kazi leo, nimekuwa busy sana, hata ndio nimeingia huko, but nashukuru Mungu kuwaona nyinyi wote mko hai, mko salama. Naona mjadala inaendelea vizuri sana. Tunashukuru Mungu kwa umbali. Bernard, mimi sitaongelea huyu Cosmo juu huyo naye aliharibu kabisa, sitamuongelelea. Wacha na ni mtu ati anataka kukua MP, anawania MP hapa Embakasi East. Mtu mwenye anataka kupigana naye kupigana na yani mwenye anataka kiti pamoja na yeye amefanya kazi ukilinganisha na ma MPs wote nchini. Sioni kama atafaulu. Hawa ni wale wenye wanafikiria ukiwa ng'ambo Kenya inaonekana kama boma yako. Sasa ni wale wenye wanataka kuja kuomba kura alafu warudi sijui wafanye kazi wakiwa ng'ambo ama nini. Lakini wengine acha tuwaachie tu Mungu. Bernard, mimi leo nimefurahia sana na yale yenye baba anafanya.
We wacha kuachia. Kuna watu uwezo kaachia Mungu wewe. Mungu, kwani nani alisema Mungu ndiye anachukua vitu zimeoza? Hakuna.
Kasuti wewe.
Wewe zela maluyok. Asa leo nimeona Olelengu amekuja ODM fully na Bernard, hizi ndio causes za vifaranga za kompyuta. Sasa unaona Kajiado ilikuwa ODM zone. Ni watu wenye walikuwa kwa vifaranga. Sasa saa hizi wanakuja huku sababu wanajua ile vifaranga haitafanya kazi, lakini tunaombea Mungu sababu amerudi kwa chama yenye inaeleweka, chama kimataifa. Tunamuombea Mungu atarudi tu pale. Huyo mwingine ndiye amepoteza sasa. Alafu hii mambo ya Western nafikiri wamepiga hesabu vizuri sana, but mimi kuna kitu inanisumbua. Weta anaweza kuja. Mimi ninaona Weta anaweza rudi, but itakuwa anaweza kuja na akuwe kama akuwe kama hawa vinara tu, akose kuwania kitu chochote, ila anaweza rudi. Venye ninajua unaona saa hii umaarufu wake umepungua kiasi ya kwamba hawezi itetea sana, ila ninaona anaweza kuja Azimio. venye ninaangalia vitu ninaona nani Weta anaweza hii wiki kitambo iishe, Weta anaweza kuja Azimio, na akikuja Azimio anaweza nini, ndio hataweza, hawezi kuja na watu, na pia umaarufu wake umepungua. Ninaona nani huyu speaker nani Lusaka anaweza kuja na asimame kama seneta wa Bungoma kupitia Azimio, kama inawezekana huyo nani akuje. Sijui, unajua sisi ni hapa kuanalyze tu, lakini ni ile kufikiria, sijui, lakini kuna kitu tu inanisumbua. Au watu wanaweza kuja Azimio na waachie Wangamati tu gavana, alafu itakuwa shida kubwa kwa Ruto, kwa sababu kurudi tena aanze kutafuta mtu mwenye atazimamisha kama gavana, mwenye atazimamisha kama senator, itampea kazi ngumu. Ila ninaona ile yenye wamepanga ni kazi mzuri sana. For example, Kakamega imekuwa ODM zone, alafu Busia hiyo naye hata huwezi sema. Bungoma kama wameamua ni DAP, alafu nini Trans Nzoia pia wameamua ni DAP. Sasa huyu mwenye aliwin kwa ODM Trans Nzoia ataingia DAP pia. Sababu nimeona ni kama hajafurahia kuongea kwake. Ninaona ni kama hajafurahia, but wacha tuone venye kutaenda. Hila si unajua hii baba aliongea hii kitu akiwa na watu wa Marsabit wakati walikuja kutembelea Orange House. Alisema hiyo wakati wa NASA kulikuwa na kama competition ndani ya NASA. Asa Mudavadi anasimamisha mtu, Weta anasimamisha wake na Fort Kenya, alafu ODM pia inasimamisha wake. Ikifika sasa ni wakati wa kupiga kura, watu wamegawana, hivyo ndio walipoteza viti na Jubilee. Sasa baba amepiga hesabu, ukiona hao watu wamesema hivyo, wamepiga hesabu yenye wanajua itawin. Alafu kitu inanisumbua kabisa, Bernard, hii gavana ya Mombasa, sioni kama kuko na mmoja mwenye anataka kuachia mwingine. Kila mtu anataka kuona ako na nguvu. Sasa sijui hapo atafanya aje. Ila mimi sijapenda Suleiman kabisa. Suleiman anakaa mtu wa kununuliwa. Anaweza nunuliwa hata after kura na aende kwa chama ingine. Sijui kama huyu Abdu Nasir, sijui kama baba watamuangazia sana. Huyo mtu amekuwa loyal. Natamani tuangazie huyo mtu. Waachane na huyo, hata kama ameanza kuweka umaarufu. Mombasa wasiposimamisha mtu mmoja, watu waendelee kupigana hivi, wataachia UDA na itaweza chukua hiyo kitu. Sababu tumesikia Coast Jubilee itasimamisha huko mtu gavana yoyote, itakuwa ni ODM na UDA. Sasa watu wasipojipanga, UDA inaweza chukua na ituache. Na Mombasa naye hatungependa hiyo siti kubwa hivyo iende kwa mikono ya watu wasiojiamini. Alafu hii kuongea kwa kwa mama yetu huyu second first lady, ameongea. Unajua ni mtu mwenye naonanga amenyamaza sana, lakini siku ya leo ameongea mpaka niliochi hiyo video. Tuchunge sana, tuchunge kabisa wa Kenya, tujue ni wapi tunaweka kura yetu. Tusiwekeze tu kura sababu unataka kupiga kura. Piga kura ukiweka maisha yako mbele. Kura yako tu ndio itaamua maisha yako ya kesho. Watu mjipange, tuache hii mchezo. Unaona mtu anasema ati mimi ninasimama na familia ya William Ruto. Ukimwambia unasimama na familia aje, ati mimi lazima nipigie hiyo familia kura. Sasa unajiuliza, unapigia familia kura ama unataka kupigia rais wa nchi? Yani au watu wenye wako Kenya Kwanza hawawezi kukupea tu the real reason yenye wana support Ruto. Ukiwauliza tu wanasema sisi ni watu tutapiga, tutasimama na hiyo familia. Sasa hatutaki nchi yetu ingie kwa mikono yenye haitaeleweka. Wakenya na waomba tu mpigie baba kura kama tunahitaji mabadiliko. Watu wengine wenye wako ng'ambo ng'ambo hivi, maisha ingine ngumu, turudi nyumbani tufanye hata kama ni biashara. Ukijua hata kama uko nyumbani unafanya biashara, unauza nini, lakini uko save, hiyo pesa yako inahesabika, unapata kakitu at the end of the day. Temba kwako. Sioni kama Bernard yako kwako.
Yaani Bernard alikuwa nangoja tu nifike achomoke. Okay, nani alikuwa anafuata?
Nafikiri ni mimi.
Aya, go ahead.
Yeah. Ninawasalimia nyinyi nyote, habari zenu? Okay. Jambo la kwanza, jana tuliongelea tukasema kuna mjamaa hapa ambaye ameongea matusi ambaye haikuwa inafaa, lakini leo nimeona ni kama amejaribu ku apologize, lakini hata apologize, the damage tayari ishafanyika, sababu sasa ulitukanana na hiyo damage tayari umeiweka na iko kwa YouTube. Hata ukaenda ukadelete hiyo video, tayari ulishamwaga hiyo maji, ulihala ukamwaga, ukasema yenye imefanyika, ulisema na kila sasa dunia yote inajua. Sasa hata ukiomba msamaha saa hizi ni kama ni bure, sababu haitasaidia. Lakini sasa huu mjamaa unajua kuna watu wengine, kuna ugonjwa fulani ile saa zingine watu unakuta mtu ako nayo, kama yeye naweza nikaweka ugonjwa wake ni kama ile OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. Ako na hiyo, yani anafurahia wakati anatusi, anaona akitusi wakati anaongea matope ndiye anafurahia, ama ndiye anaweza roho yake ndiye inaweza ikatulia. Kwa hivyo sasa ukiangalia hata zile video za kwenda nyuma zenye amekuwa akiongea, ni mtu anaongea vibaya, lakini I'm very happy amekemewa, na sidhani kama anaweza kanyaga Kenya, na nilisikia jana hakukanyaga hata wakati mama yake alifariki. Kwa hivyo hata wewe kukanyaga Kenya, hata akisema ile eti anakuja kuwania ubunge wa Embakasi East, hiyo nafikiri ni kuongea, ni mdomo tu, ni ile kupiga mdomo, lakini mambo ya kutoke eti atoke Marekani, North Carolina mpaka Kenya, hata wahi kukanyaga sasa, sababu hata kama serikali haitashika wewe, lakini kujulikana huko atanyoroshwa. Kwa hivyo mimi namuonea huruma sana. Ni mtu wako na wasichana wako, na wasichana wako wamekuwa ni teenagers wakubwa, lakini halafu ndio uongee maneno kama yale yenye alitamka. Ni aibu kubwa sana. Sasa hiyo tunamwajia Mungu adili na yeye, sababu sisi hata tukasema nini, Misaka Kasuti mimi naelewa yeah, lakini tunamwachia Mungu. Tunasema tunamwachia Mungu, mimi na kuelewa, lakini tunamwachia Mungu adili na yeye. Sasa hatuna, unajua tuwezi kumweka chini tumchape viboko. Sasa sisi tunamwachia nini, itamfuata yeye peke yake. Nikuje mambo ya siasa.
Ndugu yangu, huyo humwachii Mungu. Huyo Biblia inasema mpeaneni mikono mwa shetani, hand him to the devil so that his soul might be saved. Huyo mpeani, wacha kuachia Mungu mtu kama huyo. Mpeaneni mikono mwa shetani.
Okay, nakubaliana na wewe. Sasa wacha tumwachie shetani vile umesema. Okay, mambo ya siasa nimeona vile baba anajaribu pande ya Western. Hiyo mimi nafurahia, chenye anafanya, sababu hatutaki kuruhusu wale wangwana wa ule upande wa mrengo mwingine wakuje wa take advantage ya kule kwamba sisi hatuelewani, Arabu ndio kuja kupata wamesambaratisha zile kura zetu. Lakini kama tunaweza kuziunganisha pamoja, hawa watu waongeleshwe, hiyo itakuwa mzuri. Na ile kitu mimi naomba sana ni kule kwamba waongeleshe huyu mjamaa anaitwa Ayub Safura. Kama wanaweza wakamshawishi kabisa ndiye aingie ama apiganie awanie kiti cha useneta, itakuwa vizuri. Ama akuwe deputy governor badala yake. Arabu na kutima na yeye waangalie waone vile watamfanya. Na upande mwingine ni upande ya Busia sijajua upande between Amos Wako and Otuoma. Hao wawili walikuwa wote wanataka wanang'ang'ania hiyo kiti ya ugavana. Na tukikumbuka the last election of 2017, Otuoma walikuwa wanang'ang'ana na Sospita Ojamo. Mpaka ikafanya nani akakuja kuenda kwa independent. This time around sijajua iko namna gani sasa watu kutoka Western ndio wanataka moniere. Amos Wako kama ni uwezo wangu mimi ningemwachia aendelee na useneta wake. Lakini mpaka sasa hizi sijapata habari yoyote, pengine mtanielezea mwenye yako na habari kunaendeleaje. Kwingine ni kule huko vile dada yetu hiyo Nancy amesema huko Mombasa, between Shabal na huyu kijana wa nani Sharif Nasir. Hao watu wawili, Arabu kuna deputy speaker. Hapo ndio naona iko taswishi kidogo nayo, ambako baba anastahili aangalie sana, sababu we don't want to split hizo votes za hao watu. Arabu kute nini UDA wamepenya wakaingia ndani na wachukue hizo nini votes. Na kwingine ni huko upande ya Kilifi nayo kuna taswishi pande ule. Kuna Gideon Mung'aro, kuna ule speaker, kuna wajamaa wengine pale. Na hao tena na hao, sababu tunataka we want to lock completely the coast. Na hiyo nao nataka waangalie sana pande ule. Isikuja kupata nania apate mwenya wa kupenya huyu anaitwa huyu mama huyu wa kutingisa kiuno. Hiyo waangalie nayo. Alafu sio mimi Kasuti nasema anatingisa, yeye ndiye anasemanga. Hata uliona juzi kwa UDA akisema vile anatingisa, alikuwa yeye anasema huwa anatingisa, sio mimi, ni yeye anasema. Sasa unajua hiyo sio nimeitoa, ni yeye huwa anasema. Alafu na Nairobi tena ndio wanastahili waangalie sahihi. I wish and I hope kwamba watasikilizana, they are going to sit down and they come up with a solution ili wasupport kama ni candidate. Wakisema ni huyu, kama Nairobi wakisema either ni between. Lakini sasa unajua Nairobi hatuwezi tukakua nani anauliza huyu mbunge wa Westland aulize useneta, yani aulize ugavana, na Sifuna na yeye akiuliza useneta. It can't be possible eti tukue na waruya wawili wakuwe eti huyu mmoja ni wa governor na huyu ni ODM na huyu anauliza useneta. Kwa hivyo hapo lazima waangalie hapo vile watacheza hizo kadi zao. Between the Jubilee kuna Ngatia na kuna Maina Kamana na yeye anauliza useneta, na kuna wengine pengine na Tuchu na kama Tuchu atakuja kusimama huko Rafael Tuchu. Kwa hivyo hiyo kitu is a very trick one, but nayo wanastahili waiangalie sana. Mimi sina wasiwasi upande ya Ruto hakuna njia ile Ruto anaesha hiyo wave ya baba. Hiyo wave uliona juzi hata Marara akisema kwamba ile crowd zinakuanga ya baba, ile is a organic crowd, haikuanga ile ya pesa, ile ya kununua pesa. Hata yeye anakubali yao ile ni ile ya pesa, ile ya kuenda kufalisha watu t-shirt ya yero kama hii yangu ama hiyo ya Kasuri. Wanafaliswa Arabu wanapewa kipewa ama shilingi 500, Alafu unakuja huko navalishwa kofia, unaenda kushangilia huko, nasema ni yeye. Wale ni watu tu wa kupelekwa tu pale kuonyesha eti ako na umati, lakini ya baba sio ya kutoa pesa kwa mfuko. Ni kama sasa Martha Karua, unajua Martha Karua she doesn't give. Aweze akakupea pesa eti ndio upigie kura. Ako na msimamo mkali sana. Ni kama sasa upande ya hizi nchi zimeendelea kama Marekani hutaenda uongane pesa, badala yake ni sisi raia ndio tutapeana pesa kwa wale watu wafanyie kampeni. Lakini sasa unajua ile ya kushika tumbo, ile ya Ruto wacha afanye pesa, sababu hata nyinyi mkijiuliza, this guy has been campaigning for the last 4 years. Na hii pesa si kama aliiba pesa nyingi sana, sababu ukiona aking'ang'ana na hii upande yetu ya Azimio ambayo nayo iko na pesa, lakini na hako na hiyo pesa yenye anang'ang'ana na mna ile, si kumaanisha kwamba hii mtu aliiba pesa mpaka hata ukiona kila kitu kimekuwa vibaya. Huyu jamaa sasa, angalia saa hivi hako namna hii na anafanya hivi, akipewa uongozi nchi itakuwa namna gani? Hakuna mtu atakuwa anaongea. Sasa ninaomba sana, niko na hakika kwamba kuanzia Saturday kwenda hiyo next week things are going to change, na niko na hakika kwamba hata afanye namna gani, at the end of the day UDA is going to be a Kalenjin Rift Valley party. Hao watu ya mountain si hata wafanye namna gani vile eti wanamsingira nyuma. Ule king bini wao ni Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, na watamsikiza hata ufanye namna gani. The mountain in 3 weeks time remaining huwa wanabadilika. Wakiambiwa tubadilike, wakipelekwa tu mara moja wanabadilika wote. Kwa hivyo sitakuwa na mengi, mimi nitawaachia hapo, niko kazini. Hata mimi nitaendelea kuwasikiza, nitakuwa nasima taa yangu sababu niko kwa barabara na mwingine ashikilia. Asante sana, nimeshukuru.
Asante sana Thomas, Babu, very very insightful. Asante sana kwa maoni yako mazuri sana. At least naweza kusaidia. Kuna swali Fred? Uko na swali kwa Babu?
Nataka kusaidia Babu na nisaidie na Lusweti kidogo hapo tu. Mombasa, unajua huyu mnaita, unajua the mistake, what happened last election, watu wa Jubilee walisupport, walikuwa wanachukua watu walikuwa wanaona watu influential kiasi, wanaiba, wanawachukua, wanaemboss, wanaenda wanachukua kura, alafu mwishowe wanaruka upande ule mwingine. So that is the thing ambayo baba ako very careful, kwa sababu huyu mnasema huyu Nasiri huyo is a traitor. Kitu cha kwanza, hajawahi onyesha alitoroka, na ukimuuliza swali kilichosababisha atoroke, hajasema, hajatoa jambo mpaka saa hii. So kwake huko, huyo kwanza wacha akuje tu, atangangana na Abdul Swamad, na automatically mwenye atachukua bendera basi atapewa ticket safi, na hapo tunajua tu mali bendera itaenda, kwa sababu hatuwezi wakafanya the same mistake walifanya last election irudiwe saa hii. Hakuna. Na Bungoma sioni, unless wakuje Wetangula kuja aambiwe atapewa senator nini, speaker ya minority ama sijui majority leader. So na itategemea atajakuliwa, kwa sababu huyo ashaisha, huyo ashatupwa chini ya pasi, huyo anafurutiwa hapo chini ya pasi, huyo hana maisha. So Mombasa, kile niko surety nacho, tiketi ya OTM inaenda kupeperishwa na Abdul Swamad, but huyu mwingine, huyu bado hana msimamo, kwa sababu ametoka kula, ile ni mkimbizi, alitoroka akarudi, hajasema kwa nini alitoroka na kwa nini amerudi. So that is I'm sure of. Mombasa najua nani atapewa tiketi ya ODM. Thank you.
Okay, good night. Yes. Asante sana Kasudi. Nani alikuwa anafuata baada ya huyo? Richard ama nani? Yes, sijui nani hajaongea, nani ameongea.
Ndema patiana kwanza, nitaingia baadaye.
Haya. Wacha basi nianze nyinyi wote sasa, tuanze pale juu.
Martin.
Martin, karibu basi.
Pole, unajua nilikuwa sijaongea leo, lakini hata kama sijaongea na kuaga hapa tangu ianze na Bernard ameenda kwa sababu alikuwa ameniweka mahali, lakini vile nifika nyumbani nikatoka kidogo nifanye kitu. Salamu kwa kila mtu. It's always nice to have you guys here. Kasuti, everyone wenye wanakuaga hapa, wenye washanijua. Every time nikitoka kazi najaribu tu niingie at least niseme hata kama ni salamu, because if we stop talking then we start fighting. And nasikizaga sana every day na kila kitu nakuaga tu pale. Sina mengi ya kusema. Thank you so much Demba. Thank you for always taking your time. Nilikuwa niambie nani Bernard before aende. Though nilikuwa ndani nikatoka. Niko na tu kidogo tu nimeandika hapa. Leo tumeongea sana juu ya huyu jamaa. Huyu sijui nani, hata sitaki kumtaja jina. You know, I feel tumempatia 8 hours of talking about him. Kuna kitu inasemaga, if you do something so much, one day it will fall back on you. Last elections, because I was still following, nilikuwa namuona. He started a long time ago, lakini yake inakuwaga matusi. And I wanted to give an example of wale wakukupi wenye wanajua walikuwa wakifuata. There's a guy anafanyanga the same thing kama yeye, but he does it very respectful. This year sijamuona sana, maybe sijamfuata. Anaitwa Okemo, someone from Canada. Yeye anakuja na kupatia facts na hakuna matusi. Jana mkileteo kitu nilikuwa nauliza mtu anitumie nione, kwa sikuwa nimeiona. Leo nimeshinda kwa internet, nimetafuta hiyo kitu mpaka nikaipata. Now that's messed up. Hata sitaki kumuongelelea. And you know, amejimesia mwenyewe because now na anajulikana kwa internet. Unajua ukijieka kwa internet kama sisi venye tumejieka hapa. Kuna mtu leo nikakuja Kenya wenye wanatufuataga ama nikaenda mahali ataniona niulize, aya, siwe ni Martin Deto. Sasa imagine mtu akifika JKIA the next time. Yani, we have to be, na ndio maana nasema we have to grow up. Hizi politics za matusi za nini, it's long gone. Hata hapa tukiwa hapa tuko watu wengi, watu wa Jubilee, and I say this every day. Watu wa Jubilee, watu wa UDA, we are here, Mukamba kama mimi, sijui nani wa wapi, but we try to talk nicely, na tukijaribu kumoderatiwa tunakuwa moderated. And that's the politics that we are headed to. Thomas ametoka tu kusema hapa, here we don't give, I mean, watu wapeagwe pesa, you give the politicians the money so that they can do their ads. They make money out of it. I mean, something like that, where it's not really the other way around. Bottoms up, you're sijui mtaniambia nini. I was watching News Gang leo and they were talking about that. Nukisikiza kama kuna mtu ana watching News Gang, you'll hear what Ivan Okwara was saying. That the politics in Kenya have to change. And we have moved from the matusi things because this is the future generation right here. Sisi wenye tuko hapa. This is our politics. Well, mtu anakuja anaongea yake kama ni wa ile side ingine. We try to get you to come to our side, give you the facts and everything. There was a time watu walikuwa wakiongea hapa hivi percentages and everything. And that time nilitumia I sent a poll to Bernard, lakini I guess haikuwa maada ya leo. I sent him, I thought ataiweka hapa hivi because kuna mtu alikuwa anakuja hapa anasema sijui ati 78% sijui wapi. But you just saying that, alafu naambiwa same as sijui nani alikuja akasema something about ati it's a classified information. Na watu wakaanza kumwambia kama ni classified basi hatufai kuwa tunaiongelea hapa. Because people come up with some things tu anataka tu msikizi ati classified. Classified my food. Uliipata wapi? Na hata kama ni classified, then we are not supposed to be talking about it. And for me, I advocate for mature friendship politics that we can talk, because Kenya is ours. Let's move on. Let's move from that matusi za kina nani. Yeah, I don't even want to give those people. I think they got too much time here today, because kila mtu akiingia ni yeye. Mi hata sitaki kushindilia huko. I've seen his things na niliachaga kumfollow kitambo sana. Nani alisema Men in Black? Men in Black, we need to stop that thing. As a nini, kama ama journalist, the journalist that got hurt, we also, because hiyo ndio tunapatiaga the other side ammunition kutugonga. We need to stop that. We need to work hii kitu ya sijui goons sijui nini, because every time they stand there na because sasa inaanza kukua sasa the run hapo mwisho sasa is a silly season. Utasikia tutaanza kuambiwa mnaona mlikuwa mnagonga sijui journalist, mlikuwa mnafanya nini, sijui kuna goons ODM. That's all they win with. Na hivyo ndo wanashindanga Central, because wanasemanga ule baba ni mtu wa kuharibu sijui kila kitu and everything. And when hata wakiongea stories zake zenye ameibiwa kura, wanasema yeye ndo alikuwa. Yesterday I was watching Gladys Sholay wakiongea na Sabina Chege. Repeat something and people will start getting, ni kama wanataka. Ukisikia Gladys Sholay, mtu alikuwa judge mzima, unasikia anasema ni Raila ndo alienda sijui kusimama, yeye ndo alifanya nini, alafu akaenda kusalimiana na Uhuru, ndio sasa ati alikuwa he was given a reward for stopping what he had started. What she's not talking about is that no, ni kura zilikuwa zimeibiwa and we wanted a change of that. We were fighting for a change. So now when you come accusing Raila like that, watu wanashinda wakiongea hivyo, and they will repeat and repeat and repeat, and you're asking, you're a grown-up person, can you please think what was going on? Can you understand what was going on? Or politics yetu is just say what you want to say, repeat it, repeat it, repeat it, repeat it, repeat it, repeat it, over and over again, and don't agree to what the other person says. It's naangalianga saizi naona watu wazee kuliko politicians, and it really hurts me, because you think, where is your IQ? What are you talking about? I mean, really? Can we really just be honest in what we do? Na si kwenda pale tu mtu anasema kitu just to say, ndio ile setting. Hata sijui kwa, I don't know how people celebrate those things or wanachekaga hizo vitu. Then we need kuna mtu pia hapa amesema, and I keep on saying, diaspora people, we need to go home. Kenya needs us. Some of us need to get those politicians out of that place, using the right politics, because it needs us. Si lazima tu tunakaa hapa tunaongea. We need to do something. And then I think Ruto is using divide and rule. I mean, no, we have to be careful of the divide and rule. If kama mtu ashaiona Art of War, divide and rule, because as much as we are becoming big in Azimio and we have the right people in, we need to understand who venye tunasimama, because that's what even RIP Mzee Moi used to do. Alikuwa na hata napeana tuchama huko, chama mna divide hizo vitu zenyu Azimio, mmedivide, at the end of the day mnapata ule mwingine yeye kudivide yake iko. So I like what ODM and Azimio and kina our nini, what are they called, our NDC something, that one, I'm sorry, what they say that they're gonna do joint nominations. We need to do that, so that if it's an Azimio person, it's an Azimio person. It's not at the Wiper nini. Everywhere we need to do that. We need to raise one candidate as an Azimio. Tukigawana, wale wengine watagawana na tutaumia. And then hata mkiingiza baba pale juu, atakuwa hizi pitisha kitu. It's just like Biden saizi anateseka kidogo, because saa zingine ngumu sana kupitisha kitu kwake, And as a president, you'll be just useless if you don't have the power to change those things. Na watu kukataza kila kitu. I'm about to get done. I like also what Thomas said, what he talked about. Badala ya rudia, we need to also think how we actually benefit our ideologies by talking about how we think, because hapa kuna strategists, kuna watu wengine, how we can always talk at the end of the day, talk about the strategy of how we think we need to do, or how we can even advise people like Inababa, or even them that are there, that I mean, we can say something. We advise and we talk every day, like remember when you come, we talk and think of how we can do better as people with the same opinion and same goals. We talk about how we can make it better. Where are we? How we can make it better? Who knows who? How can we do that? How can we advise? Because we want this one, we have to do it when we have to do it smart. Other than that, mimi sina maneno mingi. I was just checking in, alafu tuongee, and kama kuna mtu ana maswali kwangu, I'm always here to I listen to you guys and I love it. Tujuane na tuendelee na. Thank you so much, Themba. Maybe I might come back later or not. Ama naweza achia mtu mwingine kama kuna mtu.
Asante sana Martin. Peter Nash, Julia Kanyoro, David Olo kule chini, hamjambo. I hope you guys are well down there. Hawa watu wa ground floor saa zingine wanakuwa na madharau sana. Ati mnasema tumelala kwa debate. Hatuwezi lala hapa bwana. Tuko sawa, tuko gangari. Ndio tumeingia tu saa hizi. Ndio debate sasa inaanza, lakini hata hivyo asante sana kwa wale ambao wanatoa na maoni, Steve Mutumbu na wale wengine wote ambao wako kwa ground floor na comment section. We love you guys, we like all of you. DJ Achiva ati tupeni tu mawe hapo chini, mimi niko sawa. Tupeni mawe, niko na shamba pale panaitwaje, weta wata wakube na mlolongo Martin. Unmute nene nakwa weta wata wakube na mlolongo.
Umete ilobi kana wabeta mlolongo.
Umete ilobi.
I think
wakube na small world. It's a small world.
Oh, mindo Lukenya.
Lukenya. Nena mwanda wau.
I'm your neighbor, ni Katelembo, just across the street.
Okay.
Alangu kona, ni Kalabu Katelembo.
Nikala Katelembo?
Yep, walking distance to your place. No kukila ke Machamua Hills.
Bas. Tupeni mawe yote, niko na kashamba hapo naendelea kujenga, so mimi sijali. Kuna watu wananichokoza hapo, tafadhali nitetee. Niko na watetezi wakianlisha hapo, mtanyamaza nyinyi wote. Roba, habari gani?
Themba.
Naam, yes Martin.
Waambie tuko Nairobi round hii, huko tuko Nairobi, kwenda Nairobi dakika 2 round hii, kwanza tukipitia hiyo the new highway.
Exactly. In fact, it is they have what they call the freeway, you know.
Oh. It started now, my pardon.
It's already open. It's already open, and you know, we don't allow mikokoteni huko. Roba, karibu Roba.
Asante bwana.
Kama wheelbarrow.
Yeah, wheelbarrow, of course. Mr. Tab, I mean, I never saw you yesterday, but yesterday you were very Peter. I was here at this network. ilikuwa hapa tukiangalia the tape from yesterday, na tuliwasa moto kabisa juu ya huyu jamaa ambaye nilikwambia is my relative. The latest is I mean, I'm the only person who can give you the latest information because I can even call the guy right now or whatever I can do. But I did call my aunt, ambaye alikuwa the first wife. She was at work. She was shocked. You guys, you don't know what. Hii mama tuliwaambia waende kwa streets, and that's what they did. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was a statement about other EDC. Back up America, we felt it. Ujua I'm phone calls tumepata hapa juu ya huyu jamaa. So my aunt nilimpigia simu akasema na yeye watu wamempigia simu akasema what's going on? What's going on? People are protesting. Na yeye akachukua simu alimpigia mwenyewe because his ex-husband, so wako na watoto almost 6 girls, 7, I'm not sure. So the jamaa akasema he has apologized, and that's when I came to realize yes, he did apologize. Hiyo kweli wa mambo. Nilienda nikaangalia tape. But I was also shocked. Some of my relatives, they didn't know what's going on because like until like 7 p.m. Kenyan time, they wanapiga simu and it's like, oh, what's going on with so and so? So I'm very, very glad for what happened. They came forward because what he did was really very bad. And to me, the way I see it, Arif Kiri, when he came up with this thing, because he has made some tapes before, even me, in fact, I just started listening to his tapes. I knew. But even this time, alitengeneza tape akafikiri matokeo yatakuwa kama the one before. But what he didn't know was, tuko na how can you call it? We have the head. I mean, right now we have all this, what's going on with politics, na kila kitu mambo ya uchaguzi. Na hii iliweka hiyo chote kawaka kabisa. Lakini having said that, he doesn't have the authority to say what he said about Mama Ngina. Let me leave it there. I don't want to talk about him. He's a loser. Now everybody knows who he is. Na anasema anakuja East, anajiwekea huko East, coming Embakasi East. Kuja kuwania mambo ya East Embakasi Parliament. You can't even get to Kenya to see where your mom died. Loser, Mr. Cosmos, whatever you are. Thank you. Anyway, let me speak something else about the politics of the day. I've been listening to you guys because I was sleeping. I work in night shift. I just woke up. So I've been listening to you guys, the way you have been discussing here, what's going on. Azimio, they are on the right track, and we support them. But for me, I'm really scared because what's the end game of all this? Okay, Papa's want to win, he becomes a president. But I think it's of the election, this thing is going to be very, this thing is going to exploit. Let's also talk the life after, not before, after. Because these guys might break up. Yeah, so I do not Shangria, everybody, we are enjoying all this. It looks okay, we might win an election, whatever we celebrate. But what's the life after that? Because I'm really scared, but at the same time, I'm encouraging those on Azimio to find the right people. They are good-minded people who want to serve our country. Like I said yesterday, I'm tired of recycling. And that's why what scares me, nikiona my governors wengi, wengine wanakuja hapo, and from there, when now Papa amekuwa president, some of these people that are old people, you know, when I see people, wanashangilia somebody like Omingo Magara, I mean, it looks like Wakenya unajua sisi, it looks like sometimes we don't even, yani, ikifika kesho, we don't even remember what happened. And I came even to realize sometimes, in fact, I can tell you one thing. Even when we were attacked by, I think Southgate Mall and other things, we have been attacked by terrorists. Tunapata tunasahau kabisa. Some of these people, Some of these people right now, ambao pengine they might come some cabinets baadaye, some of these people have served somewhere. Na wao wamefanya kazi ambayo mbovu. Some of these governors are failures. Wamefail, but we keep kissing them. We keep saying, oh, and so ameingia huku, amefanya nini, na hii huyu amekuja. Like I told you, it happens. Mr. Mutua is my governor from Machakos. I live Machakos County. For those ones who know, when you go to a place called, as you go through Eastern Bypass, Machakos County starts somewhere there. And it happens some part of it, Mr. Mutua is our governor. Na huyu jamaa anaingia kwa TV every morning, nimesalamia wa Kenya na wengine wako huko nje. Thank you, good morning, whatever it is. I've done a lot of good. Nimetengeneza nyumba, White House, whatever kwa Machakos. Lakini jamani, you guys come to utawala. Barabara mbaya. And people keep on kissing Mr. Mutua and other people. The problem we have in Kenya, and I might be out of the topic, but let's talk the reality now. Yani watu wakifanya kadogo kama hiyo barabara wakifungua, watu wanaanza kupiga kifua, tumefanya hivi, tumefanya, unaona vitu tumechenga. Hakuna kitu ambayo wamechenga. Look at how much money they spend kuchenga hii mambo ya rail. Yeah? Look at, compare with other countries. But nobody is talking about it. These people, they come, they spend our money, they spend our resources, wanachukua kila kitu, but nobody is asking. And one thing we need to ask, okay, we want to end corruption, but how are we going to end corruption? Even if it means Papa is coming in with Mada Karua, like some of us now, we are just jumping up and down. Mada Karua, Raila Odinga, they are coming, what were corruption, we want. But how are we going to hand it? Kwa sababu, wacha niwaambie ukweli. Kama mimi, someone like mimi nimefika Kenya, kutoka Nairobi, nikielekea Kisii. Some of these people wants me at, oh, lazima ulipe pesa nini ndio upite. Nikamwambia barabara sio mama yako. Those are the police. Unaona? Some of them, they have threatened me kunifunga kwa sababu nini, unajua msee nini. Nikasema hakuna kitu, nichukue ndani. But you have to give me reasons. Unaona? Kama mimi, kama mwananchi, I'm bribing a police officer, I'm also corrupt. Not because mwenye anapokea ndio ka corrupt. Mwenye na yeye pia anapeana, you are corrupt. Don't think corruption ni hiyo mnasema RUTO is corrupt. He is corrupt, we know that. But corruption is becoming as one way. Yani kitu ambayo inashangaa, at sahi kila mtu anataka kazi ya government. Government ndio kazi iko. Instead, we should suppose kuangalia private sector. Private sector. But I know why kila mtu anataka kwenda kwa government. Sahi Robert ataweza kuzungumza sahi, pengine kesho nikipata kazi hapa nikiingia huko tena nataka nikule hapo kila vile Mr. Raila anasema wanaingia huko wakiwa wembamba wanatoka kama kupe. And that's what's been happening. So today, let me just be, I don't have much to say, like, but what I want to challenge you guys on this network. So how can we end corruption in our country? The one thing about they have not even discussed, I want to hear the debate. What about, I suggest one thing, what about us having a prosecutor in every county? Kwa sababu, hata you governors, what do you think people are fighting? Everybody wants to be a governor. There's no checks and balances, Huko. They are stealing money, but nobody's talking about it. Unaona? How are we going to end this corruption? My suggestion is this. I'm suggesting we should have a prosecutor in every county ambayo sisi tunachagua kama tukiwa kwa katiba, so that yeye ndiye anasimamia, anaangalia kama anakuwa that he can prosecute the local people. Na yeye prosecutor, na yeye tunamwekea mtu, so there's checks and balances. Kwa sababu tukisema we want to end corruption from the national government, but we are not looking at the local government where mahali pesa inaenda, you are kidding ourselves. Tunachanganya tu, hakuna kitu ambacho itafanyika. So we need discussion, whoever wants to take over the government, how they are going to end corruption, because everybody has said corruption has come to be one of the things which is really ruining our country. And I agree with that. But how? How going forward? Mr. Temba, just take it away from me. That's what I have. Let me say what I always say. The will of the people. I mean, you cannot impose democracy on people. Democracy comes from the people. Thank you.
The will of the people is the will of God.
Yes.
Now,
you can ask me a question. We can discuss now. I'm here.
Vox Populi, Vox Dei. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Now, you see, I like your first of all chiming in on categorization of Choy. I have condemned that. We condemned it yesterday, and I don't wish to really go to it personally. And I think it was not good.
No.
Now, the other thing is what you're trying to say. You know, you're suggesting that you don't know what is going to happen post election after the election has been won. What's going to happen?
Yeah, this thing might
Now,
explode on us.
Politics is an interesting thing. I mean, that's what happens. Politics is played on the moment, right? And you play politics, and politics in most cases is about, if you don't have the power, then you don't have the say. So right now, any political move is first of all about getting power. So once you've gotten the power, now you get to the point of, okay, now how do you survive? But in politics, there's no guarantee. If you think there's guarantee in politics, then you don't know politics. Politics is there's no guarantee. You can never tell someone that I'll be with you forever. It is not like they do in marriages in church, that you're bound by a certain document. Some people in church, you get married, then you say that we made vows. There's nothing like that in politics. Politics is about what's the interest right now. And the people get disappointed that the people move to politics and they move in with guarantees like what you're trying to say right now. In politics, you ought not to be worried about what will happen tomorrow. The thing is, you focus on what you want right now. First of all, get power. After that, then now you have to see, can we work with the people that we have here, or can we change? You know, and who knows? Even you're not the same person you were 10 years ago.
No.
And you won't be the same person you are today next year. So even you can. Someone said something very interesting. That
can I ask a question? I don't think I agree with you. It depends what.
Let me finish.
Physically, I might not be the same person, but what I believe in, I might be the same person.
You don't cross the same river twice. So, if you know what I'm saying. So the thing is, in politics, politics is about power. And if you want to understand politics and the nature of politics, you don't give people assurances. Someone actually said an interesting thing. He said, if you're looking for guarantees, you need to buy something like a fridge. At least you'll be given 1 year warranty and you can take it back if it gets spoiled. Politics hakuna kitu kama hiyo. So if you want to enjoy politics, you look at it in terms of what is it that we are first focused on. I understand your worry, and it might happen. You see, who knew that today Mudavadi would be walking around with RUTO? You see, who knew today?
I'm sorry to cut you off, but also I read people are saying they want Wetangula back, and people. Let's have principles. If they went, let them go. let's not have like it is
No,
only. The problem is we think that
Robert,
when.
you see, Robert, now that's not the nature of politics. Yes, for you can think that way. But the nature of politics in such a way, sometimes even the strange bedfellows sleep together to get power. You see?
Yeah, but don't you think we have a responsibility also to stand for something? Let's stand for something. Like Bapa, he has been consistent for most of his time. We have to stand for everything. So when Mr. Wetangula, they left. Let them, okay, when it was like we are starting, they left. We don't want them back. Let them go and build whatever. That's democracy.
Unfortunately, that's not how politics work. Not everybody is like Baba. Not everybody is like. There are few people who will have certain kind of moral develop. You see, like for example, Baba, when he disagreed with Ford Kenya, he resigned. You see, not all politicians have that sense of conviction and conscience. Our deputy president, on the other hand, of course, even Baba's father, when he disagreed with Kenyatta Senior, he resigned. Our deputy president, when he disagreed with his boss, he refused to resign. All right? So it is not everyone that reaches certain level of moral conscience. Right.
Martin, I think yes, he wants to talk something. I'm sorry. That's why it's a discussion. Martin also talk about this. Is what he has to say.
No, well, let me finish. I'll bring him on. So what I'm trying to tell you is, when you come to politics, it's not like church where you can say that how can the elder do that? You know, politics, you meet everybody. Your key interest should be getting power. And that's why when Martha Karua was joining Baba, if you listen to her, I hope you did.
Yeah, I did.
She said that I looked across in each side and I was trying to look which side has better people, you know. At least I realized that in the balance of which side has less corrupt people than good people, this side won. Now that's politics. Politics is not about what you're saying. It's not like how could someone not. Even today, I keep saying here, even today, if the deputy president woke up and decided, I'm going to jump off and join Azimio, I mean, nobody will chase him. That's the nature of politics. So you are the one getting disturbed when you imagine that, okay, people should be holy, people should only think a certain way. That's not politics. That's the ideal society that we want to see. But ideal society is just that, ideal. Yes, Martin.
You know what bothers me, Mr. Demba? What bothers me is
let's hold on.
Yeah,
let's hear it, Martin. Yeah.
Demba, there's something I just said in my submission, that even if we are here and we are talking about things that happen and we are happy about the politics and everything that is going on, we also have to kind of sit down and think. We're not going to just be talking about what happened and what happens and whatever. We also have to be talking about what difference can we do. We, as this group and as the people, everybody coming here, we also have to think of what we do tomorrow to make our day-to-day better. Robert said something very important, and I don't know if anybody caught that when he was talking about special prosecutors. That's a very important thing in every county. For me, I think we should have those special. I mean, I know we have the magistrates, but they are controlled from above. I think, and I agree with him, we should also have special prosecutors for every county, but employed and voted by the citizenry of that country, of that county, every year, none concerned with the biggest politics. Now, the people who want to politic can go politic, but we should have civil servants who actually are the prosecutors, so that if now in this county, Machakos County, I mean, maybe my side, from Machakos County, if in Machakos County, I can rally people and I feel my case was not taken right, we can actually, I can go rally people and we kick them out, and they don't have to wait for what do you call this, for elections and everything. Someone that the public can get you in and get you out. A good lawyer, you choose one, you come, you put him the county prosecutor, and they deal that matter of that county without having to deal with the politics, because we know how politics is full of somersaults and things, and talking to that one and knowing that one. If we can have those prosecutors that are really based on the people there, if they are Kamba speaking, Kikuyu speaking, I don't care, but they can say, hey, and they have like nowadays we're starting to have the, people meeting at, barazas and talking, and somebody comes and says, huwa kupeleka kesi yangu vizuri alikula hii na nini na nini, and you can kick them out. They will get responsible. But today, if you elect me MCA, I don't have to be responsible to you. I have 5 years. I'm going to Machakos, Zuko. If you elect me MP, I'm in Nairobi. I don't have to be responsible to you. But the county prosecution thing should start down there. Now that we devolved all that, should start there, and it shouldn't have a term limit. That should be, if the people don't like you, and if you did something, they hold you accountable, and you have barazas, and you can even choose a couple of people that you can actually go, and they can actually vote to get you out today if you made a case wrong. What he says, and maybe I'm not saying I'm a perfectionist on that, but what he says is a very, very important things that I think we all need to start thinking about that. Because today, if you want your case prosecuted, you have to go to Machakos. If Machakos doesn't have, you go to Nairobi, and this thing will be 5 years. But on the normal person, there you can't go say I won my case, or my case was. If you have any grievances, you can't go tell anybody. So if we can have county prosecutors, like he said, I thought about that when he was talking, and I was like, you know what? That could be a solution for these corruption things from the bottom. Because if you don't kill that corruption there, if we kill it down there on the county level, the person up there has a county too, and that county will also hold him accountable. I'm sorry, that's me. I think he said a very important thing that we need to talk about.
Yeah, yes. On top of that, I think there are a lot of things there. So the way we have set our government through local government, through the county, there's a lot of things. Like, let me give you an example why we have 3-member elections. Like now we are supposed to have primaries. This is something we could have solved a long time ago. Do you know why? Why do you have a member election everything from Nairobi? Why can't we empower our county governments? We can even have the IBC in every county.
Okay, Robert.
Yes,
Robert, you've made your point. So let's move on.
Okay, thank you.
We will still have it in the open session, and at least understand. But I would advise both of you, Robert and Martin, if you guys can try to understand the way our constitution works. Right now, you have 3 independent bodies: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Now, judiciary is prosecutors in Kenya work under the courts, law courts. So the courts, as they have tried to bring whatever as to build as many courts as possible. So you can read the reforms that were brought in by Maraga, and you can try and appreciate how that has helped, and the challenges that the cases are facing. And what you guys have unmuted now, you don't want me to finish?
No, I just wanted what you just said. You know what? The reason why you see
Why
the
don't you
problem with
allow me
us.
to finish? I listened to both of you. Why don't you just allow me to finish?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just okay to be patient. The way the judiciary works, they have the court system, right? Now the prosecutors work in the courts. So your case, the justice system, how does it work? So there's the office of the DPP. So prosecutors work under the office of the DPP, Director of Public Prosecution. Now, all the prosecutors now in reforms that were done, initially the prosecution was done by the police. Later, they hired lawyers to be doing that. So they are doing their work, and they are trying to do reforms that have been going on, and they are pushing it as much as they want. And the courts have been as many as possible to the lowest, to the closest it can be, taking the justice to the closest they can be to the individual. Now, I like what the former Chief Justice, Dr. Mutunga said. He said going to court should be the last resort, in that there are other systems, process of seeking justice, that by the time you go to court, it should be now last resort. As for what you guys are saying about, bringing, you cannot take prosecutors and prosecution where there's no court system, the courts. So you have to, first of all, ensure we have judges, prosecutors in Kenya. I hope you guys are understanding it, not necessarily on the sense of understanding justice from the US perspective. I would wish that when you reading it, you read it in reference to what is existing vis-a-vis what you'd like to be improved. Awareness of what is existing and what is there will inform you in terms of what are the gaps and what can be done. In my view, it helps your argument, other than giving suggestions on something that looks like, okay, you probably haven't tried to understand how it works in Kenya. You cannot just take prosecutors where there are no courts. You take prosecutors where there are courts. So where do they practice? So you have to make sure that you have magistrates. The lowest, I think, are magistrates in the whatever system. So the magistrates, then of course it moves like that. So I think that I just needed to help you. You guys are having good suggestions, but you can help to understand how it works back in Kenya.
Can you please allow me to come in, because you just said something? Can I answer your question? Can I answer? Can I say something?
Yeah, I'll give you 1 minute, then I give Martin 1 minute, then I bring in Mulumbu.
Yes. What you are saying is, we are not saying we understand the Constitution. I'm telling you, this is nothing to do with whatever USA, whatever it is. I'm a typical Kenya thing. That's what I'm saying. I understand the Constitution very, very clearly. I'm a scholar, and that's why I suggest we want to have right-minded people in Kenya with big pictures. What I'm saying is, people keep on saying we want to end corruption. You cannot end corruption when everybody's seated in Nairobi. We have to go back where everything starts from the county. And remember what I said. Why do you think everybody wants to be a governor? Because of the money which is coming in. So when the money comes down there, how are we going to make sure this money is being used in the proper way? I'll give you an example. If we cannot allow to have changes in our country, then we are dead. For instance, why should somebody like a police officer, stops me and he finds me like I have Makosa, maybe a traffic ride, maybe Tayang defined cars. Then from there he tells me he has to arrest me. He has to arrest me for something very small. Those are some small things which I think we are beyond. We are beyond there. We need people.
Now, Robert, hold on, Robert. I understand, and I'm not in any way suggesting that you're not a scholar, right? So I really don't know what qualification everybody has here. I address myself to the point that someone brings, and nobody has to be a scholar to come here. And
no, I'm saying times politics. I'm
suggesting calm down.
Now.
I don't think you have to make yourself to defend yourself that you're a scholar. You don't need to be a scholar to understand certain things. Some of this is public knowledge. So what I'm trying to tell you is that not everything is in Nairobi. We have law courts across Kenya. We have courts of appeal. We have, if you have gone, you would have made some effort and understood how the court system works in Kenya. You'd have understood that we got courts of appeal have been devolved. They have gone to other places Not every case comes to Nairobi. All right.
No, what I'm
We
saying,
have,
I don't
so
think you're getting my point.
unless
You're
you're
not getting
just
my
talking,
point.
unless you're
I'm
just talking for the sake
saying,
of talking, I'm saying this. Listen to me. What I'm saying is sometimes when we come here, we don't need to talk for the sake of talking. Sometimes we need to work with facts. When you say that all courts are in Nairobi, that's not a fact.
I never say that. I
When you
did
say,
say that.
wait, Robert, learn to listen. When you say there are different courts, you know, there are different courts, right? So when you say that everything comes to Nairobi, now when you're saying that the police officers stopped you for, you know, your lights are off and they arrest you. Now some of those are isolated cases. We don't need to blow it out. They're isolated cases. You just need to see, okay, fine. Do I need, you see, it starts from you. Do you need to have an inspection on your car before you go on the road with it? You'll stop corruption before it works. Why do you have to go with a car that has no lights on the road?
I think you are not getting my point.
Start with you. And you see, corruption does not start with what we are talking about and cost system. It starts with you. What have you done to prevent it? So when we take it, I agree with you. There are changes, and change is permanent. I mean, we need to keep giving our minds into certain things. But I don't also think that we need to really go around certain things that are, like, for example, let's speak facts. That's what we try to address ourselves to. Just hold on. Let me bring in Martin.
I agree with both of you what you're saying. I mean, Themba, you're right. Robert is very right also. And maybe I'm wrong, but I don't dwell in being right or being wrong. I dwell in getting information and putting minds together. For me, the only one thing, the reason I was lifting my hand so bad is because when you started talking about the Constitution. Now, the Constitution, a Constitution is not a stagnant or written on stone. A Constitution is a moving agreement between the rulers and the ruled. It's a moving thing that always changes. That's why you find like some places like the United States, they have the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment. I think they had 12 or 14 amendments right now. And which was BBI was also going to be another amendment. The first constitution that we were given by our colonizers before we moved into, you know, colonizing ourselves. What I believe is that the 2010, which passed, that was our first amendment of the Constitution of Kenya from what we got from our colonialists and from our independence, so-called independence, which that was not. But then again, what I'm saying is that we, as the people that live and the people who choose our government to make rules for us and send people to parliament to go make those rules and give them the audacity to go do that and the power to do that, we have the right to change the constitution anytime we want. So we cannot be stuck on a constitution that we think is stuck on stone. We have to be able to move a constitution. Now, if we need a prosecutor to deal with corruption on anything or to deal with a county thing, we can do it ourselves and we can change that constitution will ever change. Will never stop. Remember, constitution is not stuck on stone.
No. You see, I just made a comment and you didn't seem to listen to me. A prosecutor works in a court. There's ethnic and anti-corruption court where the prosecutor will go and prosecute. And the person who is accused will come with their defense. So hiring a prosecutor, hold on, Martin.
Remember, kidogo tu. Even that office you're telling me right now, your ethics, is there because of the constitution. We can disband it if we want and decide to go another different way. Even that one, everything that is done that you have to follow the law is there because of the constitution. So just because it's there and we sit down as Kenyans and we say, okay, this is not working, we have to move this other way, we can always change it. So even that is by the constitution that you're defending.
So what you're saying, you know, I'm giving you the information as it is, and you are busy telling me you need to change. A prosecutor works in a court, right? Now a court has a judge, right? And in the judge, there's a Robert, please mute first. And the judge, there are three people coming. There's the accused, the person who is accused of, who's alleged to have committed an offense. Now, this person, the prosecutor is one who comes and prosecute the case. Okay. Now, here's his defense team. They are prosecuting. There's a judge there who is doing what? Who is sitting there to determine if this person is guilty or not. A prosecutor does not determine that. So you can hire as many people to come and prove, but if you don't have a court, so there are courts, the ethics and anti-corruption courts, which are already there, right? Now, when you're saying we throw away those ethics and anti-corruption courts, and then now we hire prosecutors to prosecute in front of who? Now that's what you're busy saying. We need to change the constitution. Okay, fine. What I'm trying to say is try to understand the way things are working first, and then now you go ahead and say, okay, what are the loopholes? For me, anything that starts with the end result, you're starting with that, we are going to deal with the courts. You don't deal with the courts. The courts are not the problem. It doesn't matter how many people you send to jail. If you cannot blame a dirty water, if you're busy poisoning the stream up there. If we, first of all, cannot, our internally, as a people, we don't have the ethics in us. We don't have it engraved. How many times have I asked you here? Can we sing the national anthem? We don't have it in us. We can't even say the national anthem, the first answer. Even this Robin, anaongea hapa, we need the hebu nimuulize aimbe
Oh God of all creation, rest is and our nation, just be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. What are you talking about, Mr. Temba?
You see, okay. Hold it right there. Let me bring Mulumbu, then I'll come back to you too. We continue that debate. Yes, Mulumbu, karibu.
Thank you so much, guys. Good evening, good morning. For those who are alive like me, whom God has given time as He has given me. After a long time since I was here, we scratched each other, and then I left because I found we have some people who do know and they don't know. They don't understand themselves. So I decided to keep quiet. I've been just behind. But that's how it is. That's how human being is. Because we have some people who doesn't understand what it is. They think they know more and then they can't scratch their back. You have to ask somebody to scratch your back. If you want to understand somebody to scratch your back, you have to know that I know, but there's some I cannot do. Somebody has to do for me. Oh, for example, right now, what you are doing good and it's not much good. We had a topic, and the three people were there. I think we are here on this panel that everyone that is here is supposed to speak. But you enter another topic, you take almost 1 hour talking, and everybody's here seated, waiting for you. 2, 3 people just going around. I think it's not fair. Because once you bring a topic over here, everyone who is in this panel has to contribute. Everyone who is about this panel has to contribute. It's not supposed to be only for only 2 people. These things happens always here. Even if I find somebody talking for almost a half an hour, 45 minutes, I wonder. But you know what? In life, you have to know your weaknesses. If you know your weaknesses, and then you will understand everything good. And I don't know if I know my weakness. If you ask me, I'll tell you why my weakness is, which I would like also somebody to tell me about it. But I know if I do this, it's not right. I'm weak on this. Of which that's something that not everybody knows about that. Because anasimamia tu pale anasema I'm right. Hajui akisema I'm right all 3-5 times, that your weaknesses. Because you don't let people also tell you what what you don't know. When you accept people to tell you what you don't know is when you become a right person. because you absorb other people's, then you understand. So, to me, when I want to just talk about a little about what you are talking here. It's not bad to have a prosecutor, but if, as I said, this Kenya is you as you young generation. Most of you have gone to school, mmesoma zaidi, mna madigiri and everything, of which mnafaa mtengeneze Kenya vizuri. What you are talking about is not bad, because kama tungekuwa na majaji wanachaguliwa na raia kuliko jaji wachaguliwe na serikali wakae pale miaka nenda miaka rudi, hata akikula rushwa nobody will talk about him. Hata ukipeleka prosecutor will do nothing. Kama ingeleta hao watu wa sheria, wale wa kufanya makezi huko nyumbani, wanakuwa chaguliwa kama hapa Amerika. Unajua jaji lazima uchaguliwe na raia. Ukifanya kipindi yako kama umefanya vibaya hautarudia. So you go there to work, because they will be monitoring you what you are doing. So Kenya corruption iko kwa wingi sana, ambapo the government yafaa angalia wale majaji wako chini huko, kwa magistrate wako chini huko, wafaa sio kuweka mtu permanent anakuwa corrupt because you take him nowhere. Hakuna mtu atampeleka wewe, mtu chini umedhulumiwa, hauwezi mpeleka, una pesa. But kama angekuwa anachaguliwa, anasema I'm gonna lose my job, kwa sababu watu wakileta kesi hapo wananiangalia. We don't have that. And the other thing too also, why people are fighting for being governor and the MCS and everything is because of money. Because kama ingekuwa unaenda kufanyia watu kazi, watakuangalia, mtu atajiangalia. You don't just go to whether, but they wanajua ukienda there for only one term, you are a millionaire. Because nobody is gonna utakula na kubwa, nobody is looking about, you don't care about the raia. So you guys, what you are talking, as I usually say here, you young guys, this is your country. Raila is working very hard to pave way for you to see what he's doing, what he has been fighting when he was a teenager. Nyinyi mnaongea sahi, but when he started when he was 14, 15, akiona haki ya Kenya inadhulumiwa, he has been fighting until now, mpaka saa yako na miaka 60 70 na kitu. Baada na
Mulumbu,
sema
wewe umekuja hapo umetugonga ati tumeongea sana na nini. Wewe hauongelei mada ya leo. Sasa siuongelee basi mada ya leo, alafu ndio sasa tufuate. Sasa wewe pia umetunyorosha. Sasa wewe onyesha mwendo. Anza sasa na hii mada ambayo iko hapa sasa. Ndio sasa tufuate hiyo.
Lakini si nilikuwa nataka kusahihisha kuzungumzie ndio upate kujua.
Ukishatugonga alafu sasa umeshatupatia mwelekeo, sasa unaonyesha mfano.
Ndio nimekuambia nimekuja sasa kwa mzee.
Hujakuja kwa mada. Unajua mada ya leo ni gani?
Nilikuwa busy, nimeingia sasa. Can you let me read first of all?
Unajua sasa ukienda huko mbali sana wewe sasa utakuwa sasa pia wewe hujatusaidia. ODM crafts Western plan to lock out Kenya Kwanza. PRISCILLA NYOKABI anajoin NYERI Senate race na Cosmo Choy. Sasa hata wewe ongelea tu mada alafu basi.
Sasa unaona sasa hiyo ndio kitu ya maana. Tukirekebishana na mnapana kukaa kwa masaa marefu. Unaona hujaniacha hata niende mbali, lakini wewe mnaongea hapa for almost 1 hour. Unaona? That's good. Thank you. Nafikiria kama umelala mna, that's good, very well. Thank you so much. So nikirudi kwa Cosmo Choy, my brother, huyo jamana nimeshamfahamu for a long time for his videos. But to me I can't say anything, my man. Hata niliandika hapo kwa yeye nini forum yetu kwamba he is supposed to be jail. Kenya angefanya kitu fulani, atafuta rudishwe Kenya nyumbani, apelekwe kesha awekwe ndani. Because it's not unacceptable if somebody who was born with a mother. What he said, mimi iliniuma kufika kwa kichwa, because I was yesterday nikisikia vile msichana alikuwa hapa, alikuwa very angry and was angry more than that lady when I think of my mom. Kama serikali ya Kenya ingekuwa na uwezo, watume barua huko, jamaa tafuta rudishwe nyumbani, kwa ili to wash our name, but because of politics ya Kenya na vile tunapenda wash, let it go like that. Nyinyi wenyewe mtajua. So mjue atakuja kupiga kura, mpatie kura, ama what you gonna do. Hiyo naachia wale wajuaji zaidi. Kulikana na NYOKABI kupigania useneta, she has a right to do so. She's a Kenyan. So kama nataka kupigania hiyo, let her go for it. Wakenya ndio wataamua, because kila mtu yuko free kuwania kiti yoyote. If you are qualified, you can do that. In short, nikienda kwa sababu kwa upande wa DPK and so forth, kitu ningeliomba watu wa Azimio, I think the top class and the county class wachukue wale watu wako chini, wale watu, hiyo it's not supposed to be involved Mr. Raila fire play ile ligi ya juu, but this watu wako chini wakina Oparanya, wale wana retire, they have to go on the mashinani wa organize, because wale wote wenye wako kwa nini kwa Azimio, let them choose only one person, look for the best person, na hii kitu is kwa manufaa yote, kwa sababu wakienda wote are going to do nothing, wanaenda kuspoil. Waangalie na wasikizana, hakuna mambo ya kwenda kuvutana mashati. It doesn't work. Democracy, you have to listen to each other, you talk. And it's not good wewe unajua kwamba umezidiwa ndio unaenda kuleta rapture. It doesn't work. You are not helping. You are not helping your people. Look at it. Mimi I'm not popular, so and so is popular. Muunge mkono, ikipatikana wewe pia utapewa slot. But kama sasa mnaanza kupigana, mwenye amepita, you'll never get anything, because you are against. So kama watu wa Azimio, let's sit down and think. Wale wenye wako huko wafikirie mambo ya kuvutana, it doesn't help, because in every county tutakuwa na mtu mmoja peke yake. There must be one person, na pengine mtu kwa watu 10. So like you people ambapo well educated, mliona hapa vile uchaguzi ulifanywa hapa ya Democrat na Republican. Ya Democrat kulikuwa na wapinganaji wa presidency walikuwa karibu 10. But vile waliendelea kufanya debate, walianza kudrop peke moja mpaka akachia Biden akabaki na akachukua kiti. So ubaya wa sisi wa Afrika tunatukwanga adamant and blind. Tuna masikio nasikia, tuna macho naona, but we don't follow it. We have ego that doesn't help us. So please, kama wale watu ambao mnaelewa, let these people know that Kenya needs to understand is when it's gonna grow. Lakini ignorance yenye tunakuwa nayo na kuanza kuvutana mashati, and what you know that you not make it, you can't make it, unaenda kuharibu, unafikiri unaharibu, unaharibia wale wananchi, wale madada zako, your brothers and your mothers here, they have support to fight for, because when you fight, you don't get what you need, they lose, and they lose is because of you. So in short, guys, when we are here, let's try to tell those people, wafikirie, come together, discuss kama hivi ya mayote, wajue huyu na huyu nani ambapo wako na porolite ambaye anajulikana kwa wingi, ambapo wako na bendera na kiwango yake imesimama na mnago. Unajua ubaya wa nyumbani, watu wanaweza kufuata hata kama una qualification, they want to take you there and you are not qualified because you are given something small. That also kills us. Let the chairman look at the qualification of somebody. Wakuforward you know that you can make it. Not because umeenda kwa ground, bribe kila kona, sasa watu wanakupigia makofi ukipita because walikuwa hawana chumbi. So ukikama unajua wewe ndio mtu, huyu ndio mtu, wakisema huyu hapana, raia wanakufuata because they know you ati ya kwamba wewe umewasaidia. But ikifika huko mbele, there's nothing you know, utaenda kungojea eti ni nini hiyo ukianza kunyonya. Nothing you can even present. That's the problem we're having too. So let's look at this in broad. Basi tujaribu kusaidia watu wa nyuma hawa tuwaelimishe wapate kujua kwamba hata kama mtu amekuja amekupatia, tuangalie qualifications zake, kwa sababu kuwa senator is not a job. Kuwa MCA lazima umesoma vizuri, because MCA lazima angalie pesa na balance na kazi yenye iko kwa county yote. You have to check everything. Kama huko hauna kichwa mzuri na umesoma vizuri, wewe utaenda kupokea, utakuwa unaambiwa tu lete hii, chukua hii, lete hii, chukua, acha tufanye hapo. You just follow like mkia ng'ombe, which is not good. It can't build the county. So kwa mafupi, watu wako wengi. Let me also hear some from other people. Sipataka kuongea sana, because ukiongea sana haisaidii. I need to learn from other people too. Thank you so much.
Haya. Tumeshukuru sana Mulumbu kwa wosia wako. Unajua mimi wosia na ukubali sana katika maisha yangu. Nakubali wakati ambapo nina makosa, nikifanya makosa mimi nasema nimekosa. Mwanadamu ni yupi akosi? Kila mmoja ana dosari, kila mmoja ana dosari. Sasa mimi ukiniambia nimefanya makosa, mimi ndio huyo nasema pole, ni mwanadamu, nimekosa. It's never that serious. So, na sitaki kuwa right. Unajua nasema pia wewe kila wakati watu wote wakikwambia uko sawa, inamaanisha kwamba you are not doing something good. Okay, you can't please everybody. It is not possible. And if you are the one who is always having the best ideas amongst your friends, it's time to change your friends. Yeah, so lazima mtu akosolewe. Tuko na Victor na King. Habari gani mkubwa? Unmute kisha uongee.
Salama sana, nimekutumia private message hapo chini, sitaki niongee na sijui what's going on. Watu wameongea sana mpaka hata sijui what's going on. So let me follow the back later.
Haya, nimeona hiyo message yako. So
I'll come back later. I'll comment later after you have answered me. Thank you.
No problem. We are. You can stay on right there, and don't you worry. We are almost finishing actually, guys. I've been here. Tumekuwa tukiongelelea mambo tofauti. So you can picture what has happened. I'm sure around this time, most of the topics are usually exhausted. And we were talking about ODM's desire to keep KKA out of Western. Senator NYOKABI joining the race. Of course, just the developments in the political scene. And that I want to ask those who come to the debate, tafadhali. Ndio tusiwe na tabia kama ya Victor hapa. Before you come here, try to check news. Check what made the news headlines in different news headlines, like newspapers. Like right now, the newspapers are already out for today. Before the day, try and get to know KTN, Citizen, nini wamesema nini. Normally the debate goes around what is happening, especially in the Kenyan political scene and any other development. So try to inform yourself kabla ukuje kwa debate. Unajua tumekuwa na hii tabia za zingine, mtu ashaingia anasema hata sijui topic ni gani. So how do you join a debate na ujui topic ni gani? That is
No, you know, okay.
Ngoja, Victor, relax. Unaingiaje debate na ujui topic ni gani? That's not good, you know. Ukiingia kwa debate, we say that what do you need to join the debate? You need 4 things. 1, a working gadget or phone. 2, you need connectivity. Uko na connection. 3, you need something to share. and 4 a willingness to learn. So ukiingia ulikuwa unataka kusema nini? Iseme.
Can I interject? Yeah, not that school najua whatever was going on. I know it's about politics, but you know, sometimes before you contribute, you listen to other people. And what I meant was that tumeongea vitu vingi sana mpaka like I don't know which one to add, and you know, but I know you're talking about politics ya Kenya, so si ya kwamba sina ya kusema when I come here. I might have a lot, but now it's good just the way kuna jamaa ametoka hapo ameongea sana lakini cha muhimu about politics ya Kenya na vile umesema ya kwamba tujue what is going on na newspaper. Sidhani newspaper peke yake ndio inafaa tufuatilie. Kila mtu ako na akili yake, even now wenye wameandika newspapers, unajua they have their own mind, so it's no, we are not just coming here to discuss what is in the newspaper. You know, I give what is in my mind, not just what is written in the newspapers. Kwa hivyo usinisambulia hivyo baba. Anyway, nimefurahi kuja hapa. Next time I will come, I will contribute.
Najua umekuja kutuma salamu. Haya, tuma salamu.
Nasalimia watu wa Kenya.
Clearly. Umekuja kutuma salamu. Okay.
But I like nice.
Yeah, go ahead.
Vitu mnafanya ni vizuri sana. I'm impressed. Nile tu, like, you know, you should have some decorum, and you know, we keep it to the topic so that it be interesting. Lakini mambo inaenda nje mpaka wengine wanaanza kuwarn watu, like, ndio maana naona naangalia tunasema hi. But it's good we keep it short, to the point. We listen to one another, we get ideas about Kenyan politics, kama ni ya Western, ODM kwa Western, you know. Yeah, so ni hivyo tu. Asanteni sana.
Asante. At least umesema jambo. I mean, what you have said is very important. We encourage everyone to come on. So I mean, just say come. What is it, Martin? You want to tell Victor something?
Victor, vipi baba? Unajua nikianza hii kitu nilianza kuwasikiza kutoka mbali. My friend aliniambia hebu sikiza hii kitu inakuaga live. Nikaanza kusikiza, nasikizaga tu huko nyuma. Unajua unaweza isikiza live. Sasa siku hizi nikiwa kazi, mimi time ya kuingia ikiingia nani ndio uanza Bernard. Naekaga tu na kuwa tu hapo nje, niko live, nimeweka tu nisikize mada, alafu nikisikiza mada nikijua hata kama sikuwa nimeona, naingia kwa kompyuta pale napiga okay, watu wanaongelea nini. Weekdays by the time nitoke, mimi kuja huku watu wa mwisho themba kama nakuja kuingia, kwa sababu hiyo ndio the time nafika nyumbani. But at that time nimelearn so long ile kitu, I mean so much ile kitu anaongea about, inanifanya pia mimi mwenyewe niende nifanye research zile vitu pia nataka, na pia hawana ubaya, ukitaka kuongeza yako unaongeza. So mimi nilianza nikiwa backstage, na hadi siku hizi nakuaga backstage. Maybe sasa nitaweza tuma ka comment huko, na hata maybe hata siangalii nani amejibu. When I get home, that's the first thing. Nikifika tu hivi nimeweka hapo hivyo, sasa naanza kuuliza kama naweza ingia kwa studio, because it teaches me a lot. Nilianzia huko na pia mimi nakuwa huko. Today I think watu wengi hapa sasa wananijua, na sijaanza I mean kitambo sana. I think it's about 2 or 3 weeks September ndio nimekuwa hapa. But ni hiyo tu, unakaa tu online because you don't have to log in. You can be out there, studio imejaa, lakini bado uko ndani cause unasikiza na kila kitu, na unasikia kitu wenye wanaongea, and then you write your two notes huko. Ukikuja sasa unajua mahali utaanzia. Anyway, I just wanted to say that it's a very good forum. I love it. Squeeze hata mimi nimeanza kupigwa na watu wenye nakana. Wewe ukifika nyumbani unanga kitu kingine isipokuwa kuingia kwa hiyo channel yako. Unajua, but what I'm getting is so much, and I get to talk to people and we have good ideas, and it will come to be kind of like a hobby for you to talk about it and understand people.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Pole. ni kama nimeingia class 1 lakini nimeingia class 8 direct. Ilifaa nikuwe backstage kwanza. Kwa hivyo nimeomba msamaha. Mimi ni form 1 na lakini najaribu kudai na form 4. Wacha nirudi backstage kwanza.
Inakuwa sasa umefanya vizuri, umekuja. Wewe unafaa kwanza unakaa pale, unaona kuna watu wacha nikwambie watu wa comment section zile vitu wanasema. Unasikia kuna jamaa anaitwa kuna mtu anaitwa Meg anasema wewe umekuja hapa kutuma salamu tu.
Themba.
Kuna mwingine anasema of course kuna mtu anaona ya kwamba you are a good debater kwa yale ambao unasema. There are people ambao wanaona you are a good debater. Ni vile tu leo ulikuwa tu yani hauna information what is going on, ama ulikuwa unajaribu kama hii link inaweza ingia na ukajipata kwa studio. So we have by the way,
Themba, Victor ndo anafunga leo. National anthem ni yeye, asiende mahali.
Yeye ndiye atafunga. Unajua Victor, we have people and I've seen that numerous times. Kuna watu they hawakujua kama ataingia kwa studio, alikuwa anajaribu. Sasa kujaribu anajipata studio. Sasa anashindwa. Sasa na siku hata kuna wengine wanajipata studio anatoka haraka. Wewe tafadhali uko umejipata na ukarelax. Kuna wengine anajipata studio anahepa. So mwingine alijipata studio akauliza hapa ni wapi? Sijui alikuwa anatafuta wapi. So it is part of the game. So tunaelewa ya kwamba wengine kuna wengine anasema Victor hako sawa. Yeah, of course kuna wengine na agree. Victor, I like your sense of humor. Victor,
it's my first time. I will come back packed. Just wait.
Mwingine anasema Victor,
it's my first time but I've tried.
Kuna mtu mwingine anasema Victor rudi pre-unit. Hiyo ni class 8. Hapa ni class 8 rudi. Mwingine anasema hata mimi nataka kutuma salamu. PK, I started PK, umelala ama uko hapa? PK alilala kitambo sana huyo. So PK, Victor, so what you are saying is this. I think we are going to close with the three of us. At least huyo mwingine amelala hapo juu, tumwache tu hapo. Sasa sisi watatu. Okay, this is it. At least I'll give you time. I mean, you give your views, closing views, so that at least to malize, we are actually moving towards. Normally around this time, Victor, hapa mara nyingi ukiniona ujue sasa tuko katika the last 3 hours za studio. Hii studio ilianza saa 3 mchana Kenyan time, you know, and it goes for all that time. People come here like this guy joined kitambo, alikuwa nasikiza from the background. So mimi nakuja nachukulia the last 3 hours, tuna debate kidogo, and then now we finalize, tunamaliza. But the debate is normally different topics every day. That is why I was saying inafaa unaangalia, maybe before uingie unaangalia ni topic gani na run hapo kwa screen. Ukishaona hiyo then it can guide your thoughts. Ndio ukiingia sasa unajua okay nitazungumzia kitu fulani. Otherwise you can find people talking about anything, but it doesn't confine you, but it is guiding you. So ukiingia every day kuna topic. So ni vizuri ukiingia uelewe leo tunazungumzia nini. See everything about politics in Kenya, like you say. There's a particular specific topic that you want to talk about in a particular day, and we release it, and then we let people know their thoughts flow as time goes by. So I think that is fair enough guidance for today. Na mostly unaona kama Ndeto vile amesema, kuna watu wanakuja huko kwa comment section, wanaingia kwanza, wanafuata comment, wanafuata debate, then now wanakuja huko. Wewe umekuja ukagraduate straight kwa nini? Hakuna issue. Oh, Kuna mtu pale chini anataka nimpatie shout out. Yes, I will give shout out to watu wa ground floor later tukimalizia. So I want to start with Stone PK. Ulilala ama umeamka? Umeamka? Ama ni kujipindua amejipindua? Okay, huyu amelala. Stone. Stone vipi? Stone unmute. Ongea.
Wow. Yeah, sorry, I was muted.
Can you give your final comments before I bring these two other guys alafu tufunge?
Yeah, my final comment on this. Let me say, the way we are looking at things, I mean, there are things that Kenyans should actually already debunk. One, they should debunk that UDA fraternity, of course, has done and has just been giving us a lot of lies and very, very serious issues, which they look and call like they are ukweli, you know, things like, for example, the lady, the DP wife coming to support the actions, to support that DP will give and give and give and give. Kenyans should ask, for how long can one give? I mean, really, what is this that the DP gives money that is endless? Is that what Kenyans want? You know, they want those leaders who have that kind of money, which where does it come from? I think Kenyans now will begin to question whether, truly speaking, they want somebody who he believes in corruption, believes in money first, that you can buy your way, you can buy, you can buy crowds, you can buy people in terms of support and all that. So finally, how will he manage those who are not on his side? Because basically, crowds, people who are bought by money to support any idea, they don't do so from their own accord. So people who are bought are unstable, and this will be seen when it comes to elections, when it comes to voting, and also it is also being seen when it comes to attendance of this kind of meetings. So it's inafika mwisho, and I'm happy Kenyans are now beginning to do that, because there before people are saying, we will go get that money. For us, we don't care where the money comes from. But as we move on, people are getting to know that wherever that money comes from, it's what was meant, for our development projects, and wherever the money gets lost, then the project will never appear, and that will long term affect the common mwananchi. So there is no more praise of money, that people are being given money for free, and that praise is out. Then when it comes to the reorganization, because in this coming election there will be serious challenge which will come out of these formations, the formations of at the Azimio, where you have so many parties. So because there are many, then victory needs to be organized so that you don't have the same parties from the same formation going into head-on competition in the name of democracy. Because we go into those kind of uncontrolled competition, then we may end up losing to UDA. So like in West, where now ODM and DAP, have sat down and they are assessing the strength. Where is DAP very strong? Then you leave that zone to DAP, because by the end of the day, we are all, they are all from the same coalition. So the selfishness, party selfishness, I think, is what is ending, or party greediness, whereby, let's say, for example, ODM would want to go fielding candidates everywhere, including places where they are not very strong. So it's just like now time, talent searching or opportunity search. Who is popular where? And that is also going into individuals as well. You have 4 individuals from, let's say, Azimio formation going for the same position in the same area. So first of all, we check who is stronger than who, probably by first of all them running for nomination. And then whoever is strong comes out to be able to face with the opponent. So it is a good thing. It's a good thing to really recheck the strength of each and every party in various areas, so that we don't risk losing like it had happened before. I said it is good to see women of caliber like PRISCILLA coming on board from NYERI. These are the kind of candidates that we would want to see vying for various positions when it comes to Azimio, so that at least we are able to have strong leaders who will be of vital importance when it comes to forming the government once Baba takes over. PRISCILLA is very articulate, and she's been long standing in terms of liberation, and activist. Then this Cosmo Choy, I think that we should now not talk about him. That is, for me, I took it as a mental case, because I don't think anyone who is of his sound mind would be out there uttering such words. Apology, sometimes apologies are not, in my own opinion, apologies don't work. You come, you saying that you didn't know it would hurt and all that. To me, that is it makes it even worse. In my own principle, I believe in never ever trying to do things that would hurt others, because as an adult, you have to think before. You pick the phone, and it's not the first time. That has been his trend. Those are the kind of things he's been saying. Even when he was supporting NASA side, I never liked it, because he uses very vulgar language to propagate whatever he's saying. So to me, apology or not apology, the guy is just sick. He's a non-starter. He should be dealt with as a sick person, mental sickness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Martin, dakika zako 2. Martin.
Niruke kwanza dakika moja please. Nadili na kitu kadogo tu hapa.
Victor, dakika zako 3 tufunge.
Me, I only have a parting shot. There's no morality in politics Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, you're still busy. Okay. Let me acknowledge wale watu wako ground floor. Steve Mutumbu, asante. Maggie Odengo, asante. Julia Kanyoro, asante. Sami Kambui, Harun hatutumi link. Unajua wakati tunafunga hatutumi link. Sasa unaitisha link ya nini? Nakuja hapa mkuja kufungua debate na tunataka kufunga. DA question mark. Nime ku acknowledge hapo chini. Asante sana. Isiwe vita, isiwe issue. Thomas Ajoga nasema good job. Thanks. God bless you. God bless you too. Who else is here? Evans Nyatuka. Nasema Victor ndiye atafunga na maombi. Yeah, Victor ndiye atasema wimbo wa taifa kwa Kiswahili. So Victor anza kujiandaa.
Sawa.
Kama una ikram mapema. Kama unaifungua kwa Google, enda Google tafuta mapema. David Olo, asante. Chief anaambia Martin wacha kasheshe mingi. Gigi man. Natuma salamu niwaambie join the winning team KKA. KKA is a losing team. If by now you still think that KKA is going to win, then you must be working from your dream. KKA is not winning anyway. So you should start thinking otherwise. Wewe unaota. But kuja tu, it's okay kupigia debe mtu wako. Richard Okemwa anasema normally when it reaches this time it is just laughing and pushing time. No, we don't laugh and push time. We still learn until the last minute. But you know, life is not all serious. I mean, it is never that serious. You don't have to come here na unakaza sana. Unachukia mwenzako bure tu. You don't have to. You need to just put your points across. People will agree with you, others will not. That's how life is. Yeah. Life is that easy. Don't make it too tough for yourself. Soma messages za Meg. Nimesoma jamani. There are 3 qualifications required in those who have to fill the highest office. First of all, loyalty to the established constitution, greatest according to Aristotle. Yeah. Virtue and justice. Yeah. Aristotle wrote Nicomachean Ethics. Nicomachean Ethics. Someone can check that out. Alex, go check that out. Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle. And Alex, go check Socratic Dialogue. Socratic Questioning. Plato Dialogues. Go read those ones. Well, Pendi Socrates. Yeah. Robin Otieno anasema tema uacha za ovyo. Nacheka sana. I mean, why uko na shida gani nikifurahi? Iko shida gani? Unataka nilie? Victor ameingia hapa na ana topic. Sasa mimi nilie jamani. Amejipata studio na ako zero kabisa, anaingia anauliza hata sijui mnasema nini. So unataka nilie? Okay, wacha nipatie jamaa anaitwa Martin dakika 2 alafu tufunge. Dakika 2 Martin ndio tuanze kufunga.
Yeah, hata 2 sitamaliza. Mimi ya kusema asanteni sana. This is always nimesema it's been my hobby siku hizi. Victor, welcome to the party bwana. Hapa tuko sawa hapa. Kama ni ya kuenjoy tunaenjoy, lakini tunaongea vitu serious pia, kila mtu analeta discussion yake. Hiyo backyard maybe nani atakwambia themba mahali ya kukaa tu pale usikize tu, hata unawezeka tu kwa earphones, hata ukifanya kazi yako tu unasikiza tu, unacheka huko mwenye amesema na nini. It's a very good forum because it's a live forum where you hear people, different opinions, and watu wote wanakuanga huko. Sijui Sara leo amehepea wapi, napenda venye anaongeaga. Kuna watu wengi leo sijapatana nao hapa. Na nani, ni nani huyu anaitwa Captain? Sijui alienda wapi. Sijui kama bado ananitafuta, lakini
nilikutana hapo na Captain, so wacha aende kwanza alambe nini the injuries alafu arudi.
No, it's a good forum, very good forum. Victor, welcome. Kuna watu nimesikia wameswitch over this week. Wamekuja Azimio leo, nilisikia, I heard that, nilikuwa nimeandika mahali lakini sijui niliacha wapi. Kuna mwingine pia alirudi Azimio. I believe with this kind of talking, si zile tulikuwa tukipatana maushago huko na nini, we can actually sit here and talk about things from people with different opinions, and it all becomes a forum of enabling us to be able to be a part of our country. Like when we talk different opinions, I think it's a very good thing. Themba, thank you always. I always tell you, thank you for what you do for us. Bernard, najua maybe amelala. Thank you, Alex. Wale wanakujanga wanashikilia hata kama kanetwork akipotea. We really appreciate it. Tunakuaga tuko tu tunasikiza, and then later on kama unataka kuingia unakuja unaingia, kama kuna space unapatia mtu mwingine, because we have to learn, and we don't just learn from books. We learn from our experiences in our lives. And once you meet someone and he's of a different opinion, it doesn't mean that you have to stick on your opinion. They can change you and really take you out of a hole and make you on the right right lane. So the more we discuss, the more we really enjoy, and the more we actually exercise what we've learned in our lives. Hakuna mtu hapa, most of us hatujaipatana, but we become friends more than even panelists. And that's the biggest part. Nikipatana na Themba saizi mahali, when tunakuaga hapa, wenye tunakosana, we'll be friends. So personally, I want to say I'm for this group, and I'm looking forward to hear our new member, Victor, recite our national anthem. Na ukikosa, by the way, usiogope. Mimi siku ya kwanza nilijaribu, nilingangana, nilianguka. Anyway, okay. Thank you guys. You guys have a good night, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Those who are joining us on Facebook, YouTube, asanteni sana. It's always a pleasure having you here in Mutembei TV. This is where we come in to discuss. We come in to educate each other, and at least make sure that we learn from each other. Martin, that is now 5 minutes. Yeah, alisema 2 minutes, akaenda 5 minutes. Kawaida, wa Kenya ni wale wale. Themba leo umekuja late sana. No, I came in the right time. Sarah, thank you Sarah. Kama kawaida, an excellent moderator. Hey, asante sana Sarah. Julia, tulikumisi huko juu leo kwa nini? Kesho jaribu uje. Now, there's Mahatma Gandhi is one of the guys who stood for non-violence movement. This is what he says, and I think I agree with him, that freedom is not worth having if it does not include the freedom to make mistakes. Freedom is not worth having if it does not include the freedom to make mistakes. That means that we'll make mistakes, but we must learn to forgive each other. We must learn to accommodate each other. And again, you must learn to appreciate that human being is to err. And therefore, as long as we are human beings, we will make mistakes once in a while. But as we accommodate each other, we learn to live with each other. Kenya is one, and Kenya requires all of us. With all our differences, we have to learn to thrive together and make it better. A better country and a better place. Like I always say, it is a future we have borrowed from our children. We need to pass to them a bright future. How do we do that? By engaging in this conversation that will make Kenya a better place. You are needed here. What you have to say, the things you have to share, let's build each other. because they say iron sharpens iron. It is by you talking to us that we get to listen and we get to hear what you're telling us. And in those differences, we are able to make Kenya a great and better place, because we have to keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so let us keep talking. And you have to share it and share anything you have with us. As I said earlier, we only need 4 things to come here. You need a working phone or gadget, you need connection, you need something to share, and a willingness to learn. Learning is permanent. We only stop learning when we go out of this world. But for as long as you're still alive, you can learn. And Alex doesn't like this, but I'll say it. Socrates says that cast be the day when you have learned nothing. Let this not be the day that has been cast, because I hope you have learned something. Now, we always finish with, before I say that, I want to ask us to kindly subscribe to Mutembe TV. If you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe. And even as you're subscribing to Mutembe TV, tafadhali, subscribe to the channel that I run with my daughter. I know, Victor, you haven't subscribed. I say that here every day. You go to YouTube, tafadhali, you subscribe to the Themba, and Lulu Show. And you can get me other subscribers, 5 from your family and your many other people that your network. Get me people to subscribe to the Themba and Lulu Show. That I've posted it down there. That is a channel that I run with my daughter. We just talk about normal stuff that go on in an African father and the daughter, a teenage daughter. You can get to hear so many things. Kindly go there and subscribe. Now, as we finish, we normally finish with the national anthem. And the national anthem is, you recite it in Kiswahili, not English. Kiswahili.
Asante sana.
So anza kutoka juu, twende mpaka mwisho, tuone kama uko na Ukenya. Najua umesha Google. Haya, twende.
Asante sana. Nataka kuambia si Ukenya peke yake, mimi ni East Africa. Naona huko Kenya wakianza hizo kampeni wanaanza na East African Anthem. Kwa hivyo nitaimba stanza ya kwanza ya East Africa, alafu ingine nitaimba ya Kenya. Haya, inaendelea.
Haya.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tuimize hiyo ingine sijui. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na ulinzi, na tukae na amani, amani kwa amani, raha tupate na ustawi. I hope I've tried.
Victor, Victor, umeimba nini hiyo bwana? Umeimba wimbo wa taifa? Anyway, hauko peke yako. Unajua jambo ambalo huwa ninasema hapa kila wakati tukikuja hapa, wale ambao wanakuja wanaongea kwa nguvu sana kwa ajili ya Kenya, lakini kuambia haya sasa, we have symbols of national unity, and one of them ni national anthem. Hawawezi kabisa, yani si wewe peke yako, hata huyo Martin ambaye ametoroka hapa siku ya kwanza alikuja ameongea, yani they wax lyrical about Kenya and the way they want leadership to be so good, they want what. But now when I tell them, okay, let's start with the basics. The national anthem. Hakuna. But anyway, it is work in progress. So every day you can be coming, and we hope that finally we shall get there. It says, Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Asanteni sana. Sisi wote ni Wakenya, sisi wote ni wandugu. Hata tukikosana tusipatane kwa mawazo, lakini sisi ni Wakenya. Inshallah tuonane kesho saa 3 za Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Thank
Kwa
you.
herini.
Much.
Bye. Okay.